did you do that? How did you do that?
How you doing, people? Welcome to the stream. I am proper late. 10 minutes late, actually, so it's not proper late. That's a little bit late. Because I got Sofa Boss to shit, and I am fucking tired. My nerves are shot to shit. I'm just fucked today. Absolutely fucked. It's been a very, very long week already. Right, who have we got? Skylight, Maureen, Akara Fox, Slayer Demon, and Rick. How you doing? Welcome to the stream on YouTube. And then on Twitch, we've got Scortilia Gaming, Lonely Girl, Just, Fless, Smooch, Lena, Sleggy, Olympian, Vaderog, Dark, Thimble, thank you for the resub, Gravy, Rob, Harsh, Valerian, True Time, Tash, Contry Boy, thank you very much. Mike Macon as well. Pauline, Tipper, Mike Macon with a resub. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. Revan, also welcome. The mods are in the chat, people. Wanker is in here as well. You're early. Fucking hell. Is my lucky charm today. I've been trying for the last fish in Northern Elsewhere for hours, just as the last one opened the stream and fishing and boom, got it. Nice. Congratulations. Drop in a shout, spoilers, and say hello, of course. Hope you've been well. D, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. A wizard is never late or arrives exactly when he plans to. I'm fucking knackered today. Absolutely knackered. I didn't think I was going to make it to stream. Just no energy left because I spent it all. Oh, man. X4, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Crispy, welcome to the stream. People being saying that Arc stuff isn't too bad. It's because it's not too bad. It's a bit of a joke about people that over-exaggerate how bad things are and then over-exaggerate their mathematical knowledge of it in every scenario rather than just understanding that it has been balanced across the board on purpose for any use of it. Revan with the bits and Dark with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so fucking much. We have a new dragon. Oh shit, that is loud. What the fuck was that? Oh, it's the thing. It's the bit, the subs. We're actually on 1.2k subs, people. We actually hit a goal at the beginning of the stream. Fucking brilliant. Thank you very much. Hype train is started. Let's press the button.
Dragon Ball. Headshot.
So there's 2 different side effects to what happens when something gets altered, right? There's either complete meltdown and people talk shit about stuff they don't understand, or there's an over-exaggeration of what things really mean, but they only ever use it in one scenario. Across the board, so far, with lots and lots of testing, without going too far into it, because it's too complicated. Not because people are stupid, but because I don't have time to explain it. They made it so that the status stuff went up to such an extent that it would have pushed it over the limit. Because they have an innate boost to status chance anyway, with the status damage being increased, that would have meant that your beam and your status combined would have put you over their intended amount, damage-wise overall. So they found that if they brought the beam down a bit, that would balance things out, considering the average amount of procs you'd get from most statuses anyway, based on your skills alone, not necessarily your sets. Bringing that in line pretty much balanced it out. So you'll probably notice that anything that you used in the past, if you have tested it properly, rather than being, well, awkward about it, there's barely any difference. However, if you focus more on status, you will notice that your status stuff has gone up quite a considerable amount. Anything that I think suck is being used to the big shield. Well, they did that on purpose as well, to counter the fact that they introduced a new buff. So, minor vitality and major vitality used to affect healing received. Now it affects healing received and the size of your damage shield. They have made room for comprising your groups a certain way so that you can benefit from that on top of what you have. If they didn't bring the damage shield down, when you add major and minor vitality on top, your shield would have been far too big. So again, it's a balance thing across the board. It's consideration of other things that will directly affect it, rather than it being just the Arcanist alone. Wait, is there where we're supposed to say we've been nerfed? Yeah, indeed. So, today, we're going in the Infinite Archive on the PTS because we're going to use a build that you've seen a lot lately, actually. And it is built exactly the same as it is on my main server. So if you've seen the Venom build before, awesome, you're going to love this. And if you haven't seen it before, put Venom in the chat on either YouTube or Twitch with an exclamation point at the beginning. Also, we're Hype Train level 1, if you didn't realize that already. Last stream, we actually hit Hype Train level 10, which was fucking mad. Oh my god. And we're not likely to see that for a very long time. Excuse me, do you have any thoughts on the new Mythic? Yes. Ask what you really mean. Because thoughts is me writing an essay with my face for the next 10 minutes, and I've got loads of messages to get through. Ask me directly what you really mean. Still don't get when you would use it. No one knows why they have planned. So, this is the first week. Anything can change. At the moment, they're testing a line, and then once everyone's gone and hit that line, they'll then maybe make it higher or lower. But I can tell you that it turns off every single stat, except your glyphs and your armor passives. We are Venom. Prompt makes sense now. Oh, now you... Oh, my God. Please tell me that you own... Smooch, please tell me you haven't only just got it. Greg, Spicy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm really hoping that she's being sarcastic. Please tell me that this isn't the moment where the penny has dropped and you've only just got it. By the way, for people on YouTube and Twitch, if you're confused about me answering a question that you can't see, it's because I'm streaming on both platforms, YouTube and Twitch combined. Oh my god, Banhammer Smooch. Mike, whisper me in game. I don't know where the fuck you are. Whisper me, let's go. Start my EU journey today. I hit level 10, going on Nightblade. Gonna join you soon. Nice. It dawned on you last Tuesday. Someone put Venom in the chat, please. Smooch. I'm gonna pretend it didn't happen. Don't worry, I am here. I've stopped worrying now that you're here, Jack. Thank you for joining. Whisper sent? Where is it? Oh, there you are. Whisper back. Hi. Invite to group. So, Bruin, I can give you a clearer answer directly if you ask me what you really mean. Because if you just say thoughts, it's not really a question. I'm assuming that you've got a more accurate question. Because thoughts, I could just talk about it for ages. Can't wait to use my golded out unedited gear with the new mythic. Dear oh dear. There's always one. Trevelyan jumping in. How you doing, Trevelyan? Welcome to the stream. Tiger, how you doing as well? Welcome to the stream. Jilly, White Tiger, welcome. We've got 2 tigers in the chat. Tiger Beard UK and White Tiger. I got noticed out in public the other day, actually. That happens occasionally, and it's still strange every time. Resend the invite. It was actually quite cool, because it turns out I recognized him from somewhere, and it turns out he actually knows my brother as well, through business reasons. And he's like, you're the ESO guy. Like, yes, I am. So that's what you know me as. Now I'm the ESO guy. Alex, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I was curious if you had any idea when it would actually be useful, or it's for something we don't know about yet. So they're trying to give you an option that players can figure out for themselves as to how they might make use of it. But it's pretty clear at this point in time, it's designed to give you nothing but flat bonuses and passives outside of actual set bonuses. So I would assume it's going to be adjusted a little bit more until they're happy with it. At the moment, it's kind of a starting point. And thank you for reiterating the question, because that makes more sense now. Hi, Zaya and Ninjas. Pad, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Remember, people, it's a lot easier for me to answer something if I know exactly what you're angling at. If someone just says thoughts, I mean... Yep, I have those. As nitpicky as that is, it's true. Sometimes you could spend so much time talking about something, and then they go, no, that's not what I mean this. Wait, well, if you said that, I would have got there. But Bruin, hopefully that helps. It's kind of a new idea, and we're seeing the first version of it. So, might change, might not. We'll see. But the intention is to give you something to play with and see what you can come up with. Insidious, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Not today, Colonius, how you doing? Tragon, also welcome. Elvin PS, nice and early. Haven't played since December, planning on coming back soon-ish. I have perfected Ansel's Deadly with Velothi on my arc. How out of date is that, Zai? It's not out of date. You use it, and the stuff is still in the game, as is the class. What are your thoughts about the inevitable heat death of the universe? I think that's a question for Mike. Let's see. Right. We're going into the Infinite Archive, obviously. The only use I have heard so far is 1v1 tournaments could make everything gear-wise equal. Yeah, you'd just be fighting with passives and stats then. Which is fair. But again, that's one thing so far. And that's also very, very broad. Because what does that really mean? You haven't been told anything about your class, your race, your passives, your armor weights, your weapon choices, your skills. There's lots of different things to add to that. So when it comes to the whole 1v1 thing, sure, it could be fun, but you need to elaborate on that a bit more. And that's why they've given it to us for the first week, so we've got something to mess with, and then they'll see where that goes from there. Pretty new, do you know why I don't get the Undaunted quest or one of my characters, even though I've done the starting quest? Yes, because you need to be level 45.
Come here.
So I was worried about having to re-get. I mean, here's the thing. If you haven't played for a while, and there's been patches in between, there might be adjustments to your setup. But then, if it was built to last, or I don't know, just last through time, and it wasn't completely broken in the first place, there's no reason why it should be altered. Have a little look for yourself as far as the PTS patches have gone, or the updates have gone, to see if anything has changed for you, and if it has, you'll just have to adapt. In my daily Zai stream fix. Matt, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Open-ended options, correct. Mike says hi with a hammer. He does. Mike is on the Lazy Bones, I think. Dude, you can use your pet today if you want. It's entirely up to you. I'm not a sorcerer. By the way, that bug has been noted. I have sent it directly to Zos, so I don't mean in an email. I have privileges being a founding member of the stream team and an official stream team partner. I can actually send messages directly. No, I won't do it for you because I'm not a fucking secretary. However, myself, if I do find things, I will send them. The bug we had was, if you're a sorcerer and you don't have a pet, your Hardened Ward now heals you on the PTS, as well as shields you. Great. But we found that if someone else is a sorcerer in the same room, and they do have a pet, your heal doesn't work anymore. That was broken. First week of PTS, that's actually quite funny. I posted it, and the individual that received it has noted it. They do know now, which is great, but the first reaction was, lol. So they didn't know. 500 CP, level 50 on that character. Still don't get them, though I was bought. But I didn't do something. Well, you'll get... I can't see your game, so I don't know what you may or may not have done, but you should get a letter in the mail that you can then pick up and then open, and then it tells you kind of the introduction to the Undaunted people. Outside of that, you might have just been in the wrong place. I'm not sure. SSGJ, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Finally bought the new PC and no longer Flintstone mode. Excellent. That's why I went over Riptide, because I figured answers would be less likely to get nerfed first. The thing is, nerf is not really the appropriate term for things that get adjusted. Sometimes things get changed for a reason. Unless it gets completely nerf hammered for no reason, then the N-word doesn't really apply. It's just that it's fashionable on the internet to create dramas, and people love to do that. Again, there's a very solid reason as to why they've altered the Arcanist beam. And it's a minimal amount as well. It's because of many different things combined. You change a whole combat system, you have to consider other variables that might over-push that. So, it's just one of those things. And this is part of the testing phase, is to find out the differences based on their adjustments and see if they need to adjust it further, either higher or lower. You know what I mean? Of course I know what you mean, but words mean things as well, and the audience have to understand exactly what it means. That needs the uptime. Depends on the build. Again, there's no absolutes in ESO. Well, there's very few absolutes in ESO. It depends on what you're doing. But today we are on the Venom build. This is built exactly the same as it is on my live main character server. And today we're going to see the difference in performance. And I'm pretty sure, I already know the answer to this, but I'm pretty sure you're not going to see much. Lovelock, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Arcanist, good. Best part Thursday. How you doing, 12? Welcome to the stream on YouTube. ESO is absolutely fun. 100% fun. 1 or 2K? Nope. Made up numbers. There's lots of made up numbers out there from spreadsheets that only consider one way. Lots and lots of different ways to play, and some of those aren't considered. But the best way to start that, obviously, is with a base, what you already have. If you start with the base and then elaborate from that and see where it goes with other setups or other possibilities, then you can see a proper gauge across the board. But, I mean, it's quite straightforward. On their own patch notes, they stated the percentage difference in the actual beam itself. Just the beam. But what people haven't considered fully is the fact that they upped lots of other stuff. So the balance is there. You lose some of one thing and you add another. And it meets in the middle. Oscar not saying. Then hardwire, not exactly. It depends. Because what you have to understand is some people may be taking advantage of a longer beam. You'll find that they complain about the damage shield being gone, but that's not on the longer beam, so what they complain about. But in content, while people do this, they might have to do this and block, or this and dodge roll, or this and break free. And when that happens, you're constantly cancelling your beam. Then you have to go 1, 2, and beam again. You have to build it back up. So lots of people spend more time building up than they do actually using the beam. So when that happens, you might find that for them it's a bit substantial, but for a shorter duration beam, you don't have to cut it off quite so often because it's got a lesser duration, so the actual damage during the same period will be fine. Depends on how you build. Keep seeing Undaunted Plunder scroll while watching you. What are these? I don't fucking know. It's your game. Sandra, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Love your content. I play pretty much exclusively with one friend, and the hardest content we've done so far in duo is Folk We've Hold hard mode. Is that something to be proud of? Yes, because it's a 4-player piece of content, and you've done it with 2. Congratulations, you're mega. That was your stream. Watch Undaunted Plunder scroll while watching. What is it? A what? It's your stream. Oh, that scroll. Are you sure the word is that you should be using 0 is scroll? You not just mean points. You mean the old system where you could unlock perks and bonuses on the stream for free? Focused efforts? Fuck you, Mike. As if he's got focused efforts straight away. I need soul gems. No, I don't. I've got some. Dude, how the hell? How the hell do you have that? Right, I need to make sure I've got exactly the right setup, by the way, because I've got the damagey version rather than the survivey version, so let's go there. We're starting quests on every character. Are you talking about Turk Red Claws? He's in Vocal Guard. Just go and speak to him in the Undaunted area. Just go speak to him, then go to Banished Cells, and you'll basically finish part of the quest, because he's in there. You say hi, and then you leave again, then go back to the house again. Actually, if you put level up in the chat, there's a guide there, and that's actually part of it. That might help. Mike stealing all the RNG? Pretty much, yeah. Legendary fights. Yeah, they don't exist at the moment because they bugged out. Again, the word balance does have a definition, and lots of people that play games are backseat devs or armchair specialists, and they shout about what they think they know. And some over-exaggerate it. Some actually do calculate things for the sake of calculating them, but other people manipulate the calculations to make them sound like there's something they're not. So worse or better. There's no shortcut for actual testing. Because while you can mess with probability with a calculator, you don't have the defined results unless you actually try. Pam, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. But one of the biggest problems for the status effect changes that would have affected the Arcanist directly is the fact that the Arcanist had a 75% increase to chance for status, which is quite substantial considering their increase to damage. Like, most of the status effects got improved by 106%. With you having a higher chance than most classes, that was impactful. You did see a difference. So the only way to bring that down was to affect one of their most used core skills. And again, very lightly. And that was also why they changed the damage shield strength, because they introduced a new damage shield bonus to the minor and major vitality. It's this, not this. Simple as that. I don't see how the beam adjusted is nerf at all of all the things to play, as well as reading this. Correct! Exactly! You understand. Perfect. It's exactly my point. It's an adjustment which is necessary to plateau their kind of ceiling rather than scale it. Because it would have been much, much worse. They don't want anything to be at best, but when something is so easy to apply, they don't want it to completely outshine everything alongside the new bonuses that they've got. And it's not a case of it's doing that flat out. It's a case of people could be capable of building 4 extra status on top of the extra beam, on top of the extra channel, and all that kind of stuff combined, and then dramatically escalate the higher end performance of the Arcanist. It was very easy to introduce way too much stacking bonuses, or way too many stacking bonuses on top of what you could already do. Can you do that on live already? Yes, but with the new changes, it would be way more dramatic. So they had to bring something down in order to line that up. I watch a pat notified. I have mixed feelings about it. I am excited about the status changes. Of course you have mixed feelings about it. You haven't tried. Trevelyan, that's what I do for a living. That's why I try stuff. I test it all in the background. You know this. Sneaks into the back of the class. Kaisi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Make sure you put that gum under the desk. Some of us are devs, and UAT is important. User accepting testing. Brilliant. Where the fuck has this gone? Lurk feeding time. Did you bring food for the rest of the class? Why have I got shit perks? Oh my god. If anything, it potentially brings a lot to the table for other classes and leaves Arc unscathed. That, D, is quite possibly the best way to describe it so far. Well done. Correct. No one will fucking notice. And if you're noticing 1 or 2k and you're one of these, hey, I'm going to rig the fuck out of the target, dummy to get 150 out of it, and you're noticing 1 or 2k, guess what? You're not noticing anything. You're not. What you've done there is RNG has been responsible for 1 or 2 unlucky or lucky crits. That's it. At that extreme end of the scale, 1 or 2k is absolutely irrelevant. 1 or 2k when you only get 10 is a big difference. That's 10 to 20% increase or decrease. But once you're like 140, 150k, that's a fluctuating effect just based on crits. Or missed light attack. 1 missed light attack can do that. Think you're going to make changes to the laser sword build with a new update? Any tests yet? Tests, yes. Responses, no. You won't know about it until it happens because nothing is real yet. This is the first week of about 4 or 5. And if I'm going to change it, you'll see it in a video. If I'm not going to change it, then nothing will change. I won't give you spoilers yet. 1, because it's not real. And 2, because people pay for early access to know about their stuff before the stream does. I'm going to be lurking. Good luck with the focused efforts. I fucking wish. I can't get it. Mike's got focused efforts already, which is bullshit. I disagree. Mike's RNG's is mega. He's like, I got a car back. Yep. A few days ago. Then I had to buy some new fucking tires because someone stuck a fucking screw in it. But, yeah, I got it back. Been driving the fuck out of it the last few days. Had a few meetings, had to go places. It is mega! But it's all repaired and everything's done. Oil repairs are done. Front is done. Tires are done. Happy days. Happy for you. Thank you very much. This way. Good. Miss Constance, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Why did I not have my buff on already? What a noob. Doing great. Glad to watch. Glad to catch you today. Thank you very much for joining. Oh, of course he's got damage shield on him. Why didn't you beat him up, Mike? Mike's actually doing 20% of the damage because his status effects are stupid with focus efforts. I own 2 red Hyundai sedans, 3 theft attempts total in 4 months. Okay, thank you for sharing. How you doing, Yaz? Welcome to the stream. Oh, focused efforts. Let's go. Haha, Mike. You're not the only one with RNG. Ha ha fucking ha. I've got focused efforts. Let's go. Also because he's getting good visions, right? Darth, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Relating to auto issues. They're not quite the same. But having stressful shit because of stuff happening, yes, fair enough. So the oil repairs were due to wear and tear damage over time. The other part was criminal damage. It was vandalism rather than attempted stolen. But yeah, it's fucking annoying. But what can you do? One of them was just one of those issues that over time it just had to be repaired. But they're fucking expensive. Luckily, though, Mercedes were really nice about it. And when they did the actual repair for the engine leaks, which weren't affecting the car negatively, but would do over time, that was incredibly expensive. And what they did while they were there is they replaced the brakes, obviously, because I needed that too. And then they were nice enough to actually do my yearly service for free. So that saved me a 1.6, which I needed because the fucking repairs were far more than that. Any Nightblade buff? Definitely not needed. Is that a question or a statement? Also, I don't make the rules. Zos does. You probably want to tell them. Hello, Mr. Node. Unmechanized. I can never say your name. Unmechanized. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I know how to say it, and I read it wrong every bloody time. Welcome. We've got 2 Darths as well. Darthmo and Darth Kitty. Thank you very much indeed for joining. Dead Jester with the bits. Thank you very much. Also, welcome to the stream. I just started Stam Talk. What's a good bar set up for content? I know my bar set, but need a content setup. Here's the thing. If you have a setup specifically for the dummy, and you change your setup for content, and this isn't any shade thrown at you, this is just a fact, you're lying to yourself. If you have a different setup for the dummy, what's the point? Use the setup you actually use, because that's the one that's going to get results in content. If you're not going to use the one you're using on the dummy, you're only doing it for the sake of numbers, and you're not actually learning anything about your actual build except for your rotation. The numbers are irrelevant if you change the gear in the setup. You're manipulating numbers for the sake of the buffs and bonuses that they have, so they don't conflict with the ones that you don't have, so that you can stack on top of it. You're inflating numbers. So, it's up to you how you build, but bear in mind, if you only ever build for the dummy, it will only ever perform on the dummy. If you openly admit that you have to change it for content, then you're not using the same build. Even small variables are being adjusted completely changes the whole setup and its performance. So use what you use and then see what you get from that, and understand the differences rather than try and fluctuate over top of it. Is Dark Deal better than Trap? Which Trap? I don't know about the changes to Nightblade. It's come from someone who roams Cyrodiil often on Nightblade. I feel like maybe that was a bit much, but let me keep reading. Maybe there's balance it somewhere in by a way of defense changes. There are very specific reasons for them, and they are so far much, much better, especially across the vast proportion of players. Most players struggle trying to micromanage and everything. Now it's a lot more easier to kind of have less tracking and more focus. Hey dude, I don't know if you remember, but I built a Lazy Sork build you recommended. I was wondering if adding buffs to the back bar would make the build work. Lazy Sork? No, because the buffs on the back bar don't carry over if you are using the ring that locks your bars. Like speed boost things and stuff like that when I was moving around the map. So, the only time they'll apply is if you take the ring off. Oh, Barb Trap? Depends on your build, dude. I mean, Dark Deal is a resource management skill, and Barb Trap is a damaging skill. It depends on which one you need. If you are using Barb Trap on the dummy and not using it in content, there's a lot of DPS being added there for no reason. That's just inflating numbers. But if you do use it, then by all means test with it. Physical damage, sure, why not? His eyes vet player, I will try everything and anything, but still would check your clips to get an idea about it. Thank you, I appreciate your clips. Hope to bump into you sometime in ESO. Lottie-dottie! Thank you very much, much appreciated. Also gives minor force and minor berserk. Yes, it does, but you asked which one does more damage. One doesn't do damage. One gives you a buff. Bear in mind, minor berserk can come from other player-based sources, including sets and skills. So if you want minor berserk, you can either get that from other skills or other people, or you can take it from Dark Deal if you want. But again, that doesn't apply damage on its own. It just gives you a buff. It depends on whether you can apply it or not. Some people can apply beast traps quite easily. other people struggle with it, in which case, if you don't want the extra dot or hemorrhage, which is a substantial increase to damage, then of course, by all means, just take the buff. But you are going to see a big difference between the two. You'll also give, I don't know, I'm pretty bad, I'm a main arc. It doesn't matter, it's fine. Just understand that one of them does actually do damage while giving you a buff, and the other one just gives you a buff. So if you're going to take away the damage for the sake of the same buff, you are going to get less DPS, but it depends on how easy you can manage it. Had a dude in the pug say, uncircumcised, I thought that was funny. That is funny, especially if they read your name wrong. Rectib, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. There's a ninja button, enjoy. It's just Dark Deal gives me a healing content, you would need one. It's entirely, again, it's your choice. It's your character. But don't use one thing on a dummy and something completely different in content. That basically is a lie. I know that's not your intention, obviously, but that is the outcome. If you're just doing it to satisfy other people's number requests, then it's a waste of time, because if you're not actually doing that, because that's not what you do in content, pointless. So use what works better for you. Whichever one can keep you alive and keep you doing deeps. If you are dead all the time, I'm not going to tell you how to make your build on live stream, because it's impossible to scale with 290 people on Twitch and fuck knows how many on YouTube at the moment. But the choice is ultimately yours. If you're struggling with resources or survival, then by all means use a survival skill. If you're not, then obviously add some more damage if you can make it fit with your rotation. And that's also something you have to consider. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes people try and cram loads and loads of damage skills, but they spend more time casting than they do actually doing damage. So it varies. There are billions of ways to make a build. There's no absolute answer for that, but the easiest way to answer it at the moment, based on your position, is if you are dying a lot, you need more survival. If you're not dying a lot, then you don't. I'm trying to buy stuff, dude. What the fuck am I doing? I need these. Ultimately, again, the choice comes down to you. Hawk, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Did I use the thing? Oh, I didn't put it on the bar. What a noob. I need that. There you are. Right, what do we got? That work. Pale Gringo, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Riansu, also welcome. Rivy666, welcome to the stream. Curtis, I hope you are having a legendary stream. It's pretty good so far. I was so tired today, and then jumped onto stream with no energy whatsoever, and now I'm full steam ahead, so pretty good. Wrong button. That's supposed to be a beam, noob. Focus efforts is fucking nuts. It's still a fucking huge damage shield. Uh-oh. That's close. Nearly killed me, dude. No, you didn't. Miles away. I put all abilities on all the buttons to help me in rotation, although I don't try to run the skill lineup as the first to see if it worked for me. Okay, not quite what I was saying, but basically sometimes less is more. Sometimes it's easier to take advantage of some passives and spam some more important skills than it is trying to click every single one in order every single time. Because if you do that for 10 whole skills, one fuck up, like a block, messes up your timer for the whole rotation, and now everything else falls off by a second or so, and then you end up losing a substantial amount of damage. If you can maintain something a lot easier, so you have less pressing and, I guess, more spamming than lining up numbers, then it becomes a lot easier to do. That's broad at the same time, though, because I can't explain that for everyone's build, because everyone's different. I want to pick 24-year-old up from... I want to pick the 24-year-old up tomorrow from the mechanics and drop... And drop what? And drop 730 euros. Get my keys back, just maintenance service. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Fucking pain in the ass. Wonder where that was going then. Man, it sucks that the Arcanist can only do 1k DPS now. What will I do? I know, right? 1k. Yep, that's exactly what it counts as. Hello, I've been looking to buy Elder Scrolls for the PS5. Does it have a lot of DLCs? I would have to buy it in order to experience the entire game. So, first of all, you get a fuck ton. The base game is fucking huge. But if you have ESO Plus, you actually have access to every single chapter and every single DLC that ever existed during your subscription uptime, alongside loads of other bonuses, except for the current year chapter. That's the only one you have to buy. So if you buy the big version, the ultimate, whatever the fuck version it is of Necrom with the game, you'll have all previous chapters anyway. They stay with you. But all the other DLCs, if you have ESO Plus alone, you've got the lot. Just mass, really brilliant. Does a Dark Deal and Barb Trap stack crit? No, because they're two buffs that are exactly the same. So minor and minor of the same buff don't stack. Major and major of the same buff don't stack. but minor and major, so small and large, do. So if you have minor force and major force, great. You've got 2 buffs that stack. If you have minor force and minor force, they don't. Only one of them will. In fact, the longest duration that was just applied will be the one that overwrites. Stam specs are so hard to build. No, that's nothing to do with Stam. That's a universal buff. Oh, Sorks, I see what you mean. They're not that bad. Put Cleave in the chat. That's an older build, but it should help you understand what you can and can't take advantage of. Failing that, what's probably easier for you, since it's sorcerer-based throughout, and the hybridization changes made quite a substantial impact on that. Put Sorcerer in the chat, all one word, with an exclamation point at the beginning. That will give you the class guide for the Sorcerer. Regardless of whether you're experienced with the Sorc or not, that is up to date with relatively new stuff outside of the current PTS. So that will hopefully give you kind of some fuel as far as pushing forward with your Sorc is concerned. ESO Plus is a no-brainer. ESO Plus is insane. Thank you. So you can continuously buy the Plus version using the currency or grind. No, the Plus version itself is actually paid for per month, but you do get crowns with it, so you can use that for other things. In fact, what you can do is if you have ESO Plus long enough, every month that you get crowns, you can kind of just use those crowns to buy individual DLCs, not chapters, DLCs, and then eventually you'll own them anyway. So it's up to you. The collection, I think, is called Upgrade is only the Necron chapter. So Upgrade is just a chapter. The one that doesn't say Upgrade is the full thing. I see a little now. The changes made of Vitality in both Major and Minor, as well as Defile. That can see it fails. Falls in line with the Nightblade, specifically Incap, not Grunt and Reeve, etc. Makes more sense. Yes, it does. But what you have to also consider is, while we can go through that and talk about the patch notes and all the rest of it, I've already done that. So if you check out the VOD on Twitch or YouTube regarding the PTS patch notes, I did read them for like 2 or 3 hours live. So, I mean, that should also help as well, because then you get a kind of live perspective of the initial reading of them. So it makes a bit more sense. Silly question, maybe there's a / command list to view builds. No, that's not a silly question. So if you put builds in the chat, exclamation point builds, not / exclamation point, that will take you to the website where there are 7 different tabs, 1 for each class, and there's builds underneath them all. However, if you're new to the game, builds are going to be confusing and they're fucking useless to you at the moment because you still got to decide how you want to play. But that page will still help, because the 7 different tabs show you all the different skills, morphs, and passives and ultimates that the classes have, so you can choose aesthetically which one you prefer. So would Vigor be an option as a heal? Poop, you're asking me to make your own build for you live on stream. What you choose is your choice. If you want to put a heal on, put a heal on. If you don't, then obviously don't, but understand your survivability will be down. I have space problems. I can't ever imagine how it is without a craft bag. I won't have it without a craft bag. I actually pay ESO Plus for 3 different platforms. 6 servers, 3 platforms. You don't have to apologize, Poop. But I've made already clear what my stance is on that one. Hopefully that is enough to give you some ideas. But, I mean, you want absolutes as to what you should and shouldn't do with your build. Personally, there's no right answer to that outside of me knowing exactly what it is you're doing and exactly what it is you're not. And scaling that one-to-one is quite difficult in front of an audience. However, hopefully the information was somewhat insightful so far. Gonna check your vids up? No worries, dude. And much appreciated. By the way, if people do want the streamer's time all to themselves for a whole hour, put Patreon in the chat. There's a perk there. Quite an expensive one, but there's a perk there that gives you a whole one-to-one session, which gives you an hour, so I can talk about your stuff directly without talking to the rest of the audience. So you can do that if you want. I can go more in depth with your own build and then tell you what you can and can't do with it. Boom goes hard, as it does. Face, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Keeks with the bits, thank you very much. Just a flyby. Have a great stream. How are you still dropping bits? You dropped like 180,000 bits in the last stream. You're fucking mad. Thank you very, very much. 901,000 bits and counting, people. Look at that. Fucking nuts. Thank you for the links. Mind Distortion, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Craft bag is pretty much essential. I dislike Elder inventory management online. So that's the thing with any role-playing game, is you're always going to have inventory management issues. Because you go, ooh, what's that? What's that? What's that? Damn, I'm full. Should I drop it? No. Should you fuck drop it? Put it somewhere safe. Go drop all your stuff in the house and then come back and pick it up. Crafting bag, however, you don't have any issues with that. Because all your crafty stuff, and there's lots of it, goes into a secret bag, which is bottomless. So it doesn't actually clog up your inventory. ESO Plus gives you so many perks and bonuses. I'm not going to label them all or note them all because it takes too long in my sentence. And other people are just going to shout over top of me anyway because it's rude. Go, you missed a bit. I didn't miss a bit. There's just lots. But if the rest of the bonuses were not there, if it gave you nothing but the crafting bag, 95% of people would still use it. It's that good. Because secretly we've all been loot goblins. Yes. Pestilence, noise. And the 1 hour Patreon perk can send the 1 hour talking about mostly anything with Zai. Like, you could ask him to go fishing with you in ESO. I mean, you could. But there's also a metric fuck ton of other billions of stuff you could do. Boing. It's not restricted. Unless it's weird, in which case, go away. Read that already. Murder Spree. That was a stream takeover, that was. But yeah, you can do that. How you doing, Rab? Welcome to the stream, by the way. You like fishing idea? Shut up, Smooch. Okay, stop crafting. Tank loads of market. Crafting bag supports a lot. Crafting bag is fucking insane. The thing is, you pick up resources all the time. Like, every single enemy you encounter, you'll pick up something. Whether it's gear, gold, or crafting materials, or all of the above. Crafting materials are in abundance, and you will fill your bag very, very quickly. Having ESO Plus gives you a bottomless crafting bag, and everything by default goes into that secret bag. It's brilliant. I wonder how long it would take for Zai to get Master Angler title off stream and then force him to wear it on the stream takeover. You can't make me do that off stream. See, the one-to-one sessions are an hour with the streamer. That's not the same as a stream takeover where I physically have to do as you say. In the one-to-one, I don't have to do anything you say. You just get an hour. That's it. Do you know how that would start? Hey, Zai, in this hour, you need to go fishing. No, I don't. Or have it here and just waiting for my MB ride to show up. Oh, of course. I was out today and Rav said, are you going to come pick me up? I said, yes. Problem is, he's across an ocean, so I need to turn it into one of those James Bond cars that can swim. He's like, just fishing, you could join me. Zero dear. We're going to move on from that because the perks are there for people who want to pay for them, not for people to try and encourage other people what they do and don't want to do with it. It's up to them. Let them have their own private perk. One is awesome, just relax and pick and Zai's brain. You can do that. But again, it's there, it's quite simple, it's explained on the page, put Patreon in the chat. Was like so many of us are trolls. Yeah, I know, just fucking give me shit. Isn't that the point of ESO? There's so many different things that you can... Shit, wrong button. So many different things that you can do. You can seldom do them all. So just pick what sounds most fun. Pretty much. I mean, you can do them all if you want to, but you're going to run out of life minutes. DJ ANK, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Whee! Did I read all the stuff and things? Oh, I did. So the only way, Trevelyan, you could make me do that on the stream, wearing the title, is if I had it, and I don't have it, so rip. I've actually done a lot of it. I just refuse to continue because my RNG sucks. I've got other stuff to do. Just got in and saw the headline. Dude, we're using Venom, which is exactly the same to the stat as the one I used on the live server, and we're just having some fun seeing the difference. I do much more extensive testing behind the stream, but live you may as well see how bad it really is. That's me being facetious, by the way. It's not bad at all. Is it dead? 100% dead. Obviously. Did you know that you lose 3.7 DPS? Did you know that? Got a spreadsheet for it. That's also me being facetious. Or sarcastic. Dude, you don't notice. You won't notice. You know why? Because status effects are so fucking high and you apply them so regularly on the fucking Arcanist that your damage actually levels out. When does update 41 drop? March. Early March on PC, late March on console. I know someone's going to go to the website and get the link for the exact date and then tell me the exact date in the chat, but it's pointless. I already know that. I'm just vaguely letting you know it's March. At least that's the intention. Imagine if it changes. Oh, you were wrong, Xynode. They changed it. I was wrong because they changed it. Got it? Good job. HG Wells, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. 3.1 per unit. It is per unit, actually. You calculate units in mud crabs. Don't need that. I've got one focused effort so far, which is mega. There's a loot goblin, but we don't need it, so fuck him. It's gonna die before I get my next beam in. That's a funny thing. It was getting wrecked then by everything else but my beam. I didn't have time to fire it. Fired it at the end when it was dead. 1.8 mud crabs per inch. Kind of wild. It is kind of wild. Who knew? Rolling Blitz. Why the fuck not? Increases critical damage with martial-based attacks. That's my tentacle. Happy days. No focused efforts, though. We've got one so far. Mike got one before me. Which I think is greedy, because if he didn't take it, then I could have had two, but no. Also, by the way, people, that's not how it works. That was just mild humor. In the form of a humorous lie. Whee! Bob and Weaving, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the resub. Bob and Weaving. Dude, you're an absolute legend. Thank you so bloody much. Beer and cake in the chat. 68 months on the bounce. Hell yes. Get in. That fucking stream label still hasn't caught up. Kick and focused efforts and piercing perfection on my lazy tank. The game is hilarious. Yeah, it loves to fucking troll you. Don't stun me when I'm trying to use my beam. Oh, everything's dead anyway. Rip. Again, what did I say about mechanics stopping you from doing this? Most of the time in actual content, you stop, dodge, break, block, and you cut this beam off before you finished it. Happens a lot. Read that already. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Class embodiment. Yes. Extra beam damage to the thing is completely broken and nobody can play anymore. It was fun, please said. Did you bring Mike Macon because the focused efforts all the time? I want it all the time, but Mike's got it. I've got one and he's got one, but he got his first. So your Patreon pack for 1-to-1 says sold. Any idea when this will be available again? What are you talking about sold? That's not full. Is it full? Put the link in the chat. I'll check in a minute. There is a cap on them because obviously I scale it with real life time and have to make sure that I can actually apply them all. Sold out for you. How many does it say there can be maximum? So there's two. They're done on purpose to calculate like how many I can physically manage in a month alongside all the rest of the work I've got to do. You got to also consider that the $100 and the $500 perks also have 1-to-1, so that's considered as well as far as the overall amount I can actually do. Bear with me a second. Let me read that link. I did all the perks recently though. Will you make a video where you try new sort changes? Will I? It's already live. You didn't watch the channel, did you? It's already there, dude. Let's see. Perks, membership, etc. Secret club. Oh, they are sold. They're not sold out. Why does it say sold out? There's still. That's wrong. No, there's still another 8. I don't know why it says sold out. That's dumb. You have to click on it. Let me alter it again. I'll change the stats on it. I need to change the description for that. Let's see. Fix. Manage. No.
I love winnings.
That shouldn't say sold out. Missed, I'll take a look. Thanks. No worries. You're welcome. It is there. Zero, if you're actually going to get one, just click it and see what happens anyway. That shouldn't say... Ah, that's why. Wait a minute. So, there are processes going through at the moment, because it's the first of the month. Some people are awaiting their perk because they've had a charge for it, but it hasn't taken it from their account yet. So once those are settled, they will actually be sold out. So what I'll do, because I've changed perks recently, is I'll upgrade that very slightly and make it so that the limit is now increased. So there is room for 5 more. That'll do. Now it should not be sold out. Thank you for the sub, much appreciated. Ta-da! 15 of 20. There you go. That makes sense. 5 of them were declined, not because the payment was failed, but because currently they're still going through the process. The first of the month is a little bit choppy because it's got all the different time zones, Australia, UK, America, etc., etc., and sometimes they take at different times, so that one's still pending for some of them. Ninja Assassin is sold out. Yeah, I just fixed it. Zai is clearly people's champion. Thank you. Okay, so totally unrelated, but who's going to watch Groundhog Day tomorrow? Nope. I thought you had 32 hours in a day. I do, but some days are different. Some days have more hours and some have less. True story. I'm also on a Sork tank. Mike is on a Sork tank. This is true. Previous stream. What's previous stream? We make a video with the new Sork changes. Yeah, it's the previous stream I used a sorcerer. So did Mike. He's on one now. But there is an actual 10-minute video of me explaining the new changes. Overpromise and underdeliver. Yes, I know how it works. Okay, that makes sense. Excellent. This is where Zero goes, well, I'm not going to buy one. I just wanted you to know that they're sold out. Well, if they're sold out, that's good. That means they're sold out. But no, there's 5 more now. I did change the perks recently. I didn't consolidate the full amount. Another 5 is doable. But yeah, first of the month is messy on Patreon because it's got to check everyone, and it happens at several different checkpoints along the day, around the day. So some of those are just pending for now. It's clear pro multitasking. Brought to you live in person this just a moment ago. How you doing, Blind Illusions? Welcome to the stream. That bubbles Mike, what the fuck? Did you see him ninja that from under my feet as I was walking into it? What? I'm lucky I got one anyway. Did you see that? Wow. After all the time I've known him, I never thought he would do that. He actually tried to kill me. He did. What the fuck? Should have been faster. You fucking sprinted for it once I was almost safe. How rude. Tanks also take priority of those buffs. Fuck you. I agree with that, but fuck you anyway. Wow, but did you die? No, I had loads of time. I got focused efforts for that. How'd you feel? Betrayal?
Drinks all around.
That was called Savage. That's what that was. Mike's playing PvP. Dude, just because I'm yellow doesn't mean that your blueness can attack me. Let's go. Fucking hell. DC Warrior. You got ferocious support? Nice. Who was that? Hardwire, thank you very much. First of all, massively appreciate Beat and Cake in the chat. You have the Ninja Cake emotes. Use and abuse them as you see fit. And secondly, you're the Dragonborn. Enjoy. We've got a thing over. Oh, fucking McForearms. Right, we're going to see how nerfed it is then, because we're going to fight fucking McForearms. Fight fucking McForearms real quick. Double focused efforts for the win. Oh, I just turned my beam off. That was dumb. Imagine being so nerfed that you turned your beam off so you did no damage. Rip. Dead. Team mods these days, right? Upper team mods indeed. He's now got the heavy attack bleed, which is perfect, because he's heavy attacking all the time anyway for resource management, so now stuff's going to melt. By the way, if you want this build, put Venom in the chat. It is something that is already live on the real live servers for Update 40. This is just how it would react in Update 41 so far. Like me, I like purposefully don't free people in VSS portals. Which is just sitting there going, tee-hee. How many classes do you have bow builds for? On the channel or personally? Macro, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Zion Ninjas, how is everyone doing this wonderful Thursday? I'm fucking exhausted and my nerves are all shot to shit, but pretty good. In pain while sitting there entertaining people. Who knew? I'll press the button. Betrayal. Denied! I don't have a denied button. I think there's one if you buy bits, I'm not sure. I have the humiliation button. That's when people get banned. Thank you for the follow. Meow. Oh, wrong button. I didn't move my ultimate, that was dumb. Have a beast trap. Cass, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Redonkulous. A lot of that was status, had to be. It doesn't even show me. Yes, it does. I didn't proc that much actually that time. Chilled was good though. 18k hit. Can you see the build change much with Arcanist changes at patch 41? Can I predict the future? No. Such a fan build and playstyle. Thank you very much. I mean fun. I misread it. On the channel. On the channel, 2 Sky Knight on the channel. But how many I own? I got one for each. Helly, thank you very much indeed for the sub. Massively appreciated. Bit and Cake in the chat. You have the Ninja Cake emotes. Use and abuse them as you see fit. Also, you don't have to watch adverts anymore. Refresh your stream just in case it hasn't caught up yet. Thank you very much. Bear in mind, people, this is week 1 of the PTS. No one can predict the future. Nobody's got a crystal ball. I'm merely demonstrating the potential changes so far to the actual performance of an already established and fully finished setup. You are seeing a direct comparison with how it is on live to how it is on week 1 of PTS. Nothing more, nothing less. As far as updates are concerned for builds, you are going to... I know some people are going to get offended by this, and if you do, you're a precious flower. Some people will have to be patient and wait and see. This is a demonstration without necessarily offering any future changes because nothing is real yet. For people that are curious about how bad things really are based on just written down on paper alone, you are now seeing that it's really not that bad. In fact, you won't even notice. But the actual details as to what happens with builds in the future, there's 2 ways to find that out. 1, you can be a secret ninja on Patreon and have access to the secret ninja chat, and you'll know about stuff along the way before other people do. The other option is you have to wait and see. What's that? You can't predict the future. What kind of powerful being are you? One that won't tell you secrets. Do I need this? Yes, I do. Sorry, I just mean based on your current proposed changes, you are playing on PTS. I am on the PTS, and that's the same question. You just worded it differently. You won't get information on that until later. At the moment, it's just playing around with an already established setup and seeing the difference. That's how you start testing. Use something that already functions and see the difference, and then build from there. If I do change anything, you'll know in due time, but not today. Patience, Iago, 100%. Hello, Mr. Xynode. You are being modest about knowing the future. Let's count how many times you've seen stuff coming. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. I'll let you have just that one. Daniel James Bond is correct. Just today. Wrong kind of parrot or whatever. I mean, that works. Have you messed with PTS Sork yet? How's it looking? Yes and yes. There is a video on my YouTube channel. It's actually the last video I uploaded. I uploaded it yesterday or the day before. What day was it yesterday? Wednesday? I uploaded it Tuesday. Going over the skill changes. And then that same day, I did a live stream demonstrating it. So yes, that has already been glazed over, if you like. Gotta go, wishing you fancy. Smooch, thank you for watching. Beer and cake in the chat for anyone who wants to leave the stream. I'm fucking sweating, man. I hope that heating's not on. Hold on, 1 second. Really hot. The 2 PCs are incredibly hot right now. Let's go. So, to simplify, today we are using the Venom build exactly the same as it is in the video, and it's exactly the same as it is on live. But we're on the test server, showing the differences with the minor Arcanist changes with the dramatic status changes combined. All you're doing is seeing me play the same build the same way and seeing the difference, results-wise. And to be fair, you won't notice. And that's what I keep trying to explain to people. Like, these numbers don't make sense to people. They just hear numbers and panic. Or say they know more than they do. Everything's done for a reason. When they've got the balance right between things, that's when you don't notice the difference. That's the point. Question, I see you play on a controller. How do you play controller on PC on console? How do what? How... But do you play on PC or console? I play on everything. PlayStation, PC, Xbox, the lot. I main PlayStation EU just because that's where all my stuff is, most of it. But I play every single server. My first server ever was PC EU. Technically speaking, it was the beta servers, but I play on everything. Sanguinate, noise. Be a fucking towel. Absolutely sweating.
And therefore its own reward.
The reason I'm using the controller is because 4 out of 6 servers require it. What's the point of me changing it? Can I use mouse and keyboard? Of course I can. Played MMOs for like 24, 25 years. And most of them never had control options. This is made with both intentionally. Solid. Do you buy the same house on every server or do you mix it up? I don't buy houses on other servers. I buy what I want on my main server, and other servers I just get the free ones. Have you played controller on PCPP? Yes. If so, do you ever feel at a disadvantage? Not a chance. Not even close. And I explained this last time on stream. I don't think you were here for this one. It's a lot easier for someone to make a mistake with more buttons than it is for someone with less. So it's really unlikely that I would accidentally press the wrong skill. You can, but it's very unlikely that I would do so in comparison to having like fucking 70 keys on a keyboard and accidentally pressing the one thing I didn't want to press. So you'll find that it's easier to make a mistake with a keyboard. I mean, I don't know personally. I'm having quiver and ball of panic right now. They're going to destroy everything. Right, Blind Illusions? Imagine your... Blind Illusions, imagine adding a heal to your trifecta build. Imagine just shielding up and getting a heal for it. And now stop imagining it. It's happening. Good to know. I have ESO on Steam Deck, and I've been getting used to it the last few weeks. Dude, the preferable choice is literally yours. It's yours. Do they have a faster rate of turn on PC if you're using a mouse and keyboard? Sure. But is that make or break? No, not even remotely. Because most people put things up to fucking 11. Like, they put it to the fastest speed possible for the sake of doing so, just to show their friends that they've got it on max speed. They can't even fucking use it. They double spin. They'll go around way too fucking fast, miss their target, and then they make mistakes. But if you're using console peripherals, so you're using a control pad, the tip. Turn both analogs opposite to each other. And your camera and you kind of strafe and turn at the same, and spin at the same time. It gives you much more control rather than just trying to do this or this. So, opposites. Much like the whole backstab thing for rogues in WoW, where you press 2 different keys and spin around them. Do the same thing in here, and you can turn really quick. Or, remember, you can dodge roll through hitboxes. So, this dude here, if I want to get behind him, I don't go round like this. That's really long. Dodge roll through him and spin your camera. Those little tips and tricks work throughout the game, regardless of your preferred choice, but it makes things much easier with a control pad. Steam Deck is awesome. Some people like it. Got late this evening. Wolves, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. On a keyboard, I rest my hand incorrectly on the keyboard, and instead of moving right, I move backwards. And that's the thing. It's not to say that one is more useful than the other. The main thing that a keyboard has, obviously, is you've got more buttons to bind, but also you've got more rooms to make mistakes. So it's up to you. Have you messed with a PTS Sork? How's it going? Yes, I have. I already answered that. Never mind. But you can get more headshots with Book Beam on PC if you turn your mouse sensitivity all the way up. Really? You could miss a lot as well. Because people do this. Ready? I'm going to get the mouse real quick instead of the control pad. Ready? People do this. That happens. Oh my god, I can spring really fast. Yeah, you can also have a fucking fit. Imagine it being that fast and you not being able to control it. What's the need versus that? I can see exactly where I want to go. Depends on the player. Some people do it for the sake of throwing gang signs to other people online. And when I say that, I mean it quite literally. People will set their settings up to max to show a screenshot of other people, to other people saying, hey, my settings are max. That's it. What's the point? Hey, my FPS is 120. Yours is only 105. Your eyes cannot tell the difference at that rate. They cannot. So who fucking cares? It's that stuff. Stat warriors. Power means nothing without control. 100%, said some Roman dude. What's his name? Bob? Bob the Roman? Gotta be, hasn't it? It's a very Roman name. Convolutions begin. I was gonna say hi, Darth. You're already here. Alright, gonna make it too easy. Then everyone will practice the understanding of mechanics. Will be able to get your effective perish the thought. Who wants that? Blind Illusions. You have a PP? Yes, I do. Just not so much on stream. We're going? Got Juffy McJuffy pants. That was coming out on all platforms summer 2024. 100%. Did you see how my beam got interrupted then? My beam got reduced damage-wise. No, I had no damage then because I had to do mechanics. Think about it. True story. Like Battlegrounds or Cyrodiil, both. I really enjoy Battlegrounds though, because there's something to be said about the cut and paste gameplay style of deathmatch or capture the flag. Regardless of the game type, whether it be FPS, third-person shooter, or even like this, where it's an MMO with RPG, so action RPG aesthetics and button pressing and layouts, there is something to be said for that fucking formula or format. Deathmatch and capture the flag in any scene just works and has done for like the last 30+ years. Thanks for the drops. You are most welcome. Thank you for joining. Perfect play, like it permanently. Fair. BG's nice. Yeah, I love Battlegrounds. I also like the fact that you can't have your champion points in there because it feels much more raw as far as skill is concerned. Obviously, there's still ways to break the fuck out of things. That's the nature of the beast, isn't it? That's going to happen. There's no 100% balance for everyone because most people, balance means me winning only. So it's very subjective when that happens. But actual literal balance, it's closer in Battlegrounds than it is in full champion point campaigns because that can be tricky. And trying to balance the two as developers, they've got a fucking hard job on their hands. But yeah, I prefer Battlegrounds. I prefer non-CP. Whee! I do like champion points. It's just it feels more skill-based as a contributor rather than just flat stats are kind of doing everything for you. They generally don't do everything for you in content anyway, but they can definitely enhance your damage or survival when it comes to fighting someone toe-to-toe. So if someone is stacking damage over time, direct damage, and all flat damage blue slottables, for example, you as a player versus them is going to have a harder time killing them. It's going to take you longer. Doesn't mean they're going to beat you because they might be shit, but it's still going to take you more hits. Whereas in non-CP, it's more raw. Everyone's on the same playing field unless they've obviously got something OP as fuck as a set or a combination of skills. It's more build construction than it is just default. That's not to say, again, that champion points are massively impactful. A 3,000 champion point person could get absolutely wrecked by someone with 100 CPs, just based on skill alone. But those flat values can escalate if you make something completely OP in Cyrodiil, especially if you've got passives by the keep and shit. So, the trade-off, I think, is very tricky to balance, and in Battlegrounds it feels, again, more raw. And you also have to fight for your resources a lot more, because it's not, here's loads of resources back for getting a kill, unless you use specific sets. But then if you do that, you then have to sacrifice another set that you would use. See what I mean? It's give some, take something else. I love the Chaos Ball in Battlegrounds. Chaos Ball is fucking hilarious, but I love the old school capture the flag and deathmatch. How nerfed is the Arcanist going to be on PTS? I didn't notice any difference. That's the point of today, Michael. That's the whole point. People will shout and scream about what they think they know, and there's spreadsheet warriors and backseat devs all the time saying what they think they know from what's on paper, whereas we're actually directly demonstrating something that already works. So this is a direct copy of a build on my main server. It's been released on the channel like a couple of weeks ago, called Venom. I have it exactly the same to the very stat. Every stat exactly the same. And we're seeing the difference today. And as you can tell, it's not much. In fact, you won't even really notice. I like no Cyrodiil CP. Sorry, no CP Cyrodiil, but I wish they'd bring back set bonuses. Yeah, I like using the sets for what they are. And I like having no champion points. You missed the celerity in BGs, though. Yeah, of course. Guts were alive for the bits. Thank you very much. Massively appreciate Bit and Cake in the chat. You are an absolute legend. Don't let anyone tell you any different. If they tell you any different, they're just canoes. It's not your fault. You make gear sets in game more clear on what you can and cannot wear in no CP Cyrodiil, or did they? I mean, that's kind of down to interpretation. Like, if you understand that a set bonus fires on a condition and that's a proc, that kind of tells you can't use that. So it's comprehension more than anything else. If it's a flat stat that it gives you without a condition, like it's just your set has extra health, you'll get that. But if it's you fire this and get this, you won't get that. I mean, however, I will half agree that some set bonuses are confusing. Some of them are explained too much to make it not make a lot of sense. But they usually alter that over time anyway. Like, we've changed the wording of this. Steve's blessing doesn't work even, that's non-conditional. In which case, that needs to be addressed with Zos, and you need to post a feedback message to them. I'm taking that. He's on Banana Pantaloons, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. They did have a list of all the ones that do and don't work alongside the patch notes in the past, but I don't know for the life of me which ones they were. I read every single one of them on stream, and we've got 41 patches so far, so we're going back a bit. I could also Google it. You could actually Google it, that's true. I'm glad you said that, not me. I think so. People are like, oh, it's getting nerfed, and got it on solo and Bedlam Veil, and my Oaken Soul Arcanist and saw no change, seemed to like more damage. It will do. Do you know why? Because, and I explained this at the beginning of the stream, the reason things were changed mildly, very mildly, is, and it's not live yet, so it could change again, is for the sake of balance. Oh yeah, balance, bro, and they dismiss it and say stupid shit. Basically, it's very, 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 very fucking easy to apply damage as an Arcanist. If you want to get more damage, obviously you have to follow rules and get Cruxes and all that kind of shit and use it appropriately based on how many you've got and what skills you use to consume them. Granted. But if you just want to do damage, it's really fucking easy for someone that doesn't know what the fuck to do to go hit, bam. How easy is that? Versus other classes and their complexities alongside their simplicities as well, because some skills are easy, some skills aren't. Outside of jabs, I think that's probably the easiest way to do damage so far. So they had to make sure it wasn't too front-loaded when the new stuff came in. And one of the new things that came in for this update is some of the status effects got enhanced by 106%. You can already have an increased, at base, 75% status chance as an Arcanist. And you're doing magical damage from this every 0.3 seconds. So every single 0.3 second, you could potentially, if you're lucky enough with status chance or built for it, get constant procs of overcharge, which now do a lot more damage and give a lot more resources back alongside minor magic steal. With that being the case, with your damage being so easy to apply and already hitting really, really hard, escalating those status damage bonuses on top of what you have would make your overall damage way higher than they intended. So they brought down the thing that would proc it, i.e. your magic damage, so that you could take advantage of the new increases of status if you wanted to, but you had to build for it, rather than by default escalating dramatically. So they've allowed for the increase, but then brought the gap down a bit. I hope they don't ever nerf the arc too much over time. It's handy for those of us that have hand issues. Their intention is not to nerf, their intention is to balance with the other combat changes. So they've understood that you are going to fire those procs off a lot. And the balance needs to be there overall with all the damage type that you might apply. Buddha, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the sub. In the chat, has anybody tried Necromancer on PTS? Yes. How does Blast Bones feels? Great. Prop Wash, you asked me that last stream. It's the same answer. Yes, I've tried it. Yes, it does exactly what it says on paper. Yes, it's fun. Makes a lot of sense for people that just want to use dots and not spam skellies. Twisted, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. One of the most important things I learned watching your streams is slow down and be more deliberate rather than mindless. Fruitless button mashing. Thank you. You are most welcome. And that's what I tried to explain to someone earlier. Your ads. Tell me when you're back. Oh, you didn't hear me say that anyway. That's what I tried to explain to someone earlier, because they were trying to figure out their build and all the rest of it. And like, well, I get more damage with this and this and this and this. Why don't I put all these skills on? To that effect. That isn't exactly what they said, but that's where it was going. Like, build for the dummy, build for content. Don't do that. Build for content and then just use it on dummy to see if you can do your rotation. Bear in mind that they're rigged set in stone variables that can be skewed to make yourself have more damage when you wouldn't normally have it. So don't even fuck with it. Use what you use and understand the outcome rather than assuming that lower number means shit. It doesn't, because other people's higher numbers might not be real. But if you just press, for example, if I press this skill and 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 then went to the back bar and did this and this and this, and you can see how long I'm taking to go through all the ones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That amount of time, every single skill you're casting there between each light attack is 1 second, because you've got a gap between your skill casting. So by the time I've done all of them, I've done 10 seconds. Do I need to reapply every single one and keep doing that over and over and over and over and over? Or can I just drop maybe this one and this one, maintain those, and keep up spammables? It's so much simpler, and you'll get more damage out of it because you're not constantly tracking in like really, really precise timings that will fluctuate and get fucked up inside mechanics. Let's say, for argument's sake, you've got 10 skills that all line up perfectly, and every single time you get them in exactly the right order, every single second lines up for your perfect DPS. Let's say, for argument's sake, you have that. First of all, you've got no survival. Good job. Secondly, if you have to do this once, you're fucked. because you've just interrupted your entire rotation and now it's going to go. So there's something to be said about how much you choose to add to your build as far as your damage is concerned. Same with healing and tank and all that kind of stuff. You can't press it all. So you have to sacrifice the game in some areas. Classes don't come with rotations though. They do not. Like the arc rotation because it isn't that heavy, so it doesn't hurt my hand so much. Yeah, every single class in the game is yours to play. So it doesn't come out of the box, the rotation. You don't make a brand new character. It's level 1 or 3 if you skip the tutorial and you go, your rotation is, and then it gives you a prompt telling you what you have to do. That doesn't exist. Your rotation is up to you. Some people make them very, very complicated. Some people make them very, very simple. It's up to you what you do with that. But the build crux use beam, that idea, it's quite straightforward if you can absorb it. Some people look at it and like, oh, too many words, and they panic. It can be simple, but it's up to you. There's no such thing as the Arcanist rotation or the Templar rotation. Correct, accurate. There's nothing that comes out of the box that says you have to do this. Now, some skills do benefit from other skills being cast before them or after them, yes. But it doesn't mean that you have to do that. Your build or your character is 100% your choice. Rotations are made up by players who happen to have YouTube channels, like myself. The rotations that are on my characters, they're made up because I'm utilizing their skills and their passives and bonuses and the whole construction of the build to kind of line it all up. They're made up. There's nothing in the game saying this is how you have to do it or else. And that's why people get confused when they go up against people in PvP and they think they've got to have a specific rotation. Generally speaking, in PvP, you need to keep up your buffs and then use your brain. If you have a set in stone rotation, someone's going to move. They're going to move out of your way and fuck up your routine. You have to know what you're doing. Brawn advantage would be really, really nice for crit chance, but I want that. It seems like other others have a lot of rotations to it. Again, it depends on how you build them. It's not down to the class, it's down to the player designing it. It's just lick and stick with my book and sometimes crux armor. Again, that is the choice you've made. It's up to you. Thanks for saying rotations are made up. People make it seem like ironclad thing. It's true. And you're welcome, Phantom. For example, BFG. BFG is quite simple. It's a build on my channel where I maintain imagine this is Deadly Cloak for a minute, which it is. I'm on a 1-bar build at that point in time. That's Deadly Cloak. That is used to keep up the glyphs that fire every 2 seconds, if on cooldown. But every 2 seconds you have a chance to fire your glyph. If it's on cooldown, you can't. If it's not on cooldown, it will guaranteed fire if it hits something. That's your area of effect weapon-based skill for damage over time. Constantly fires both glyphs on both weapons. Brilliant. That's for that. And for your survival. And for the damage from the skill. So all I have to do is keep up one skill there. Then I keep up this. Those 2 skills are all I need to maintain. The rest of it is tentacle, tentacle, beam. Tentacle, tentacle, beam. And that's it. Maintain 2 buffs, keep up that. That rotation didn't come out of the box. It didn't come with the character saying, you must do this. No, that's what I gave you to use. If you want to play that differently, that's also you making up your rotation. Now, you can obviously use things that line up and be relatively... You don't even need to be that smart about it, but just use your brain and go, oh, that goes with that, that goes with that. That's how long I've got. Maybe I've got enough time to fit that in. That's basically all a rotation is. It's how long are your buffs and dots, and can you squeeze stuff in between? Generally speaking, ground up 10 seconds, spam like fuck in between, with whatever your spam ball is, and then reapply the shit that runs out. Make it simple. You don't have to have a really, really, really over-the-top complicated one. The more complicated it is, the more room there is for error when you have to do this. I'm 2 seconds behind my rotation. I better start again.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
Like it's simple because it's easier to remember on my hands. Nothing wrong with that at all. You will like the BFG build then, Kill. Put BFG in the chat. Rotation, schmotation. Ever push buttons in a specific order, complicated or simplistic, and it's just button mashing except lazy sork, and elegant, and flailing of buttons. The Blind Illusions is mildly trolling because Blind Illusions does absolutely everything on the lazy sork, and it is literally the easiest build you will ever play. By design, it's supposed to be easy. The word easy, people. I had one person go, well, actually, you get more damage with a pet. I said easy, not highest. Those are different. Words mean things. Before you whinge at people on the internet about how cleverer you are, understand what you're saying in response to somebody else's statement in the first place. Why not escalate in times 2 technicals for the buff beam? Because the tentacle being used twice, Phantom, it's in the video, is all that is required. You technically need 3, but because we're using the scholarship, if you have no cruxes, this is a passive by the way, if you have no cruxes, then you do Arcanist damage, you will get a crux for free. So 1 tentacle, when you've got none, actually gives you 2 straight away. Easy, fuck yeah. So, I'll explain again. I'll actually just show you. This skill here. You pulse damage, obviously, when you're doing damage when you're close. But you generate a crux if you have none. So, if I do this, which generates a crux, when I have none, which I don't because I just use the beam, I get 2 at once. So, there's my first 2. There's my third. Beam. As long as this is active. I'm excited to see what update 41 revisions to Lasertalk are. What you just did there is you just tried to make me respond positively or negatively to determine whether there are or are not changes. Nice try, Pale Green Go. In PvP, you have a combo, but you'll improvise. Correct. It's nice to have a combo that you like to line up. Like, you might want to line up a heavy attack, wreck and blow, light attack, execute, or something like that. That might be your go-to because you're lining up multiple different things. Maybe your sets use it, whatever. Maybe you're taking advantage of passives, or both. But it doesn't always work that way. So if someone dodges out of that, you've got to try again or think how to respond to their actions. So it's very, it's a lot more dynamic in that respect. Off subject, but are your thoughts on Essence Thief, Sounds, and Deadly Strikes for a PvP build? That's not a build, that's technically speaking 3 sets. If it works for you, go nuts, but there's a lot more to consider when making an actual build. Bear in mind, however, Essence Thief you're going to have to chase around, and Zans you're going to have to be close. Rando, but actually you get more damage from Pit update 41. Hold my beer, indeed. Can't seem to do a rotation on DPS, but tank and I can do a rotation without issues unless it's a major mechanics fight. So what you just said there is you can keep up your buffs. The people that don't understand that tanks and healers don't necessarily have rotations, that's a loose statement. Understand it's very different to DPS. So DPS you might want to do this on the ground, spammy, McSpammy, and then beam, and then rotate, given that mechanics are coming. Watch your feet, dodge and block. Tanks, you don't have a rotation. You have buff upkeep or debuff upkeeps, and you have to maintain them. The rest of it is extremely dynamic because the fight can change at any moment and you need to react to it. While maintaining a taunt and a couple of buffs occasionally, you might have to move. You might have to go and save someone. You might have to do something special in the mechanics. You are not necessarily sitting there and hitting the same buttons in the same order over and over and over and over and over. Things will change because you're more responsible to the reaction of the boss or your reaction from the boss in the same time as protecting the group. Different things can happen outside of what other people experience. And same for healers. Healers are very active because while you might have your rotation and you're keeping your buffs up, you're keeping your debuffs up if you have them, and you're keeping your healing on the ground up. Maybe you've got hots that you want to maintain. Good for you. But your burst heal is for emergencies. You hear that? It's for emergencies. A variable introduced to the mechanic that you didn't expect. Or that you did expect, but is random and can happen at any point. You have to be aware that you need to act on the ball rather than just mindless drone rotation shit. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a boss. Very good. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know, if it will work. I mean, work? Will the sets function? Of course they will. But you need to be... you need to consider that there's a much more depth to that when it comes to builds. It's not just a case of slapping on sets and that's it. If you hold the sets responsible for your performance, you'll struggle in a lot of areas. A lot of it is your manual application to your skills and your character's movement in that environment. Most of the game is based on what you do with your tools rather than what the tools do. Does that make sense? Like, it's nice to have a hammer in your pocket, but do you know how to bang in a nail? If you don't, then what's the point in having a hammer? Looks pretty. Yeah, it probably does. I think it's a critical surge, may not be needed. You can think it all you want, Pale. You won't get an answer out of me no matter how you word it. You'll have to wait and see. Nice try, though. Personally, if that's what you think, based on what you've seen on paper, great. But that's all that is. That's great. Interesting that people think that way. But it doesn't mean that I am confirming or denying any of it. You'll have to wait and see. People pay for perks on Patreon. I'm not going to shit them out of their perks by telling you stuff that I might be working on in the background that I might not be. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. That's the reason I obviously am. There's no way they're going to add changes to a game, and I wouldn't explore them. I've already made a video about sorcerers anyway. Zion Ninjas, how you doing, DJ? Tried to say how you doing, DJ already, but here's a proper button. That's a bit of facts. Also, just found you tonight. Good stuff. Fallen, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. For those of you that are confused about people I'm talking to, if you can't see their names, you can't see their messages, how the fuck are you a werewolf, bastard face? I'm on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, so I'm reading both chats. Set will do no good, and you can't produce the conditions to trigger it, so many don't understand it. No, exactly. Like, there's synergy effects, and there's different buffs and bonus effects from other people's sets and skills, your sets and skills, etc., etc. For example, that you can't actually test out on a dummy. Because some of them require you to take damage and get healed while you're under 100% of your health, rather than get overhealed. Yes, that's the thing. Some sets are overheal. For example, you probably didn't know this. Spell Power Cure. How do you apply it? We just heal people. No, not quite. Read it very carefully. Read it carefully. Are we on the boss? I'll show you in a moment. For those that already know, great. But for those that don't, I'm going to show you. One of the oldest sets. And people still don't know how to fire it. They know it does fire. And they get lucky, but they don't know how to fire it. Manti, let's go. They just think they have to heal. You'll get lucky with that, yes. Do you think it's worth playing as a new player? Yes, with no CP, or is CP cap too high to catch? There's no such thing as catch up in this game, dude. Don't worry. Pretty new to the game, learning a lot, listening and watching you. Thank you. You are most welcome. Don't forget, xynodegaming.com. There's a website and a YouTube channel. Don't look at builds just yet if you're new. Builds at the moment are going to confuse you. Take your time. Play the game. Once you get to 160, that's when you won't out-level your gear anymore. And that's when it's more important to look into a build. The early stages, you're gelling with the game. You're getting used to how the skills work. You're getting used to how you want to play, because that's ultimately the point of ESO, is to play how you like. So find out what you like and then elaborate on that later. There's no catch-up in this game, Andrew. Yeah, of course, people have got more champion points than you, but champion points don't make the game. There are people that have 300 champion points that will outplay someone with 3,000. Technically speaking, you don't need much past 1.9 anyway, because you can't use them. They're just nice to be able to buy lots of extra slottables that you can swap for free. That's all it is. Your actual character will be finished at like 1.9, maybe less, depending on your build. But the game is all the same level. Every enemy in the game is the same level. When you start the game lower than somebody else, you scale to it. And up to 50, you'll constantly have inflated stats that will get less and less and less the higher you go, until you plateau at the higher level. And then you'll be the same as everybody else. So level 1, see Mike over here? I'll take that. Mike is 1,266 champion points. Technically speaking, Mike, if you logged out, made a new character on the PTS, come back again, you'll have 3,600, but whatever, that's semantics. He's got 1,266. If he was in the game on the live server right now, you could play the game with him. You could do dungeons, trials, arenas, any quests you like, the lot. Anything. The only thing you can't do is veteran content, which is just a harder difficulty. It's a switch. Same content, harder difficulty. You can do that after level 50. You don't need it at lower level anyway, because what's the point? Because you're going to out-level the gear. So you can do every single thing in the game on the normal difficulty until you're 50, then you can do the whole fucking lot. There's no catch-up at all. Do you do any PvP or mostly PvE content? I generally show PvE content, but I do play PvP as well. You don't need them, no, you don't. It's a shame that the point's worthless to level indeed. Also bear in mind, if you have been playing for a long time but you haven't made extra characters, or you're new and you want to know how it works, your champion points carry over throughout your entire account. So if you build champion points on one character, when you make a brand new character, you can use them right away, even though you're not level 50. Rubino, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So, Spell Power, let's doing that. This is PTS, so things are a little different now. DLC dungeons. Remember, we're on a test server, so this is different as to where all the stuff is. They used to show you all of it, but now they want to make sure that you can actually bind stuff. They want to make sure they're bind properly. And also when they test the RNG system to make sure that you are getting what you should be getting with the curated drops. So that's why we don't have it all in the in this section anymore. You actually have to loot it and then test it. But Imperial City Prison, wrong one. White Gold Tower. Read this carefully.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
Read that carefully. Number 5. See, this is conditions. Some sets won't fire unless you have a certain condition. And there's lots of things that you can't actually test in a test scenario. You have to go into content. When you overheal yourself or an ally. So if you don't have the stats enough to keep your heals to the point where you are overhealing someone, because you get some people like, oh, you don't need that much, don't need to heal that much. No, if you can't heal someone over 100%, they won't get that. Think about it. And there's other stuff as well that is when you heal a player. Now, that is different. When you overheal is when you do more healing to them than they can take. When you heal is when they have less than 100% and you actually physically do heal them. So you have to read it carefully. How bad is the nerf amount? It's not. It's not at all. The point is here, I'm using a build that is already established. It's already released on the channel like 2 weeks ago. We use this on live all the time. So I've rebuilt it exactly the same to the very stat on the PTS and just playing it. And guess what? You won't notice a difference because they balanced it on purpose to allow for the increased status damage that you have a heightened chance to apply. So they brought down a base skill to counter the overall combat change to everyone. Gotta go. Thanks for streaming and catch you later. See you later, Cass. Thank you for watching. Why Barb Trap not stackable? Seeing 12-man content, can't understand why everyone is using it. Only one stacks to the boss. So if you put that down, the dot will stack. Multiple people can use the damage over time because it's a different source, a different version from each person. But the buff itself is personal. It's for you as you're the one that applied it. If only one is sticking to the boss, that's a bug. Trying to build your Venom build, it's taken a while to get the items, but damage is so much better. Dude, this is what we're using at the moment. You're going to absolutely love it. It's insane. Wabino said hi. Yes, got it. Nice. Right, I need to grab a drink. I also need to wash my eye out because it's going foggy as fuck. Give me 2 seconds. Mike, why are you bashing? What are you doing? I'm doing it. Don't worry. Right, 1 second. So yeah, essentially the point of this is to try something that is already fully functional on live and see the direct differences before actually exploring any other options. Obviously I've done that off stream anyway, but we're not going to do that in stream because there's not enough time. If you already take the base of something that you know and then test it with the changes, you can see the fluctuating differences and then you can build around it if need be, or you can just see, do you know what, it really wasn't that bad. It's very easy to apply basic maths and put it into a spreadsheet and say this is what the outcome should be. Try it. If you don't try it, you don't have results. It's like putting together a concoction of some mixture of chemical... The fuck is this? Ignore that, my phone's going off. Mixture of chemicals and assuming that it's going to make something go boom, but not actually try. Put it on paper. Oh, this should do this, should do this, should do this. Have you tried it? Well, no. Well, then do it. Don't do that in public. I mean in an actual controlled environment. I'm talking about just science in general. Like when someone designs an airplane, you don't just put passengers on it and assume it's going to fly because it said it would on paper. You actually have to get results. So if you are curious about your own characters and how they would perform with the new changes so far, go onto the PTS, build your character exactly as it is and try it and see what happens. Play it in the content that you usually do. If you just slap dummies with it, there's no fucking point. You're not really getting anywhere. Because that's rigged with variables anyway that can be skewed to shit. Also, there's lots and lots of stuff missing on there, so you never get a real gauge as to how it would work in content. It's nice to see that your numbers may go higher or lower per stat, but it doesn't necessarily mean overall that you can see a clear difference in actual content that you try. Right. As I 10-year player on ESO here, I learn something new every day. Thanks for explaining overhealing versus healing. You are most welcome. Bear in mind, some of those do double dip a little bit. Some of them is like when you heal a player. Again, technically that means when you heal someone who isn't 100% health. There's a couple of things that are a bit skew with, but again, they're still ironing out a couple of final things for combat, but that's generally how it works. Hey chat, I'm using the lazy sork, however, currently don't have the open soul ring. Is there something I can use to be similar? There's nothing similar to it, but what you can do is if you put easy sork in the chat, or one word, that's the original build. The original build is about 7 years old. It has had multiple updates over the last 6 or 7 years, and it has been one of the most successful and popular sorcerers in the world. Lazy sork is the 1-bar variant to make it easier for people that still struggled with the basic build. So technically speaking, I would tell people to use a lazy sork, and then if they prefer easy sork, go with that way round. But since you're going the other way round, you've got two options. You can use something that requires more work, or just go and get the ring. Because if you waste time farming gear to farm gear, you're going to spend more time farming the secondary stuff that you're not going to use rather than the stuff that you are. There's nothing stopping you from getting it right now, so just go for it. It's a bit of a grind if you're unlucky, but I mean, realistically, it took me 4 hours on one server to acquire and actually 2 hours on another. And then when I went to another server, because I play on all 6, I only took an hour and a half. So you could go out and farm all the gear for another build and have just as shit RNG. So it takes you twice as long. If you can kill stuff now, you're already in a position to go farm it. Go get it. Overheals can also be seen is when your number is in parentheses. That's damage shield. So basically, there's an option here. I'll show you both different versions. Well, actually, I won't. Combat. When you go down to here, you've got let's combat. Look at this. Look. You can have encounter logs on or off. It's true. And you can also opt in or opt out through the actual site itself. But you've got healing here. Incoming heals on or off. Incoming heal over time on or off. And then you've got over healing. So if you are a healer and you're trying to test the strength of your heals, but people won't go down health low enough for you to be able to see it. Say, for example, someone's got 20k health and you've got a 50k heal. You aren't going to see the numbers for that. If they go down to like 12k health, you'll only see an 8k heal. If you put over healing on, you'll see the full amount so you can gauge how much strength you've actually got. Even outside of a fully controlled environment where you have to try and fluctuate their health and shit. You could just have them in your house and try it. There was probably 5 or 10k in total. Not even close. Not even close. If anything, you'll see no difference. You're excited for the Sork buff. Yes, I made a video about it. If someone told you it's 5 to 10k, they literally just shat in their hand and threw it against the wall and said, look, mummy, what a pretty picture I made. They made that up. I'm enjoying a class destroying nerves, that right? It's fucking, it's insane. It's actually, you're not noticing. You won't notice. It's fucking nuts. Stuff is getting melted. I also keep talking and forgetting to go through the portal. Let's go. Read that already. So yeah, if you go into your combat settings and turn over healing on, you can actually see your heals even though you've got full health to see the full strength of it. I demonstrate that in a lot of my healer builds. I say a lot of, there's not that many healer builds on the channel, but the ones that there are, I do show that there. Charlie O, welcome to the stream. See, I'm not even going to get to beam here. Oh, man. See, can't even test it. Ah, you bastard! I mean, good pull, but I was hitting that bit. Dead. So bad. No, you don't. Please tell me that's not a spell fucker. Oh, it is. DS, if you haven't seen it already, on my YouTube channel, on the main page, where you came from when you joined the stream, the video was posted just short of 2 days ago about the Sork changes as far as their skills and what they've done with them and how they work. So hopefully that helps. Oh, shit. But yeah, they're pretty cool. I also did a patch reading for like 3 hours on stream. Was it 3 hours? It felt shorter this time. I don't know. The math seems like it won't be a little pinch of DPS, but who knows? The maths is just maths. It's people doing basic mathematics and throwing it into a spreadsheet and assuming the outcome. That's all it is. It's very easy to do that when you've already got an agenda. Like, you want to decide whether this is better or worse, and that's absolute. Well, you don't have an absolute answer until you test, because some of it is based on probability. Quite a large amount of it is based on probability, especially since there's a 20% on its own, if we're counting from 100 to 0, fluctuation in the differences between status chance before and now from the Arcanist. But that's not even 20%. That's actually a lot less when it comes to the overall of all the different bonuses you can stack together for status chance as it is. That's just a base for that particular passive. It's a tiny difference. You won't even fucking notice that. They had to change it so it lined up with everything. But they move one thing to push another, and then it all lines up eventually anyway. Same with the damage shield, which I've explained a million times on the stream already. The damage shield itself got weaker, but at the same time, they added damage shield strength to minor and major vitality. They're adding group homogenization options. They're trying to make sure that people comprise their groups of certain things in order to achieve more. So while your own personal damage shield may be less, you can boost it to make it much higher if your group supports that. So that's their point. He said, so I was sad when they nerfed the heavy tech sword, but somehow I ended up hitting harder. Aha! I'm glad you noticed that, because I made a video about it and people are like, no, you're wrong, bro. Like, yeah, and this is why putting it on paper is not enough. You actually have to try it. Of course it made it more, because the passives lined up. The lightning staff and the flame staff passives lined up if you were utilizing that particular weapon type. Because the channel increase was there. So they dropped some of the splash, but then they added the channel and the direct. So the channel and then the pop at the end was where the strength really was. So they were rewarding you for doing a full heavy rather than giving you free damage for doing half of one. So that's what they were doing. Again, balance. Random question, but how do you get your monster gear? You're talking the helmet and shoulder stuff? So the shoulders come from the Undaunted vendors. You have to get Undaunted keys and buy boxes of specific types in order to unlock the shoulders that you are looking for. So the Undaunted pledge people at the locations in the main towns. Now, the helmets themselves come from specific dungeons, but you have to do it on veteran difficulty. So let's say, for argument's sake, you wanted the Jeff helmet, which is more of the Infernal. That comes from Banished Cells 2. If you go on normal, it doesn't appear, but if you go on vet, it drops guaranteed from the last boss. You have a sticker book or item list where if you bind an item, it will be there forever, so you can remake it whenever you want. Everything that you bind, until you fill that list, you won't get it again. So if you get a heavy helmet to start with, the next one is guaranteed medium or light. If you get one of those, the next one is guaranteed to be the one you haven't got. And then once you've got them all, you just rotate. But anyway, technically speaking, monster helmets, there are a few different ones. There's a couple of PvP ones and such. But most of them, like 95% of them, come from a specific dungeon and specific boss at the end. What damage does Arc do? Magic damage and physical damage and all sorts. It does a mixture of it, depending on what you spec into. 700k. At the moment, like 180k for that group of enemies, which is mega. Bang. Oh, water boy. Here, water boy. There he is. Get him. Uh-oh. I got money off Slayer. Slayer dropped money on YouTube. Ooh, cheers, mate. $25. Thank you very much indeed. You're an absolute legend. Fuck off, Chumba. I got knocked out by Ogrim. Thank you very much indeed. You have an orange text message there that will stay there for quite some time to show off to the chat that you threw money at the chat. Say it again. Thank you very, very much. I see. What are the drop rates of them? The drop rates is guaranteed. Are they crazy rare? No, Slimes. They used to be. A long time ago, before One Tamriel, monster sets used to be a rare chance on veteran difficulty. So when that happened, the Jeff set, for example, we call it Jeff because Daedroffs they're called Jeff. I ran 41 runs of that dungeon before I saw one. That is no longer a thing. Monster helmets are guaranteed drops from the last boss on veteran dungeons. Now, the shoulders are RNG. You have to buy specific boxes and roll on them. But, I mean, you can go for the actual dungeons themselves and just get lucky on what you want. So, you can use the random key, which is one key at a time, and it'll give you random shoulders. Or you can use specific ones to a DLC. For example, White Gold Tower and Imperial City Prison are part of one DLC. Falkreath Hold and Bloodroot Forge are part of another DLC. They're in boxes of 2 variants. So if you buy one of those boxes for 5 keys, it's a 50-50 chance as to which one of the 2 sets you'll get. Not quite 50-50 when we're talking traits and weights, but it's a flip, which is a lot easier than using randoms. But then, that's RNG. What can you do? Has Warboy's attacks been fixed on this patch? Nope. They didn't address that at all in the PTS, and it has still been an issue. I have further forwarded more information on that, but we'll wait and see. At the end of the day, they can't throw everything into the first week, so no doubt there'll be additions along the way. We've got like 4 or 5 weeks worth of patches left anyway, so there's plenty more to alter or adjust even, depending on the word you want to use. That could be one of them. Style pages are the ones that are rare drops, I think. The style pages for the monster sets, they only drop during their specific event drop time. So what I mean by that is, if there's a monster set for weapons on the Crown Store, during that time, the monster that lines up with that will drop the pages in its dungeon. Or during Undaunted events or whatever. They can change stuff as much as they want, but that's usually when that happens. I don't want any of this shit. Fuck it, I'll take that. For example, this is on PTS, so that might be slightly different, but let's see. Featured. It's usually on featured. Sometimes here you'll find a set of weapons. It's irrelevant where it is. It'll be here anyway. Maybe style power? I forget. It doesn't matter. But there'll be a set of weapons. Maybe, think of a boss. Rillis. Maybe that's Jeff, isn't it? Maybe the Daedroff set, more of the Inferno. Maybe there's more of the Inferno weapons set, only available for a month. During that month, that page will have a chance to drop. But the Infinite Archive does actually have a weekly vendor that drops shoulder styles occasionally as well. I say drop it, you can buy it. Drop rates of those are low though. It's luck. I've seen people get them first time every time. I myself have run through a dungeon 15 times and still not seen one. It's luck. Not everyone experiences the same drop rate. That's the point of chance, and that's why, again, when it comes to changes, especially when they fluctuate based on probability, you can't put that straight into a spreadsheet and say it's an absolute. So they might have an intention there, but let's just say, for argument's sake, you have 99% crit chance. You could still fail to crit 10 times in a row. That's how chance works. Is it likely? No. Can it happen? Yes. How's it going, Zai? Brendan, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. It's going well, thank you. I worked myself to exhaustion again and nearly fell asleep. Well, I did fall asleep, but nearly didn't make it to stream. Fucking knackered. But now I'm waking up a bit, so we're good. I read that one already. I'm glad people tag each other when they're talking to each other, because then it means I don't have to read it. I generally read every single message I see on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm streaming both platforms at the same time, by the way. But, Mike, you gotta interrupt that. But, if someone tags someone else, then I'm assuming you're having a conversation between yourselves, and I don't have to read it, which is great. 15 single things from the right left shoulders today. Do you know how many keys it took me to get the Stonekeeper shoulder? 96. 96. On stream. You got to see my pain. Just for you. Lord Warden. Do you remember before One Tamriel, where if you saw someone with a Lord Warden helmet, you knew that they ran Imperial City Prison like 50 times and they were OP as fuck? Because those dungeons then... Obviously, they're incredibly difficult for people now. I know we're in a privileged position where we run vet stuff all the time. You see it on stream. You count it as normal. What's normal is the majority, I was going to say the majority of the community haven't done it and still struggle to get past the first boss. So we're very privileged to be able to get past that stuff on a regular basis. But when it was even more difficult, imagine how many runs they had to do. Pure blood, sweat, tears, and pain. To acquire one helmet. That's why if you stood in the pledge area with one of those things on, you were instantly invited to group because you were obviously OP as fuck. That's insane. Different times. Llama, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. And the mask page is like this week. Yes, that's exactly what I just explained a moment ago. Should have been more clear, I meant the gold style pages. Do you mean they are gold style pages, Zero? You need to be more specific than specific as you are now. Like, even more specifica. You mean the class set motifs, don't you? Yes, they are on PTS. Yes, they're dropping from the Infinite Archive. No, they're not rare. They're dropping all the time. But again, I might just have really good luck. Maybe other people have shit luck, so for them it is rare. But I've seen them drop a lot. Ton of keys. Props to your patience, I. Patience or... determination. I think they're different. You can't really have one without the other, I guess. Let's get through Castle Thorn hard mode. See what I mean? It's not common for people to do it. Is it common for you to see that stuff on stream? Sure. Is it common for you to see that stuff on YouTube? Yes, because that's the only stuff that gets delivered. Imagine people making a video going, hey, look at my OP run where I failed. Now, unless it's funny, people don't show you that. So that's why it's all you see. It's not necessarily all that happens. Assistance. ICP before and after the sticker book. Was ICP before? ICP is the first ever dungeon, was one of the first ever dungeons to be released as part of the DLC. So it's 10 years old almost. David, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Sticker book was only introduced like 2 years ago. Ish. Bob, not Bob. Mike is the Juffy again. And you are going to melt that. Whoa, he's dead. Combined, we just did I just did 351,000 damage. Overcharge was proc and 37k pop. Oh my god. That's insane. Magical Madness is too bloody strong. Mike, what the fuck did you do? You did 43% of the DPS as a tank. Fuck yes, let's go. Juffy. Juffy just wrecked the fucking room. that people aren't going to post failures. Of course they won't. I mean, I do sometimes. I post live streams every single day, so you get to see what happens with the audience and whatever else happens. And also, I have let's play videos occasionally. I say occasionally because there's loads in the background that haven't been released yet, but I have those where people just get together and we just talk and have fun in the dungeon. But most of the time, people are like, hey, look at my best run ever. Guess what? They don't last long. Nobody really cares. It's fun to look at for 5 minutes and then people switch off and look for real content. True story. From my own experience as well. It is fun to show the odd OP thing, but if it's all you ever have to offer, people get bored of it. They want to see some of the fucked up stuff. Question for you, Zaya. Did you recognize him? Did you get recognized in public while waiting in a queue for Greg's? No, Costa. It was in Costa, actually. This dude just walked up. He's like, I know you. You're the ESO guy, aren't you? I follow you. Thank you very much. Small world. Turns out he actually knows my brother as well, but I didn't know that we were connected. Any of the IA class sets worth getting in your opinion? If you want one for your class, sure. That's a broader question than you realize. Worth is subjective. If you like the look of it and you can make use of any of them, then it's worth it to you. Are they cool as fuck? Of course they are, but I think we're going to get... Well, it's obvious that we're going to get more. You was close? No, because Greg's is about a mile away in comparison. How is Greg's and Costa close? It's a building with food and coffee in it, I guess. That makes Greg's really close to McDonald's then, by that logic. And I don't think anyone would let you swear that loud. Gotcha. Devro, if you want some more advice, not advice, but if you want some more insight into that, put any class you like, exclamation point, with any class you like. I don't mean all one word, any class you like. I mean literally just Necromancer, Dragon Knight, Arcanist, whatever. And I think in most of those videos, apart from maybe one, I actually go over the class set at the end. I go over kind of class identity supporting sets, including the more recent added class sets. There's only one set for each class that exists that is restricted to that class. Every other set in the game can be used for anything. It's a very new thing, but they're pretty cool. Same thing, investment with investment content creators. Imagine making a video telling everyone you are fully liquidated, paying with leverage. Ain't shit happens, doesn't it? Okay, cool, thank you. No worries, dude, you're welcome. Mike's on fire tonight. Juffy RNG will buff some PvP in an Infinite Archive. Right? Fucking ridiculous. That, by the way, you all know that Spellfucker Juice deletes any DPS. I'm not struggling with that at all. I walked through that casually and lived. What a stack! So nerfed. See, this is the point. Actual testing, like actual experience with a clear base comparison of two very similar or exactly the same scenarios. So we've used that tank and this build together on stream a lot. Obviously your buffs and bonuses can vary, but the content is the same and the builds are exactly the same. And all we're doing now is doing exactly the same playthrough, if you like, on the PTS. And seeing how dramatic the differences are based on that alone to start with. There's other stuff to do afterwards, obviously, but you always start with your base. Get what you already have, try it in exactly the same scenarios and see the difference, and then see if you need to adapt or not. So far, you're not going to notice. You're not going to notice. If anything, because the status damage has gone up so high, you're actually hitting harder. And that's why they brought the chance down, because if you were hitting harder, which you are, and the chance was still really, really high, you'd hit too hard. The problem is people don't understand what the word balance means. What they mean is make me OP and make everyone else weak. Which in its own right is somewhat backwards, because if you want to be overpowered has a definition. You've just confirmed that you are stronger than you should be, therefore need that to be revised. I'm just saying, they mean things. Dean, thank you very much indeed for the raid. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Guessing you are a Arcanist. I'm not. No. I mean, not technically. You could say I am as far as most of the skills are concerned, but my main resource is stamina. Look at my stam bar. It's massive. This is where I die, because this dragon is funky as fuck.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
And buff. I keep forgetting that. Hello, Zai. How are you doing today, good sir? Not too bad. Not too bad. How was your stream? I say not too bad. I actually ended up completely fucking exhausted earlier. I nearly didn't make it to stream. But we're good now. I need an ulti. So, Icy McDragonface. If you put infinite in the chat, there's a guide for it. Basically, the trouble people have here is they die to his ice, but you don't realize that he's actually charging at you. So what you need to do is look at him, watch him. He's aiming straight at, get the fuck out of the way. If he's aiming at you, move. He's going to path at you. Watch where the fuck he is the next time. Where's he gone? Pull out damage shield. Oh, he went through the shield. Never mind. That time I didn't look. So there's your results. If you do look, you can get out of his way. If you don't look, he's going to run you over. I'm on my phone, so hard to see where you're at. I'm sort of mag bar move. That's because the standby doesn't run out. I'm using it as a max resource stat. So basically, the game was changed quite a while ago to kind of enhance the idea of hybridization as far as character building is concerned. You've always been able to make a hybrid, but you had to balance your stats in such a way that it would make it work, and it's quite tricky to do so. Now they've made it so that your highest offensive stats are the ones that contribute to the strength of your skills, regardless of which one they cost. So it doesn't matter if a skill costs magic or costs stamina, your highest bar is the one that will boost its strength. Phoenix, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Do you have a super tanky 1-bar DK build? If so, what prompt do I type? Not on the channel, no. Have I made one for somebody else as a personal build perk? Yes. Is there one that is live? No. So, the ice fucking dragon is horrible. He will aim at you and he'll sneak up behind you and charge through you. As you saw then, that's exactly why I died. But as you saw to start with, that's exactly why I didn't. So the first one, he got me. The second one he got me, the first one he didn't. Why is he not taking damage? Oh, there he goes. Doing good, making a run through Rothgar, Blackwood, and then Necrom. Nice! Gotta go, have a good night. Gravy, you're a legend, thank you for watching. Stamkinist, that's not a word I use. That's made up and it's stupid. That one. Get so tired of people jumping in and saying everything is Nerf without actually testing it. Yeah, or they just make up sums and put them into a spreadsheet and then say this is it. It's not defined throughout. You need to actually go into content and see what the results are. They fluctuate a lot. Having one calculation and writing it down and saying this is the all and end of in a game with this many variables is silly. It's nice to have. It's fun to do to try and assume an average, but it's not necessarily correct. You might be close, but it's going to fluctuate. It's going to change. Overall, however, versus what you're already using, if you already have a pre-made build and it's already being used by you on a regular basis, you're not going to see a difference. It's actually pretty well balanced to the point where the status is higher, the damage on your beam is slightly lower, but the two combined makes it feel the same. I have a 1-bar sorcerer tank on the channel. That's the one Mike's using at the moment. And you can adapt that to a DK if you understand the differences. Greg's got one. He actually bought a very expensive Patreon perk where I make a whole build video just for him. And that's a 1-bar DK, but I can't tell you anything about it because it's his. That's quite a simple one. Basically, people give me a brief, as detailed or not as they like, and I make a build video for them personally based on the brief, just like I would any other build on the channel. So just as much testing gets involved, goes into it, just as much work overall, and I address them in the video obviously because it's theirs. But it's not there to be searched. No one else can see it unless they want you to. Great perk. Yeah, Aura had one. One of the weirdest fucking briefs I've ever had in my life. I only talk about people's one-to-one build videos or personal build videos if they allow it. So you won't hear extra information on that. What do I type for a link? Put Patreon. Oh, you mean for the build? Bobby. It's called, oh god, best 1-bar build yet. That's what BOBBY stands for. But then I introduced like 9 more 1-bar builds, so take your pick. What's the price? A lot. So if you can imagine, sometimes builds take me a very long time to perfect, to the point where I'm happy to release it for its purpose, based on its design and to a said audience. I put just as much work into that video for people's own personal ones. And again, it's just for them. They can go, hey, I want to do this with a build, but it's not working. Can I do this, this, and this? In a one-to-one, I might be able to help with that, because I can do it probably quite quickly. But if they want something that is delivered just for them, their own personal set-in-stone setup from me, you can do that. Mike has had one, actually. You're Juffy again? What the fuck is wrong with your R and G? Example. Mike shares his because he's so happy with it, he wants other people to see it. There was the comment section for that was open because it's not a public video. It's not searchable unless you have the link. But some people were following the link just to give it shit. They're like, well, this would never work in content. Well, dumbass. It's, one, not designed for an audience. It's designed for a particular individual that wanted that as a brief. And two, it does function in all content because he fucking used it on his own live stream. It's designed to do that. Imagine following something that's not public and then complained about it in private. What the fuck? Dickhead. But, I think DJ's had fucking 3. Put Patreon in the chat on YouTube. Mike's had 1, Aura's had 1, DJ's had 3, Greg's had 1, Turbnado and his missus I think have had 2 each. There's loads of people that have fucking had them. There's only so much I can explain on a live stream in front of a huge audience when everyone wants like a very specific question answered each. Hard to do. But when people are trying to play their own way and they can't quite figure stuff out, I can take time with perks to do that. The one-to-one's probably the easiest way, but if people want to go further, they can. So besides your Nature's Bounty build, is it possible to make a viable task build that puts out decent damage? Do you mean tank? Yes. It's incredible how much knowledge you have earned and learned in this game. Respect where it's due. Thank you, Pale Gringo. Pale Gringo said something nice to me rather than trolling. And now he's going to call me a prick. You watch. Thank you very much, dude. Much appreciated.
Drinks all around.
It's worth it, people. Some really good personal builds. Yup. Some I'm jealous of. Rab's had one as well. Rab's had one. Had one for PvP a long time ago, which did the test of time throughout until, well, I'm not going to tell you spoilers, but it works. Fucking nasty. I think Decrin Walls, she's at 2, I think, or was it just 1? I don't remember. We run it right now. She's still doing it. That was made, what, 3 years ago? Something like that. I should probably use a perk, shouldn't I? I didn't use one. What'd I get? Pestilent Globs. That'll work. 3, 2, 1, dodge. Don't teleport. Oh, of course you teleported halfway through my beam, bastard. So, how is your AI run going? Pretty good. We're on PTS, testing a build that has been used by lots and lots of people already. It's already fully functioning on the live servers. And we're using it on the PTS to see the difference with a direct comparison between the 2 servers. And is Reckon faces. Absolutely fine. As obviously predicted, but you don't have an answer until you try. And that's something lots of secret ninjas do get to see or do get to hear about, is instead of just assuming how something will work, I'll physically test it. And I don't mean just a vague, oh, slap a dummy for 5 seconds, oh shit. No, I'll go through loads of different extensive fucking tests and conditions to see what the difference really is, rather than just dismissing it straight out and going, well, this is best, because that's just not real results. You don't have to have time to do that, but it's part of the job, really. I mean, if people want answers and I want to give them an accurate answer, I need to know the outcome. I'm not going to assume and then give you an outcome. If I don't know the answer to something, then I'll just tell you I don't know. But if I do, I mean, that's a lot easier to manage, isn't it? You can actually give people information within reason. Some of that's tied behind Patreon, so rep. Whoa, steady. Fuck off, I blocked it. Absolutely did, but Matt, that wasn't today. What happened? Said a guy, I hate the honk. Did somebody say it? That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Suppose that was the best. Boing. That's bold. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Boing, boing. Oh my god, someone actually complained about the noise your build was making. Got really angry. That's perfect. That's actually really funny. So, spoiler people. I don't talk about other people's perks on stream. So their one-to-ones are private. And their personal build videos are private unless they choose to share them with their friends or whatever. They obviously can't resell it because that's not how it works. That's reselling something that you've been given from a company. Don't do that. It's naughty. But they can share it with their friends and say, hey, I bought this. Do you want to see it too? Aura has already given me permission to vaguely explain what her build was. She bought a personal build video, and the brief for it was the weirdest brief I've ever had. I've had people say, I want a 1-bar healer that can do X, Y, and Z in X, Y, and Z content. Or I like sorcerers, but it has to be a Nord, and it has to have one dagger and an axe. I want the back bar to be a resto staff, and I want this and this and this. Some people go really in depth with their design or how they want to play, and I have to kind of put that all together and make it for them. If they know exactly what they want, gear sets, traits, and everything, then they've already made it. There's no need. But some people are like, hey, I'm trying to figure this out. Can you do it? Aura's was this. Two-hander. Specific race, which we won't go over. And capable of X, Y, and Z content. So that's the easy start. I understand that obviously mobility issues, so keep it simple. But make it viable, if you like. Easy to use and all the rest of it. But there was one major thing added to her brief, and that was based on a particular race and movement and sound that comes out. She wanted it to honk as much as possible. So now, when she's using her character, she's using very specific attacks and movements with a particular race and class and all the rest of it that allows her character to shout what sounds like honk every time she hits. And I was in a one-to-one with her the other day in a dungeon, and all I could hear her character going honk, honk, over and over and over and over and over and fucking over. That's what she wanted. So I made it happen. It fucking works. Splats shit too. It's really funny. So that kind of stuff is some of the weird shit I get asked to do. And it's my job to present the results in a video personally for them. So yeah, when people are like, well, have you tried this set? Have you tried this set? You wouldn't believe what I've tried. Even down to stuff like that. Honka's most important part, seriously. And yeah, she was in a dungeon the other day. Someone noticed it, and they pointed it out and got pissed about it. Fucking funny. Anyone is overwhelmed by the dynamics, sometimes complicated rotations. Search emphasize sting build. Oh, you mean the fact that people couldn't manage all the light attack weaving with the Grim Focus? I saw the rest of the message, but I didn't get to read it. You're not wrong. That was designed to help people perform very well, but at the same time simplify it. That actually is a bit easier now because it carries over on both bars. You don't actually have to apply it anymore, but you can still use the information from that video to help you. Sting is still more than valid. Would that be Goose Combat? Would you like to know, or am I allowed to say the name of the build that is in your video? You can say no, or you can just tell people what it's called. Yeah, I can say it. It's called Murder Goose. And I make thumbnails for people as well, obviously for their own video, because it's theirs. The honk. It's called Murder Goose. It's fucking funny as shit. It's epic. Sounds hilarious. It is. It works really well. She was splatting stuff in the Infinite Archive the other day. Just going honk, honk. Just like, what the fuck? It's all I could hear. It was so funny. Makes it even better. Someone got mad. It does. It's so funny. Imagine being that effective in both performance and hilarity. Murder Goose sounds OP. It was really funny. Again, that was her own personal build video. She wanted something that matched her playstyle and was annoying as fuck in that regard. As Canadian, I can tell you that there's no such thing as non-combat goose. We get them here as well. I agree. Hey, Zion Ninja Stein, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. If you all think your idea of 2 cities, I made it happen to make a murder goose, and he did. Ah, there you go. She did say it. I didn't read that. Oh, man. I read the brief for it, and I was like, yep, sure, I can do that. But also, what the fuck? It's funny. I think one of the briefs before was Argonian Stage 4 Vampire Nightblade that can do a decent amount of damage in all content, but equally survive as much as a fully set up tank. That was fun. And it wrecks. Hey Zai, I'm guessing Arcanist is still godly insane. Yeah, things are getting splattered. It's really no fuss. Just like when the bubbles were changed, it was actually one of the better changes for the game. And people were like, oh my god, petition to change the bubbles. Remember, by the way, the same people saying that were the ones that were also saying, we don't need healers. Well, if you don't need healers, shut the fuck up about them changing. But yeah, as per usual, either you get negative hate trains kicking off about stuff and things that they don't understand, or you get the other side of things where people try to be way too smart about something to give you stuff that isn't really important. It works. The problem is when you go into too much detail, people switch off. So your message isn't fucking heard anyway. But the nerf? Yeah, indeed. I love it when people vaguely assume, oh, well, it's actually technically a 3% overall different. No, it's not. No, that I said it's nerf. No. People don't understand the word nerf when they say it. Nerf is when something, like, completely gets nuked for no reason. They've adjusted it for balance based on other additional changes they made. Barasawa, thank you very much indeed. You're a legend and you're a Dragonborn. Enjoy. Your name is on the stream. Thank you very much. You know the rules. People to fight starts again from scratch. If you kill the Dragonborn, you'll take their place to stream. I have to kill you instead. Thank you very much. The type that doesn't appreciate a good honk when I hear one. Turtle Swatter, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Nerf or nothing? Yeah, right. I mean, we all know what the word means, but people misuse it on purpose to create dramatic effect. They adjusted it based on other combat things that they affected for all. So it's quite simple. It's really simple if you understand it, but I mean, it's very easy to sell bullshit, isn't it? I mean, I've said this before on stream, but it's 10 times easier to sell bullshit than it is to swallow the truth. Still sad about Lazy Tang. I find myself range taunting already as I changed the enemies when I got them in the bubble. It probably won't affect me much. Again, that's stuff for off stream, but trust me, that's not a problem. Yes, that's a dramatic change to that set, but they've also altered it in a dramatic way at the same time. More about that later. I do this for a living. If something was completely game changing to the point where it was a massive negative, I would be the first one to tell you, because it would affect me dramatically. Trust I to make the build even stronger. It will be. But I can't 100% tell you what's going to happen yet, because one, people have perks for that information, and two, it's not real yet. Anything could change at any moment. There might be side effects to it where they have to revert it, or they might find a way to make it even better than their first initial take on it. What you have to consider is even stuff like Reliquin, for example. Reliquin is still incredibly powerful if you can maintain it. 99% of people cannot in content, but that's the side effect. It's skill versus reward. And risk versus reward as well, because if you fail it, you lose too much. That set was changed 3 times before it is where it is now. Quite dramatically as well. I saw it in a very different state when I was at ZOS to what you did when you saw it on PTS. And then they changed it again and again. Things are still subject to change, so nothing is over just yet. And even if it was, still cover it, don't worry. And I was basically just wait, because too many trying to fix the build before the master, aka Bobby. Well, that's the thing. If you're trying to adapt something that hasn't happened yet, all you're going to have is a mess on the floor. I will update my own creations. Don't worry. If I need to. If I don't need updating, obviously not. But you won't be told what's going to happen or which ones will be affected until they go live. Unless you have a Patreon perk. Star pages make no sense to me. I sold one of them at ugly-ass Maelstrom Arena Star 500k. Why? Because people want them. People collect things. And if something is rare or hard to find or expensive, they'll look for the best deal they can. They want to collect all the things. They'll pay fucking anything for them. Doing my first vet now is quite hard. That is supposed to be. It is a harder difficulty, but don't worry. Practice. Depending on what you're doing. Depends on what's on the channel, actually. There's a series called All About Mechanics on my channel. It's a full series. There's more to add to it, I know. But that will teach you the mechanics of dungeons, trials, and arenas. If you're looking for something specific, use its acronym without the V at the beginning. In the chat with an exclamation point, and you'll find a video for it, if not a written guide. Which dungeon are you trying to achieve, Slimes? Accidentally bought 50 key shoulder piece from the Undaunted Lady and felt so sad. What, 90 keys? My god. DS, you're slightly behind. The 90 keys part was ages ago, unless you're referring to something else. But keep an eye on the vendor and the Infinite Archive, because that does sometimes sell for like 15,000 archival fortunes monster shoulders. The page, and they rotate every week, so keep an eye on that. For a few years since I played, how's DK for damage survivability? That depends on how you build them, Twisted. Also, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much indeed for the sub. Tired of getting ads. He took a sub. Nice. No more ads for you for the next 30 days. Thank you very much. That always does an amazing job of every build. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying them. People forget Malcolm was nuked. Malcolm was nuked not once. Malcolm was nuked 3 times, and every single time they completely changed the way that it worked based on the sets that it was using. I made it stronger per patch. We had a Master Style page in the archive this week, so to my surprise. Yep, that was surprising. I do the key roll times 5. I usually get them onto shoulders. Your RNG is good then, because mine's poo-poo. He wasn't on live. Yeah, DS, you were behind a bit. Sometimes if it pauses or whatever, you have to hit the live button so it catches up. The good thing on YouTube is I think you can rewind it. If not, you can watch it again afterwards anyway. Follow me up. Usually build for stam. Again, that's incredibly broad. There are billions of ways to build down to the smallest variable. There's no right or wrong for that. It depends on how you build. Stamina is just a resource pool. That's it. Hybridization changed a lot of stuff with that because your resource pool is the contributor to the strength of your skills. Not necessarily as it was before where you had to have a stam bar for stam skills and a mag bar for mag skills. That's only where the cost comes from. It's not where the strength comes from anymore. Your strength comes from your highest offensive stat. So if you use, I don't know, use Burning Embers, for example, using Magicka doesn't make it stronger. Using the highest of your Magicka or stamina makes it stronger. Using the highest of your weapon or spell damage makes it stronger. It's not now directly reflected by the stat it costs. There are certain skills that differentiate from that, but in general, the hybridization pass was to alter that, to give you more choices. Here's an example. Beast Trap. Magicka builds, which don't really exist anymore, have been using that for a very long time to get a small bleed bonus, which is nice, and to get the minor force. But before, you'd have all your weapon, spell damage, and Magicka as your main stat, so that wouldn't be boosted because you needed stamina and weapon damage. So if you could balance it a bit, you'd get kind of 50-50 as far as your stats are concerned. You get some of this, some of that. What people used to do was all spell damage, all Magicka, and just take the buff and the extra bleed. Now, because your main stat contributes to any damage skill, if you have loads and loads of Magicka and loads and loads of spell damage, that now acts as though you had a huge stam bar and a huge weapon and damage stat in the past. They contribute to all. So now, highest mag or stam, highest weapon or spell damage, those two stats, whichever ones you choose in any order, are the contributors to the strength of your skills as far as damage and healing is concerned, unless it states health or resistances, because some skills also now scale off of health or resistances as far as damage is concerned as well. So they changed it to make sure now, whichever way you choose, it's up to you. But the difference is what can you sustain. So I'm using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 magic skills. 5. But I'm a stam build using magical weapons. My heavy attacks can get my resources back with my heavy attacks from the lightning or the flame. The flame has a damage over time added to it. The lightning has a channel. So the passives contribute towards my damage output because I'm using lots of channels. The stamina bar allows me to utilize stamina as a resource stat where at the same time I can dodge, break, and all that kind of stuff more than you would do on a Magicka build. So technically I'm using lots of Magicka based skills, but I'm utilizing that bar as a pusher, if that makes any sense whatsoever. You can half and half it, you can flip it around, but you don't really need to anymore. You can change the style of play. As you can see, my stamina is 33.6k. But I'm using a magical weapon with lots of magical skills. The trick is, doesn't matter where your resource cost comes from, the trick is to maintain it. So you could have a very high stamina bar to use as a stat pool, and then just have high mag recovery to keep up the ability to spam your mag abilities. Much like a tank. The difference is, most of the abilities now don't scale off of a chosen resource, they scale off of either. There are a few that are different, but there aren't many. Like how you mentioned the people put on healers and mag and light armor and neither really benefit from them, right? Yeah, because if you're using 7 pieces of light armor, the only thing you're benefiting from really, apart from pen recovery and reduction to cost, if that's the thing you really need, is a 7% increase to crit chance. And just say for argument's sake, your crit chance is like 17%, which is really, really average for someone that hasn't got many crit bonuses. Especially seeing as your sets might not have that many crit bonuses at all. That puts you in a position where you're only sitting on, what, 20... Oh shit, careful. 24%? Which is redundant. There's no point in boosting that stat. So what you do instead is you increase your weapon and spell damage by medium, or you have a heavy armor set bonuses which gives you more health resistances, so your survival is up, but then if you heavy attack, you get more resources back. At the same time as the rest of staff passive that gives you resources back, those two double dip. Alongside Empower, which obviously increases the strength of your heavy attack, so the heal from the rest of the staff is higher. And at the same time is off balance, so you can take more resources back from that. So you've got off balance, you've got the Resto's passive, you've got the heavy passive, and all three of them contribute to your pot that gives you more. If you have high recovery and reduction to cost as a healer, it's likely that you're going to spam because you have the ability to do so. But at the same time, you've technically, most of the time, unless you take advantage of the odd heavy here and there, which you don't because you've got infinite recovery, you won't take advantage of major mending, which comes from the heavy. So if you heavy more often as a healer, you could take advantage of much, much stronger heals. So a heavy attack being utilized by a heavy armor wearing healer will actually maintain your bars almost indefinitely and also maintain your major mending so that your heals are always stronger. Again, outside of that, the only thing that you would benefit from on having light from changing the style of play would be a 5 to 7% crit bonus. And that's just chance. And again, if it's low, it's not going to make any difference. Unless you're packing somewhere like 30, 40, maybe 50% crit, you're not going to really get much of a change. You're not going to get much out of it. So the Cleric build, Focused Efforts 3, let's go. The Cleric build explains that in a lot more detail and demonstrates it, but the choice is honestly yours. If you go for medium, you get crit healing done and healing done in general because you've got more weapon and spell damage and all the rest of it. But if you've got low crit, then you're stacking a bonus that is unlikely to happen. But the flat bonus does help. If you've got light, you've got a crit chance, but then you lack the weapon and spell damage. The only thing you get is pen, and that's only useful towards the actual heavy. And then if you use heavy, you've got all survival stuff. None of them are actually directly linked to healing only. So it is up to you. They change stuff over time to make it kind of more open. The intention of the developers to start with was any class, any race, any role, play how the fuck you like. That has always been the case, but they've opened that wide over the last 3 years to give you just so many more non-punishing options. Like anything fucking goes. They even changed the armor passives about 3 years ago, I think, to where you don't have to wear 5 pieces to get the last bonuses. You get them anyway. You can wear 2 of one, 3 of another, and whatever. You can do what you want. And you'll get as much as you put in. So instead of before you had to have 5 pieces to get 5-piece bonus, now you can have 7 pieces and get 7 bonuses out of it. The only thing you're tied to is that you must have 5 pieces of an armor set on in order to use the activatable skill. So, shuffle or immovable or whatever. People that said there weren't good sets in Mol anymore. Right. You tried Bastion? Bastion's insane. Or Alkosh, maybe. You know, because that got enhanced quite dramatically. Being that if you're stacking weapon and spell damage, one or the other, you have up to 6k pen instead of what used to be 3010. Don't ask me how I remember that. Went all light on my Templar for a bit, but switching to monster set to heavy made everything so much easier. Yeah, it will do. Because you've got more resistances. If you're trying to optimize your resistances as far as your character is concerned, even by like small margins, there is a system to that, and that is that different weights give you different bonuses. What the fuck hit me? Spheres, they aren't being interrupted. Mike, 51k damage, rip. So the belt is the lightest, so that's going to give you the smallest bonus, regardless of the weight. Obviously, light, medium, and heavy. Each one gives a higher resistances, but they are tied. Mike, just take your time. Just heavy bleed them until they're dead. I'm talking anyway, it doesn't matter. Any advice for a new player that don't know much in direction to making the build? Yes, don't worry about builds until you're 160 champion points. 160 is gear cap. You won't out-level your gear anymore. Prior to that, just learn how to play whatever it is you're trying to play. It's all choice. You pick whatever you like, go through the skills, see what you like the look of, and then build on that later. At the moment, just enjoy the game and press buttons. Where did I get to? Develop mentality that every set can be useful if running around in a hatch and shell. Dude, every set has a use. Cheers, man. No worries, Andy. You're welcome. There's a level up guide there that will teach you how to level efficiently, so you don't level too fast, but at the same time, you do not skip stuff on the way. I'll question my tank synergies make the boss debuff even more. They do, but you need... Slayer, I tried to explain this already, but you skipped that bit. Or your ears didn't listen to this one thing. Did you die, Mike? Your rules for that is you need weapon or spell damage to boost it. If you don't have weapon or spell damage, you can't get the max out of it. And doing that on a tank used to be quite easy, but now it's not. You sacrifice a lot for it. it was designed to be a DPS usage set, so it's up to you how you build, but they made it so that there was a contributor towards the stat itself. So if you do want to build for 6k weapon or spell damage or whatever it is, you're going to have to sacrifice something else in the meantime. You can't have it all. The Destra staves benefit from heavy attack builds. Does the melee heavy attack builds compare in range? Yeah, of course they do, but if you're in range, then you can't reach. Prop watch, I've got a video for that. It's about how to think about making your own one-bar builds and what to consider. So if you put beginner in the chat, it's one of the episodes there in the How to Get Good series. It's not that long ago. Don't stand it stupid. Thank you for that. And I've lost my train of thought. Where was I going? Mole staff, no one uses it anymore. Yes, they do. But yeah, armor types, it's up to you. Resistances, that's where it was. So belt is the smallest. Light is obviously the lowest resistance. Medium is second, and heavy is highest. So light, lowest, medium, one up, heavy, one up from that. The belt is the lowest resistance you'll ever get. Then it is hands. Then feet and legs are the same as each other. So they're the next one up. Then, lots of people don't know this one. Helmet and shoulders. Now, people are still stuck in that small piece, large piece shit. That only counts for the glyph. Helmet and shoulders are the second highest resistance bonus for any armor when it comes to wearable on your body. Not shields and shit, wearable on your body. But they are equal. They're the same. So if you don't believe me, look at your stats. Make sure both of your helmet and shoulders are the same weight and the same trait. They will be identical. And then obviously the final one, the highest resistance you can get, is the chest. So if you want to optimize your resistances, and you're, say, for example, using 511, try to construct your build in such a way that your heavy is the chest, your light is the belt, and all the rest are medium. If that's what you're doing, unless you're going the other way around. One of these days, thank you very much for the sub. Massively appreciated. Beer and cake in the chat. OG Cleve Clan. How you doing, dude? One of these days, I'm going to outfit and spec a character to move as fast as possible. See how long it takes me to crash into everything. I actually done that a couple times. There's a cap on it now, but once upon a time, I actually made a really fast werewolf, and I outran a fully max speed horse. You can actually still find that on YouTube somewhere. Every set has a use, yes, and half the sets are useful to deconstruct and research. They all have a purpose. Have you ever had or turned down a request for a build because it was too crazy to or impractical? No, obviously not. That's part of the perk. People have a brief, and I work around that. Will make you motion sick at first if you ever get caught. Yeah, and will. The ninja build is fast as fuck. You can actually run from the bottom of Cyrodiil all to the top. Sprint, invisible as a vampire, and not run out of stamina. You will run, like, full speed, invisible, from the bottom to the top, or top bottom, whichever way you want to go. If you have everything in place. Fucking insane. Maybe not half, but even over there. Not even remotely. Everything has a use regardless. That is literally the definition of it. They have a use. It's just that you might not want it for that purpose. You might want something else, whatever it is you're doing. It might not coincide with what you are doing personally. So there's a set that makes you run really fast. You go, yo, that's useless. No, it's not useless. You just don't want it for your character. As if you're Juffy again, dude. How is your RNG this good? Ninja build is hilarious. We actually used 12 of them on live stream, on a stream takeover once, to try and get as much bounty as possible. The person at the end with the most bounty got gold. The problem is the gold prize was great, but I got a bounty higher than the gold prize. Rip. Bear in mind that particular build, the ninja build specifically, put it on YouTube as well if you want, !ninja, is the only build on the channel for PvE that is not designed for dungeons, trials, arenas, or anything like that. It is not. It is designed purely for stealing and murdering and never getting caught. That is the only purpose for that build. But Mistform was changed a little bit. It is on the build. It doesn't make a difference. It was just fluff. It was there to add spice to it. You're not going to get caught. It's irrelevant. Hold up, Vampire. What? I must watch this video. How have you not seen it, DS? And Sork we trust. Critter, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. If you want to see about Sork changes, there is a video for that released 2 days ago. Enjoy. Ninja. People don't do commands on YouTube. I tell you how to do it, but nobody listens. There you go. There's the ninja build. That build there is designed to murder stuff and steal stuff and never get caught. Basically, when you go up against someone invisible and Blade of Woe them, you go invisible for going Blade of Woe. And then after it wears off, you go invisible for getting a kill from that. So you go invisible twice. They can't get you. They can't get you for shit. It's sort of good first time character. Anything is a good first time character. It's down to aesthetic. It's down to what you prefer. So if you put builds in the chat, I won't encourage you to use builds right now because it's too early for you. it won't make sense. What I would encourage you to do is use that page where there are 7 different tabs. Turn your mobile sideways if you're on a phone, and each one has a class on it. There are class guides for every single one of those tabs, and also underneath there's every single skill, morph, and passive that those classes have. So aesthetically, you can decide which one you like the look of to start with. Then go from there. Any class, any race, any role, it's literally all your choice. Love using the gather match so fast. The bots can't even catch up. Well trained. Pet, I don't have any. Rip. I don't need any of these. I don't need that because I'm taking advantage of the larger stam resource. I'm not dodging anything because Mike's going to save me. I don't have any pets. The only pet that's going to work with is if I get the rat occasionally. Fuck it, I'll take that. Gotta go to the store now. Thanks for the stream, and chat's been fun. Thank you, Bob. Much appreciated. Bit and cake in the chat for anyone who wins or leaves the stream. Ninja build is hilarious. It is. I'll show it again on stream at some point, but it's as fun as fuck. Absolutely insane. But everything you need to know is in the video. Obviously, if you go straight to all the gear and no idea section, that's what I call it, because people skip and like, oh, I know all about this build now. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're not an expert. That's why you're looking up stuff online. Don't skip it, and you'll understand it more. Once you've got to grips with it, go out and murder people and steal stuff. You won't get caught. If you do get caught, you're a bad ninja. There, I said it. It was really fun. My ninja is also Status Pro. Ah, nice. Is it a cat? Status Pro is fucking broken.
I love winning.
Thank you for the follow. No, I've been a Sorg exclusively for 1,200 levels. You mean champion points? Only recently started getting spice with other things. See, that's it. People like what they like. You don't have to do other things if you don't want to. It's your fucking game. And that's the most frustrating thing, right? The developers have given you freedom of choice. Every single time you see some expert playing a brand new game that they have to claim they know everything about, they're like, oh, well, actually, they should just do this, or they should just do this. Or wouldn't it be cool if we could do this? And that's in games where you don't get no choices, right? You have what you have. It's linear as fuck, and that's it. Warcraft. There's nothing wrong with Warcraft, but that is their design on purpose, right? Within reason. Then, you get a game that has billions of choices. So you don't have to have that dude at the back going, well, technically, I think, in my opinion, my professional opinion, we should have insert stupid here. You don't need that in this game. Instead, you can go, I wonder what that does. And you can press buttons and find out. There's billions of possibilities. But when you have no choices, people want them, or people expert around what could happen if we did have this. But then when you get billions of choices, they're denied. You can do anything you want. No, you can't. It's dismissed that easy. What an idiot. Those people exist. Fucking blank them. Do what you want, when you want. Absolutely fine. But if someone tries to manipulate you into believing that there's only one way to play in this game, they don't know the game. Can't wait for the Sork update. Nothing worse than trying to burst here with a floppy skin bird. Only realised she died. I don't use her. I don't use it. Well, not on the builds anyway. To be fair, all you're doing is adding another skill inside your global cooldown to fuck with your overall setup to make you weaker. For the purpose of what? Healing? You put yourself at risk by not casting your damage shield in the first place. If it's just you, shield your health and then heal from underneath it. That's the idea. That's what Crit Surge does. But with the new heal on the damage shield, you get it all. You get it fucking all. Do I think that's going to be adjusted more? Probably. Do I know for definite? Nope. We don't know until it goes live. But that's fucking insane. Bear in mind, people that take off Bound Aegis for a pet, you just lost Minor Resolve. And 8% increase to maximum magicka, and your block mitigation buff if you wanted it. That is the highest block mitigation buff available for any class skills as well. It's fucking insane. 40% is dirty. Human nature's crazy. It is, it is. The internet is crazier. Oh, I wish we could do all this. You can't. In a game when you can, no you can't. People are never happy unless they complain about what they can't have. And then when you give it to them all, they don't want it. It's because it confuses them. It challenges them intellectually. And that's not supposed to do that. It's not supposed to be a threat. It's supposed to be a positive. It's supposed to say, look, you want all these things in games? We've done it. Nah, it's probably shit. You dismissive twat. Although compliment sandwich is a good one, but hard. Oh, I love that. The I'm still right. Yeah, well, you can't do that, but actually in harder content. Oh, shut up. What do you actually know? If you haven't tried, you don't know. My question isn't, is this nerfed or whatever? My mag blade main, I have 2 characters on PC, 18 on PS5. Is Arcanist worth making? The level process depresses me. It sounds like it would be a bad idea for you to level a character. So worth is subjective, and it sounds like to your own mental health it's not fucking worth it. That's your choice. However, do I think you should try it if you haven't done? Fuck yeah. If you like the characters you've got, and it turns out with 18 characters you probably do, or you can't make your mind up, just give it a go, dude. There's nothing stopping you. It's your own made-up anxiety. Don't worry about it. Pick up a character, press beam, you will never look back. Leveling process is part and parcel of an MMO genre. Correct. You do have to expect levels in games that have level-up processes involved. The Overland is too easy brigade that never tried vet dungeons. Indeed. I mean, it's subjective, isn't it? Some people really struggle with it. And that's a privileged position to be in. If you can sit there and go, I wish they had more challenging stuff because everything is too easy for me, good for you. That's a very different problem to a vast majority of people not being able to complete stuff. As if you've got another transformation, Mike. What the actual fuck? Look at him. Spawny bastard. I disagree. I disagree with Mike's RNGesus. It's rigged. Even on PTS, there's a psychological concept called dilemma of choice. You're going to school me now on stuff I already know about, aren't you? Where humans are observed to get frustrated and more as options increase, even if the options are just endless good possibilities. You basically just defined what I went over a little while ago. You just used more Google words than me. But yes, basically, people get overwhelmed with different choices, and then instead of understanding that that's a thing, you just fucking have a meltdown. I do not want to be standing here. Read that already. I did red dungeon unless you wear these sets. So it's bollocks. Some games are like that. I will openly state that some games are like that. This one isn't. 4 focused efforts. Come on, RNG. Suffered from really bad gaming anxiety because I listened to others calling my builds trash, and I stopped listening to them. Yeah, and okay, this is real life, so I'm going to explain this in a real manner, and I'm not going to spare feelings for it because, quite frankly, they're not supposed to be offended in the first place. I'm not aiming to upset people. I'm aiming to give you a statement of reality, to give you some form of a push into where you should go next if that happens in future. Okay, this is to help. This isn't to make you feel bad. Stop fucking listening to other people. Make your own mind up. You are your own worst enemy if you force... I don't want to say fake, but it feels that way. If you force anxiety on yourself because of somebody else. If someone else makes you feel bad and you let them, that does become your problem. They don't learn from that. They don't care. They're never going to care, so that problem isn't going to be resolved unless you do something about it. So, Miss Constance, you took the right action there. Well done. But if someone makes you feel like shit, step away from them. They're not meant to feel like shit. You're supposed to be enjoying your game. Are you having fun playing how you play? Yes. Well, who the fuck is the fun police to tell you to stop having fun? It's your game. The game is designed that way. If you don't want to play with them, don't play with them. If they don't want to play with you, they don't have to play with you either. There's a choice.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Hey, Cooking's Eye? Indeed. 4 fucking focused efforts. So don't let people make you feel bad. If someone's trying to help, like legitimately trying to help when you've asked for help, there's no harm in that. But if someone tries to make you feel like shit and goes, oh, you build trash, you're fucking shit, you're never going to get this done, blah, 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 blah. You're your own worst enemy if you let them do that. In all aspects of life, if you let a complete stranger make you feel bad about your choices, they're pricks. Fuck them. But it becomes your problem if you let them. As another streamer said, don't yuck my yum. Correct. Shoot, I paid for this motherfucker, not them. Correct. Some people need to remember one very solid statement that they should apply in most situations, to be fair, because it's not warranted in any other way. Mind your fucking business. There's no harm done by saying that. In fact, there's less harm done by you telling someone to mind their business than there is you believing what they're saying is true about your persona. Like, you're fucking stupid, you're a fucking idiot, you're never going to get anything done, you're a bad person because you decide to do this. Well, if you're doing things right, you're not upsetting anybody, and you're having fun, what the fuck has it got to do with them? Most girls will run dungeon with anything they don't even should be abandoned from a guild, from a fun guild. Fun, people use that word negatively as well. That's a lot of the time used as a bit of a backhand. Like, well, you're using a fun build, have fun. No, you can have fun in a game at the same time as being incredibly effective versus the content. You can be in very difficult yet be really difficult situation yet be very skilled at playing in that situation with something that you enjoy. If you're not enjoying games, you're doing it wrong. Otherwise, the logic for that is, well, you have to hate it in order to be effective. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm pretty sure people that play football for a living, for example, I'm pretty sure, regardless of it being quite difficult, I'm pretty sure they enjoy it. Pretty sure they enjoy playing a game. I think it's Splat Things, honking, indeed. I haven't played ESO in about a year. What is this? This is the Infinite Archive, but we're on the public test server at the moment, testing some changes to classes and shit, based on something that is already exactly the same as it is in live. So if I repeat what I previously said on work, living vicariously through you between jobs. No, you're good. Is Arcanist still goated? What's the verdict? The verdict is, this isn't an overall end of, but this is a direct comparison with something that already functions perfectly fine on live, on PTS with the changes intact so far. You won't see the difference. So calculators with one number that comes out saying that's definite is irrelevant at this point. Actual testing so far has been really good. I'll go into more than that outside the stream, but you're not seeing any problems happen. But if I want to, where it says selfish. Selfish is another derogative term. It's not there to make you believe that it's true. It's there to make you feel bad about your choice. People will mince words or deliberately negatively use something in the wrong way to make you stop doing what they want you to stop doing. For example, Almost Immortal Warrior has incredibly high health, and due to which he doesn't need to spam his own heals very often, so his resources are high, with really high recovery that allows him to, while maintaining taunt and control, to constantly spam damage shields that protect the group. At the same time, if he gets hit, he heals like fuck. Guess what? You are protecting the group, which makes everybody's survivability go up. You are surviving yourself, which means the healer now has more time to help protect the group rather than babysit you. You are increasing the group's survival by you not being a wet blanket. Nothing about that is selfish. The side effect of you building that way, if you choose to, is that you now offer more protection for everybody else and an easier time for those that are in a minority as far as the roles are concerned in that group. So if the side effect is a benefit to everyone, how the fuck is that selfish? So like end this dungeon. Yes, Savage. It's infinite rounds that progressively increase in difficulty. You've got bosses from all over the game. So world bosses, dungeon bosses, trial bosses, even quest bosses. There's loads of stuff in here, even some dragons. And it's completely fucking random. Along the way, you pick up buffs and bonuses that you randomly are presented with, and you have to make a choice out of those presented buffs and bonuses to go on to the next round. The visions that you pick up are indefinite. They stay with you through the whole run. And the verses only stay with you for the next round. So you have to kind of make choices along the way. Basically, every time you come in here, you're rebuilding your character. Astera, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Still sounds selfish. Did you play to help anyone else? Yeah, funny that. It's been on the build for 7 years. Get over your fucking self. Especially when the people that try to tell you that bullshit are using it themselves anyway and then make excuses. Well, technically in this fight, it's not different. No, it's not different. It works. Simple as that. And it's always worked. You're just making excuses to backpedal on your own inaccurate fucking statements. You just want to get attention for something that you now think is your idea after you damn the fuck out of it. And that happens on YouTube a lot, actually, especially when it comes to people trying to stake claim to something that they didn't actually make as their own idea in the first place. They'll poo-poo the fuck out of it, then they'll realize it's effective as fuck in certain situations or overall. And then they'll try to tell you, well, it's good this patch, or it's good now, or it was bad then, or that's different. And what they then try to do is lessen the credibility of the person that brings it up in the first place. What they do is they tell everyone, don't watch that guy, he's fucking stupid. Don't watch him, he's fucking stupid. And the more they do that, the more it spreads and the less you get watched. And then when that happens, they can then claim your ideas as theirs because no one knows where to go for the source. They think it's come from them instead. A live tank is the help. Correct! A live group is more deeps. Thank you. Bingo. Is that selfish? No, it's not. It's the wrong term to use. It's fucking crazy. Especially in an Oka Soul haters beating the records in VFC. I know, right? They beat their own fucking records. And now they say it didn't exist. It did exist. Lots of shit got deleted. Dead DD makes 0 DPS. Less, in fact, if you talk to Mike, 1 dead DPS is less than 0 DPS because now another DPS has to stop their deeps to go pick them up. True. I'll have to give it a try when I remember the game. Dude, it's fucking really good. The good thing is as well is the Infinite Archive is actually free. So go to your map, zoom all the way out, look at Apocrypha. Don't worry about not having the chapter. Zoom in, click that. Anyone in the world that has ESO can play it. It is 100% free addition to the game. Bayo likes to goof around and made a troll healer he calls selfish. Troll and selfish both in the same sentence. He's doing well. Literally only has self-heals. People are confusing random normals. Well, here's the thing. If he only has self-heals and he can't ever die, that gives the healer more room to heal the rest of the room, doesn't it? Imagine being the one that goes, oh my god, I need heals, I need heals, I need heals, while you're the one that people are relying on to protect them. If you've decided to be a tank, how you build is up to you. So let's get that out of the way first of all. But if you're decided to play that role, you are the protector, right? It's your responsibility to keep that boss off the group. If you're the one screaming, I need heals, I need heals, I need heals, and there's loads of AoEs going off, and there's loads of DPS standing in stupid, who's going to heal them if you're being babysat all the time? Like, if all the single target heals or all the burst heals are going your way, and other people around the room dying, how are they going to stay alive? Have they not now got to bring self-heals because your fucking tank's too squishy? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but that's the side effect. Now imagine being so fucking tanky that nobody needs to help you. Everyone around the room now has much more protection from the one person that you were screaming at to help you. That's the point of the Almost Immortal Warrior. It's been out for 7 years. It's an old build, and it's been updated almost every patch with multiple different variants of it that all equally work as well, depending on what you need as far as buffs and bonuses are concerned in your said group. But the design of it is the same throughout. It is designed to be so fucking chunky that it can handle himself and protect people at the same time, so that now your healers can focus on the majority of the group rather than the minority. Literally as simple as that. When people shout the word strat, you know, they've halved the word strategy. I don't think they understand what strategy means in the first place. Buff the group of shields. It protects them. And then they've got more time to not be dead. Little late to the chat. How is he determined so far by class? You won't notice the difference, Triggs. As simple as that. Before anyone tries to confuse people with maths that don't understand, because that happens. It's like, oh, the numbers say this. And you don't even know what the numbers mean. This is fucking fine. We have not noticed any negatives. Didn't sack an arcane tank, but I'm not going to sit there and bash someone for wanting to use it. If they get through content, good for them. Elitism is boring as fuck. Correct. And for those that are smart enough, there is a very large difference between two words that sound similar. Elite and elitist are two completely different things. So when you get shouted at by elitists and they start telling you about how bad you're going to be and how good they are, every single achievement that they throw at you is irrelevant at that point. Because they haven't got any grounds for proof. They've only got grounds for complaints. You can get stuff done and be very, very skilled without being an elitist. You can be an elite player, as in very, very good, at the same time as not being a dickhead. Elitism is dickheadism, basically. It's not the same. You can also be an incredibly good player and teach people how to be good themselves without forcing them to do exactly the same as you did. You could teach them how things actually work, and they might find a way in their playstyles that works for them based on the information you give them. For example, the All About Mechanics series is designed to teach you how to do the mechanics. I never once said you have to use those builds. Think about it. It's better to give constructive criticism than guide them to betterment. Well, the thing is, some people think that they have to criticize everything, and that can be a massive negative. You don't have to constantly slam everything you see. You don't have to comment on everything you see. Sometimes you might just need to be there and have some fun and fucking enjoy it and play along or whatever. It's only when people really want help that you should really do that. Unless, of course, they're just diving into stupid 24/7 and they definitely, obviously need help. Some people just like the sound of their own voice. You can walk into a pug, kill one fucking tiny ad, the first one you've seen, maybe Spindle Clutch 1, you kill the ad near the quest guy, and someone's going, that build sucks. That's not criticism. Shut the fuck up. Nobody needs you. If someone asks for help based on what they're trying to do and they're trying to achieve something and you have the answers, by all means, offer help. Offer critique in that scenario. But just judging everyone by their first fucking movement and then assuming that you know better, you don't. Recruity can fuck off. Recruity is an elitist? Yeah, he is. He's a dickhead. My child group makes me run Arcanist without a self-heal, and I feel so naked. I like showed up to school with no pants on. Yeah, and also, you won't be the one resing the healer when they die because you got fuck all to stay alive with. Even folks. How you doing, Shanta? Welcome to the stream. Shanta, even. Unsolicited advice, opinions suck. Yes, basically it's deviant art. Why are you fucking transformed again, you lucky bastard? Mike has got the best RNG ever. We've got 4 focused efforts, by the way, which is redunculous. So fucking crazy. So I'll show you in a moment why they reduced shit. A minor reduction, but I'll show you why in a moment. Bear in mind, I'm not actually built for loads of status chance, so it's mostly just focused efforts doing that. But you'll see. Deviant art. Did you just call Deviant art? Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. I have experience with that too. Remember, I was an artist first. It's full of shit. People just complain about other people's creations all the time. Get a fucking job. It's fucking crazy. There's a time and place for it. And someone goes, hey, look at my image. 9 times out of 10, they are just trying to share it. They didn't ask you to tear them a new asshole. Unless someone says, hey, I'm new to this. I would like some experienced critique. And it's useful. Unless someone asks for that, your comment's fucking useless. Didn't know that I left even up because of it too. Yeah, it's elite as fucking heaven. Right, so for example, Sundered did an 84%, 84k crit. Fake Carver's still up there. Actually, all the damage combined, Fake Carver is still higher than everything except for the status effect. Bear in mind, if the status effect is higher than the beam now, when the beam has been slightly reduced, imagine how much it would have been if the beam was staying there. You'd have both being higher rather than one being lower than the other. They had to bring one down, otherwise both would be up there and it'd be too much. This is not a straightforward example for everything, but here, 75k fucking crit there with 29k AoE because it procs and bursts. 79 there. Fucking Chilled is 56. You've got Hemorrhage, which is doing more damage than the Beast Trap. Ooh. Escalating it to that point is exactly why they brought that down, because you have a heightened chance of status as an Arcanist, which they brought down slightly. You are going to get lots and lots of extra hits than most, so it basically would have made you too strong. You would have tipped over the edge. They don't want any class to outperform any other. And with it being so easy to apply, they had to find the adjustment somewhere, and they balanced it quite well. Status has gone be spicy. Status is insane, and that's the point. Every single damage type is the same as far as damage is concerned. Flat, it's the same. The difference is their element type has a side effect, and the side effect is status. That is how you choose how you want to build. Do you want multiple different types, or do you want one specific type? And that's how you build, right? You want to have certain element types to make certain status effects fire so you can utilize them. The only time damage types are different flat is when you introduce a buff that only affects that type, i.e. Engulfing Flames affects flame damage, enhances it. Morag Tongue encourages extra damage for poison and disease. There's certain things that can boost certain types, but across the board they are flat, except for their status bonuses after. How's Lazy Stalk now? So far, really good. We're exactly applying Sundered. Sundered's come from physical damage, so Caltrops can apply it. Every single tick that has a chance to apply it, but it's area of effect damage over time, so it's only 1%, excluding the 100% increase from the Destro Staff, the bonus from your champion points, and the 55% from the Arcanist, so basically not far off a 3% chance per tick. But this also, that's Sunder, that's physical. And every single time I hit someone, or multiple people, every single hit has a chance to do it. Direct damage has a different percentage chance as well. So it depends on the skill type. Actual question, dual wield versus lightning staff in front bar, is it noticeable? Yes. Do you know how it's noticeable? Dual wield can't reach if you are 7 meters away or more. Well, more than 7 meters. That's the difference. Outside of that, I mean, the passives depend on your build. It depends on what you want to take advantage of. The BFG is actually dual wield on purpose. But you have to be mindful of range inside mechanics. If you are all melee, there's going to be range mechanics where you do no damage. Except for dots that you've got left over. Dude, how are you the ice guy again? Assuming it's a new class. Relatively new. It's been new since last year. Been playing 7 years. Some classes or roles I've become okay at, but some really struggle with, usually due to their resource sustain or damage mitigation. Currently, I'm struggling badly with the Stamcrow. That's because that's the Stamcrow isn't one of 3 ways to, or 4 ways to play a Necromancer. That is just a term used for you have a stand bar. That doesn't define a full build. Because my sustain is awful, no matter how I play. There's always a challenge to overcome. There is. So here's the thing. Some people may get some insight out of this. Some people may just get pissed off because they don't agree with me, but it's tough shit. When people complain about sustainability, it's their own problem. Wait, I'm going to explain why. People are under the impression that you have to light hit all the time. And if you run out, your sustain is bad. You can build to have really high recovery, but you're going to have to lack some damage to do so. Or you're going to have to utilize a base game mechanic. That is a heavy attack. They didn't design the game so that you could infinitely spam skills unless you built to do that. And if your build isn't built to have infinite recovery, the sustainability becomes a manual issue for you. So if you are doing light skill, and constantly running out in situations, that's when you need to adjust to maybe your play style or different stats on your character. So people always blame a class and play style rather than the construction of their own build and the way that they utilize it. I don't see the point in having a new update. ESO can't even fix the bots they have running all over the place. Yeah, that makes sense. If you have complaints about the game, it's probably easier if you complain to the devs because that's where they take the feedback. But there's nothing I can do about it. They have to have updates because that's the nature of an MMO. They have to update stuff to make it better. And otherwise, it would just stagnate and you'd still keep your shitty bots. Your Nightblade tank is now useless. Tormentor is no more. It's not useless because the patch isn't live yet. Thanks for telling me, though. I'm glad you had to let me know. Looks interesting. I may have to purchase wherever it comes. Whenever it came in with. That's Necrom, the class. Don't bet on it, Nicola. Correct. That's the beauty of making your own product. Right? If something changes, it's up to me to adapt. So don't worry. I know. Oh my god, it's over! It's not. First of all, it's week 1. They could revert it. Secondly, on live, you can still use it in its current form for the next, 5 weeks or so? You're fine. For now, it's perfectly fine. Later, you'll have to wait and see how I adapt it. Or I'll just tell you I deleted it. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe that's what people want. No fella, have fun. Thank you very much for watching. Lazy Tank's still lazy. Of course it's still lazy. It's not live yet. Trust me, if anything was a big problem, I would be the first one to tell you. Because I'm the one it directly affects, because this is my job. Trust me, people panic over nothing. You'll be fine. Nobody asked, but I don't do Dragon Knight and Warden because I haven't been able to mitigate resource costs to a comfy rate. That was more accurate, Cucumber. What you've just said there is you haven't managed to build it to a way that you're satisfied with. That is completely different to someone going, the sustain on that class sucks. So your statement was 100% valid. Well done. Rhino, good stuff. No worries, dude. Hopefully that helps. It wasn't intended to make people feel shit. It was intended to offer you some actual insight as to how you can approach that dilemma, if you like, or problem. A lot of the time, it's just a case of slightly adjusting what you don't have. And that's part and parcel of making your own builds in the first place. The expectation that something's going to be completely spammable forever and never run out is a common one, obviously. Lots of people like to have that, but if you don't build for it, you won't have it. People are so quick to dismiss the base game mechanics like a heavy attack and don't understand its importance. If you understand off balance and you can utilize heavy attacks within your rotation, you'll do very, very well because you'll sustain your resources for a longer period of time. Also, people don't understand about potions. Read this here. I don't mean to offend, just saying was enjoying tanking it. Oh, no, don't worry. They haven't nerfed it yet. Delete that. I read the patch notes on it. On stream, Nicola. Went through the whole bloody thing. Don't worry. We've got plenty of time yet. I will tell you in due time what will happen with it, but you won't find spoilers on the stream. That's kind of a behind-the-scenes thing, but don't worry. It's fine. If it was really, really bad, I would have made a video telling you how shit it is now. It's not over yet. So, potions. This is what people fuck up with. Read that. Actually, don't read it. I'll read it. Major fortitude, major intellect, major endurance for 47.3 seconds if you have medicinal use. Most people buy medicinal use as a passive, but never take advantage of the fact that your potions are full uptime over the cooldown. 47-second potion, 45-second cooldown. Why are you only using it when you're out of juice? Use it when it is ready. You can maintain three major buffs indefinitely. There's half of your sustainability right there. letting yourself not have 30% recovery and then wondering why you ran out. You have a self-charging fucking unit there, and you're not using it. Also, if you only use it when you're low resources, you'll only get 7.5k back, and you'll use that in 2 or 3 spells anyway. But if you constantly reuse it when it's ready, you'll maintain the buffs and bonuses and give yourself extra pumps of resources as you go. Also, if you only heavy attack when you've got no resources left, you're doing it wrong. Because here's the problem, right? You'll be doing this, unless you're on a heavy attack and wall build. But if you have this here, and you run out, you're going light skill, light skill, light skill, light skill, reapply, light skill, light skill, light skill, run out. Now you're going to do this. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Okay, I've got enough to fight now. Light skill, light skill, light skill, light skill, heavy. It's too long, right? When you get to about half resources, start adjusting your rotation ever so slightly. So look out for off balance. That's a prime opportunity to take advantage of that. But if you can't, you might be going light skill, light skill, light skill. And between your cooldowns of your skills while they're running, sneak in a heavy instead of a light. Then do light skill, light skill, light skill. Sneak in a heavy instead of a light. Until you're at a healthy amount and then go back to your spamming. Maintaining it is the trick. Running out completely and then popping a potion and then doing a heavy attack only means you can't manage your resources actively. If you can maintain them actively and micromanage that resource pool, you won't struggle with sustainability. And you won't get a huge drop or even a noticeable change in your DPS because it's about maintaining it. If you don't maintain it, you will get to points where you're just heavy, 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 and your DPS will go, and you'll wonder why. Why? Is because consistency. You haven't maintained what you should be maintaining. I've trusted you since the first drop the Immortal Warrior. Thank you, Sailor. Much appreciated. You're doing it again. He's again. Well, that's still a thing. Yeah, of course they are. Why would they be dead? They're not dead. They didn't change the ring, and they didn't take away all the bars. So I intervened. We care about you so much, so we're concerned. You have been in this archive for 3 months. We know you haven't seen the sky. Please hydrate and don't burn out. Update 41. We say this with love. You are fucking hilarious, dude. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Light, heavy, light, fart. Sure, why not? I mean, that can work, actually. If you find that you... let's say, for example, you use light attack skill 6 times in your rotation. Right? We'll say 10 for argument's sake. Let's say you use 10. Instead of light hit 10 times, light hit 8 times, and then use 1 heavy between one of your hits instead. So technically you're using less skills that time, but your channel will make up for the 2 lights anyway because you do more damage over that period. It's just one of those things where people have to actively be responsible for their character's resources rather than assuming spamming will be enough. If you floor it in a straight line till your fuel tank runs out, guess what? You run out of fuel. But if you floor it, pull over to a gas station, fill it up a bit and floor it some more, you're going to go further than the other dude did. Is what it is. Hopefully that helps, because people get the wrong information when it comes to sustainability, and they assume that the build is going to do it by default for them. Some can. You can build for that, but you're going to sacrifice damage overall because you've obviously put loads of stats into resource management. Off topic, what do you think of concealed weapon change? Fucking love it. I did already go over the fucking bastard. Look at him blowing up the room. I did already go over that on the PTS patch reading the other night, but from actual experience now, rather than just looking at it on paper, it is less complicated. And while you may not get Major Berserk yourself anymore, you can still take that synergy from someone else and benefit from it. And in turn, technically boost that skill. It's got a 10% flat bonus to that skill now. So on your own, only that skill is 10%. But in a group, double dip on it. So they've allowed for you to still have some strength out of it at the same time as being able to kind of comprise your group around it and make you stronger than you were before. So easier and stronger in group situations where buffs are present. Never understood people who claim particular classes sustain issues. It seems to me that the sustain issues are caused on how you play the class, not the class itself. That is basically what I was trying to say, but yes, that's true. That's exactly the problem. Why are these all over the place, Mike? Oh, he's blowing them up with a meteor, that's why. Even's Iron Ninjas. Dragon, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hey, hey, hey. I shouldn't beam. I didn't even cut enough tentacles. Silent but deadly? Sure, why not? Oh, fuck it. Mike is the Atronach. He's just running around all over the place. Why is one down here and one up there? He's having way too much fun with that fire stuff. I'm going to come over there and kill it. Look, it's not even going to hurt him. Just leave it on status effects alone. 95k. Do you see that? Pay attention, Zai. I am. That's because there was an infuser up there. Well, get it then. Get it dead. Where the fuck did that go? There was a 95k hit there. Poisoned. Look at that. Ticks from poison. 87k. Mad. Now, bear in mind, in this whole pool, regardless of me not really paying much attention, Fake Carver is still up there. Above everything else that happened overall. As overall DPS for everything. Now, imagine if they'd kept the chance for status so we could still proc it way more than before.
I love winning.
While
Drinks all
improving the
around.
status damage and making that stronger. We'd have too much. That was the point. They balanced it out. You won't notice because everything has done this. They've gone into the middle. Pay attention, Zai. Mod's telling me off. Good night, people. Phoenix, thank you for watching. My eye's gone foggy. I haven't even been using buffs on bosses. Wrong button. I'm paying attention, don't worry. I promise. I'm fucking not. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he's fucked. 300k DPS. Hello. I'm dead. Ridiculous. Oh, hey, I'm up in the air. Fuck. Rip deeps. See, mechanics affects your deeps. Now you got to start your rotation again. What the fuck happened there? Daedroff took 219k. He got hurt. 96k from hemorrhage ticks. See? They triple stack now. If you stack 3 hemorrhages, they escalate. Burning, 70 fucking k. Poisoned, 85. Sundered. Lower ones that time. I didn't crit at all. But still 38k from non-crit. Disease is fucking mental. Disease is mad with Zerblight because if you are lucky enough to have a status proc from it, that goes bang, then disease goes bang. Because that's an area of effect. Boom now. I'm having that. There's blue, red beams from Riddis right now. Yes, in the All About Mechanics video, they were just marks on the ground. They found that the vast majority of the community couldn't figure that out. So they made beams more obvious. This figure looking good. They're already good. But yes, they boosted them by like 106% for some of them. And again, that is why they made minor adjustments to class skills, specifically the Arcanist one, to bring that in line, because you already have a higher status chance as a class. How many focused efforts you have? 4. Bear in mind, if I was on Status Pro, those 90-odd K procs would be in excess of like 140 or so. It depends on how you build. How's everybody doing? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Love Infinite Archive is good fun. Did a board run today on 4th on PCNA. They added Heartland Conqueror to the mix to show me I didn't have to reset at all to reach Arc 9. Reset at all to reach Arc 9 for focus efforts and EA. I'm lost on what you actually meant there. Didn't have to reset. It showed me I didn't have to reset at all to reach Arc 9. I don't know what you mean by reset. I mean, to reach Arc 9, you have to beat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I just walked into that. That was dumb. 25k to the face. My bad! Mike, relax. Slow burn the fuckers until the nasty ones are out of the way. I want to see that 1.5 million K hit. 1.5 million hit again. That was the Atronach boom that did that. You get a meteor that lands on the ground, and then after a few seconds, it goes bang. Mike's going to die.
I love winning.
Don't res me
Drinks
until the
all
spell
around.
fucker's out of the room, dude. You got the bleed. Just slow burn him. Haven't had him in here for quite a while. Haven't had what in here? Fucking McForearms? Or Infinite Archive will always be Endless Archive? No, it won't. That's why they changed it. People said they can't get used to it, but they have. There's only one person on the internet that hasn't. It's Tayo. Mike's going to kill everything in the face. Maybe not. Yeah, he is. It's fine. If Spellfucker goes away and then the Negate Bubble fuckers go away, he'll be able to pick me up. But take your time, dude. There's no rush. He's talking about Rillis. Rillis I see quite a lot, actually. Oh, he's in Spellfucker juice. That was so close. There you go. That bleed is doing it. The dude in the middle with the staff, he actually heals the group if you don't interrupt him. So as long as you can get him down, you're generally okay. But the fucking meteor guys, not meteor guys, the negate bubble guys do not help. Did I do animation cancel your inspired ability? Yes, of course. Bear in mind, you can't technically animation cancel channeled abilities. You can with a light attack beforehand, but you can't actually the skill. Spellfucker juice nearly got him then. There's a video. It's actually on the Elder Scrolls Online website at the moment because they posted the community guides today. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, I'm there. With an older video about light and heavy attack weaving and how to animation cancel that and how to perfectly manage the global cooldown between heavy attacks and skills so you will never, ever, ever, even being the least experienced player in the game, you will never fail it. Guaranteed. So put beginner in the chat and that will bring up how to get good series. There's a video there called Weave Like a Pro, or at least the thumbnail says that. That will help. Whoa. Did he get away with it? Nope. Plenty of time, Mike. Get rid of the big fuckers. You'll be fine. I'm not in a rush. We've got 4 focused efforts anyway, which is banging. As if he killed me with 25k fucking damage. Basically, he slams the ground and shit spreads out and you gotta block it, but instead, I decided to run straight into it. Like a noob canoe. What was the highest focused efforts on stream? 5. I think. No, maybe 4. I think it was 4 on the Almost Immortal Warrior. I have had 4 on Status Pro. I've actually had 5 off stream on Status Pro. He deletes everything. On live, he deletes everything. On here, with the status changes, fucking hell. Does Mike get extra donuts for all his work? I'm going to say yes, so then he doesn't die. But technically, no. Yes. Plus, he gets all the donuts. Look at that! Yes, you're a legend, dude. Thank you very much. Get it, Mike. Oh, shit. Nope. He soloed it all anyway. Bring your own donuts. It would appear that you got nerfed. Right? Rich, I'm glad you showed up because did you know that you okayed a full-out nerf? Rich Lambert is in the chat, people. Fanboy moment. We actually have the creative director of ZeniMax Online Studios who makes the choices for these things in the chat. And guess what? It's clearly not nerfed. Rich, we're doing a very basic test, which is basically a build that is already fully functional on the live server, throwing it into the same scenario as we do on the live server on the PTS and seeing the difference. Guess what? Balance makes sense, obviously, because the status stuff was boosted to a class that enhances status, alongside the drop to their main, which means everything balances out in the middle. You may be surprised to know, because, I mean, you might want to get a QA team for this, but you may be surprised to know that the difference is not noticeable. In fact, we have a bit more, depending on how you build. I'm pretty sure you probably thunk of that already when deciding to make these decisions, but just in case you didn't know, I'm letting you know now. It's like Gil can do maths, right? It's like that. It's like that. And not even spreadsheet maths. You know, the ones where people go, well, technically, and they put a number and say, we're getting 3% DPS drop. No. You can figure out fluctuations in DPS based on lots of different variables and then consolidate them all to make sense overall. In most situations. I'd say most, because people are smart as fuck sometimes. And can figure shit out. It's fucking nuts. Well, what about if you put charged on? Well, you'll have much less crit. So, while you will proc them more often, you'll do less overall, because you won't crit as much. Or will you? Maybe you'll have to try it. But that's where the balance is. That's why they have certain percentages for those bonuses, rather than just made up ones. How you doing, by the way, Rich? Glad you can make it. It's always really cool when the devs come in. It's like, oh my god, the devs know me. It's so fun. It's hard to be fair. Basic maths is easy to demonstrate to stupid people. I know that sounds really negative, but it's true. It's really easy to just throw a number out there and get people that don't understand to believe it. Whereas actual demonstrations trump that. They even fix your RNG. Have you noticed how on the test server, I've got 4 focused efforts, but on the live server, night after night after night, you watch me in pure pain and agony and distress because I can't get the fucking things. Which is why I don't do it in regular. See? Have you finished that table, by the way? 9 out of 7 people struggle with math. Yes, they do. For those at the back, that was a joke. It's one of Mike's great jokes. The epoxy one? Yeah, dude. The one you posted on Twitter. I don't know if you finished it or not yet. I'm a bit behind. No, still sand in the fucking thing. Okay, fair. That's fucking huge, though. That's why. It looks sick, dude. You got good at that. He doesn't just have a really cool shed for the sake of it. He can actually make stuff. Splat. Stun. Watch. Dodge. Oh, we're supposed to block that. My bad. Finish the desk. The other one is for my son. Nice. So, you are supposed to block that. I didn't. Pretty sure it's a personal Zai because you had 2 runs today. Both dropped focused efforts first. Everyone else, not like you at Zos. Yeah, I think that's it. Finn, make sure I don't get focused efforts ever. Mike, just slow burn it, dude. It's going to die. This is rad. It's cool as fuck. They'll be dead. You've got it. Yes! Easy peasy. Except you're stuck in ice. Block, block, block. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, I know the death recap is up there, but I bind combat metrics to the right D-pad, so I can't get rid of it. Watch. See? It's gone. We need to bind it to something else because I don't want to. Test servers for convenience. So I game it for the builds. Yes! Super happy with it now. It turned out. Never worked with cottonwood before, so... Doesn't it, like... You're a bit nervy. Does it splinter like shit? I never tried. Which website is on a game? Nah, that's how you doing. Welcome to the stream. It's almost like they think of these things. It is. Mike has got a million Bankins in the room. Look, millions of them. He's got to kill Sentinel Alka Salad. All by himself, because I fucked up. Rich, I've already told Finn this. I think I have. But, the water boy fucking guy, Ulmar, or whatever his name is, his telegraphs pop before they're over. So, I've already noted it, but just so you know. Didn't have any problems cutting it for drilling holes with. Did it split? So far, it's held up really well as a deck. Oh, okay, fair. What do we got? I thought it would be quite difficult to cut. But 1-bar builds are nerfed. I know! He's the 1-bar fucking tank! Let's go. 1-bar tanks are useless. Right, useless. Imagine that. It's hilarious. It's a playstyle choice. 1-bar Sork tank specifically. He's put Bobby in the chat. That's the build, people. If you want to build that Mike's using. He is using the fully functioned version of the build exactly as it is on the current PTS. It's absolutely fine. You don't have to be too surprised at that. Shit. I don't want aggro, but I do have to drop stuff on the ground, so rip. Boing. Pop! How much health do they have now? Million-ish. Oh my god. Wish the damage wasn't so bad. That's a joke, by the way. Fanfare stealing Hardened War 2. Yeah, I told Gilliam last night. He just went, lol. That's when you know they're like, we're waiting for feedback. Oh, that's new. It's just 641. Yeah. Just chilling. Dude, I'm reading chat on YouTube and fucking Twitch at the same time as well. On the Venom build. Do you want to see what it looks like up close? I mean, the one on my live main server obviously looks a bit cooler because he's a bit more beefy. But check this out. Look at this. Look how cool he looks. I zoomed in for effect there. Oh my god, interrupt. Everything's gonna go bang. Hoi! Oh, I got aggro. I'm fucked. Not doing too well there. Quick strike? No, it's the fucking spheres. I nearly killed it, but the fucking thing needed interrupting. It's almost like they think I've read that one already. So far, I've read that as well. Buddha, how you doing? He's still here. Buddha needs a shout out, by the way. If you haven't followed Buddha already, probably doing stuff wrong. You have to rub his belly for luck. That's probably why I just died. Damn it. Fatigue is kicking in. It's actually not. I just fucked up. Need to interrupt the spheres a bit quicker. I expected it to pop, and it was about to, but... I got shot by something. Arcanist, StarCraft, Blood War, Lurk Attack. Mike is a goat. He's gonna die. He's not gonna die. He's gonna interrupt those things in the middle that aren't interrupted. Look at those bashes! Oh, negate. Never blame the player, it's always the tools, right? Definitely, definitely, right? If I had interrupted that, I would have lived. But, equally, if that hadn't have put the interrupt mechanic there, I wouldn't have had to. So, it's the game's fault. I'm going to get up in a second after the AoE's gone. Up and tentacle, instantly. Up, cast. Whee! Bash. See? Situation solved. What doesn't help is those fucking doggies. Buff, 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 buff. Buff, please. Howlin', how you doing? Welcome to the stream. There's a massive message. You're supposed to say hi first. Figured out how you get all the aggro's eye. Maybe Rich can confirm or deny, but there are actual levels of threat and pair people don't know about, except everyone's ashamed but yours. Yours are the maximum. It's not the same as other MMOs. Not ashamed to say that. Indeed. 6 is rough. It is. We had like 9 or 10 the other night on stream, and it got to 3 o'clock in the morning, and we had to go to bed. I was like, fuck this. We could go further, but there's no point. Let's just leave. We've got shit RNG anyway. Finn makes it so that whenever anyone doesn't have aggro, I automatically do. It's coded in. He even admitted it. He said, like, sure, of course it is. And that's how he responded as well. It wasn't like, well... He didn't even try to do that. He was like, yeah, it's true. So now you know. I asked, and he told me. Pump, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I've got to let go of my controller to press the ninja button. It's true, those buttons, I have to let go of this. I'm back. We just have to get off the web when Mum had to use the phone. Dial-up. You still got dial-up? Dial-up's fun. It's got character. Not like boring modems that don't make no sound. Everybody knows that. But no, these new ones don't make any sound. No personality at all. Wine any good in skin? Is the wine any good in Skingrad? Apparently, but I haven't tried it, so I can't confirm. We'll have to wait until the chapter PTS happens before we can find out. Whee! I can confirm ESO wine in general, like the real life stuff, is fucking brilliant. Tried all of that. The Necron party, I had way too much of it. And it sounds really naughty, doesn't it? Like, ooh, Xana drank all the wine. I bet he was tipsy. No, we had fucking everything. And then they dropped wine on the table. And before I realized it, the flask in front of me was gone. I played StarCraft in 1999. Oh, I used to love that. Long time ago. Whee! Oi, Battle Cat! I'm in trouble. Block. You have to block that. Oi, 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 oi. Too much aggro. Furthest I've gone, 711. That was no defense buffs with BF. I've got no defensive buffs at all. Bulwark, Void Burst, Bite, Dragon Knight Standard. Dragon Knight Standard didn't help. I wasn't in at that point. I've already lost loads of health from it. Void Burst is what finished me off from Spellfucker. Spellfucker landed on me at the end, Mike. Bastard. Not been able to get to the third encounter on Thoat. It's actually a skill issue. It will be. But practice will help with that. So if you put Infinite in the chat, there's a massive, massive guide there showing you all the different individual boss fights, including Thoat Replicanum in a 4th stage. There's a couple of bosses missing, obviously, because I did 47 hours worth of footage over a 4-week period to try and get them all. But the written guide has got every single one. So if you're missing a couple from the video, you can obviously go and read that. Infinite in the chat. The written guide is in the description for the video. Don't be dead, Mike. I'm trying... Zai even. I try not to, but Spellfucker got me. It's getting to the point where it's quite difficult for the tank to grab all the important stuff straight away, so I am going to have to hold back a bit and be more mindful of the incoming damage. That's what happens on Arc 6. You get targeted by everything. So, it's tricky. I need more buffs. I've been going glass cannon all the way. Or just to stand in less stupid. Put stupid in the chat. If you don't understand all the different area of effects, telegraphs in the game, there are some that stick to you, so if you move, you kill people. Some that stick to the ground, some that are positive, some that are negative. And yes, I mean positive as in a mechanic that you have to stack together in. If you don't understand all those, put stupid in the chat. It's part of the How to Get Good series. Everything you need to know is there. Feathers have been is 5-5-3. I made a dumb mistake on my last lives against a dragon. To be fair, if you can get past 1, you're doing incredibly well. The vast majority of the community so far haven't passed the first throw-out boss. And that's not from actual stats, but that's from gauging the experience of other players that you see in front of you. Most people are struggling like hell to do it. So if you do get past even 1 phase, you're pretty fucking good. A lot more are doing it as they practice, but their first interaction in here, or their first experience, they struggle like fuck. My armor broke. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Would be amazing. Implementing the zone world boss to you. They've already done it. There's world bosses in here. Absolute unnoticeable nerf, right? You won't notice it at all. Did I get killed? Yes. Because I did the dumb. That's it. 1 second. Oh, we got... Do you know what? Arguably the easiest dragon to fight. However, he does one thing the devs did on purpose that makes you uncomfortable. He makes you stand in the one place you shouldn't stand. Where should you never stand with a dragon, people? Bear in mind, Mike, when he comes back down, he's going to aggro me because he's broken. Where should you never stand? And where does he make you stand? On the wing. So why do people die? Tail end is also a bad place to stand. Very true. Do you know why people die? Because they celebrate too early. They celebrate about how they got away from the big AoE. And they forget they've got to get back out again. That's the problem. Just stop celebrating. This here. Ooh, get to the wing. Watch. Get the fuck back out again. Get in front of him as soon as possible. And I've got aggro. This is busted. This happens on live as well. When he comes back down, he doesn't listen to the tank. So I'm tanking. 3, 2, 1, dodge. Use. Sit down. That's your K-Pal. K-Pal fucking lived. She was hanging on. Oh, the funniest reaction I've ever fucking seen. She was hanging on to the edge. And I quote, she shouted the words, "I want my mum." I was not ready for that. Bear in mind, I tried not to swear all stream. I'm taking defensive bonuses. I don't have any at the moment. I'm taking it. That's my first defensive bonus that I'm taking because I'm starting to get hard. Hit hard even. God, that sounded so wrong. Starting to get hit hard. Agree, my first ever run for... It's a weird fucking stream, isn't it? First ever run for punched me in the face and I died immediately. Beat them and next try, but it was humbling. Yeah, so... There's one major mistake that people make on Third Replicanum, and it's the bubble. It's... Shut up, Mike. Fuck off. You can't come back from that. We say stuff on stream. Hello, long break. Decided to start the game again, and this, I need to renew my add-ons. Do you have any suggestions? Have a nice game. Not really, because I don't really use any. I recommend that you get into the game, figure out what you can manage with the base game stuff, and then if you need extra help, go nuts. You can casually tank a dragon as a DPS, and an example, actual elite player, instead of elites, which takes the piss up people. Where the fuck was I? Throw. So, her damage shield. The more damage sources you have, like a light attack, a stun, a fucking spammable, a damage over time on the ground, whatever, every single one of them will escalate the amount of damage sources that you have on her, and she'll spawn loads and loads of orbs that she'll eventually fire at you, which you can dodge. If you have lower damage sources, like just a wall and a heavy attack, she does them less fast, so you don't get so many. So, depending on your build, depends on how you want to approach that. But again, your survivability is the decider there. If you decide to make her spawn all the orbs and you just want to keep hitting her, that's fine, but you're now going to have to dodge loads of shit or block loads of shit, and you might die. If not, you can just wait, and the shield will go away. So the choice is yours, but the mechanic is there regardless. Add-on-wise, Vaxi, there's a lot of stuff added to the game over time, so most of the basic stuff that is kind of an expectation for people in MMOs over the last 10 years has been added anyway, and there's probably still more stuff to come. But use the base stuff first, go in your combat options, and check what you do and don't need, and then from there, if you need additional stuff, use Minion and have a look at some extras. Talent is poorly telegraphed because the already waving nature of the puppy excited and talk to fights to someone. Talk fight to some. You never see the Dragog Burb tail whip. You do, but you have to look very carefully. There's the thing I did block or dodge. None of those. I'll wait until Ferret get out of the bubble now and play safe. You can play safe. If you are more advanced, obviously you can take the other option. But that is literally if you're more advanced or if you've got a much simpler build and not so many damage sources at once. For example, the lazy sort can basically just heavy wall, heavy wall, heavy wall until the fucking bubble has full with loads of orbs, and then you just dodge them because they all fire at the same time then. But if they stagger and you've got lots of different effects going off at once or different timers, then you'll get loads and loads and loads. Their timers will fire at you at different intervals, and then you'll have issues dodging it all. This particular boss here, stay close. Because all the winds won't get us here as long as Mike maintains a taunt. So just follow that one around his feet. And if it escalates and we get more, then that is also fine. You can still do the same thing until it gets too many. When it gets too many, that's when you want to move the boss somewhere else. However, this particular room is dog shit. So we have to make sure we kill it, otherwise we're in trouble. Also, that was a marauder, by the way. Just got clusterfucked. Yes, I ninja looted. Don't ask. I know, it's PTS. Pleasant Talon is the worst view, dragon butt view from any platform. You're trying, but yes, it is. It's true. Surprised you don't combine a Zerblade with Vance's Torment. Why would I? That doesn't support the build, because there's no room. You do what you want to do with your builds. But the builds are delivered in the way that they're delivered on purpose. You have to bear in mind that stuff like that is obviously chested. But if it is very, very niche in its own application, then it won't go on it. This had to have other stuff added. There's no room for it. There's no room for any other 5-piece set on the build, unless you want to customize it and make it your own, in which case you're not technically using the same build. Venom in the chat if you want it. It's all there. Enjoy. Oh, shit. Part of being a creator is to kind of create your own stuff. Now, while the two sets are fun, it depends on everything else that you're using as to whether it will be more useful in the scenario it's designed for. 3 dragons in Infinite Archive. Yes, there are. Ice, lightning, and fire. So there's Latvolan, Mermanir, how do we pronounce his fucking name, and Loki. No, YOLO even. Loki's a fucking frost dragon. Yolocrin. Oh, these are all shit. Venom is epic. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. How often your interrupts are. That is actually random. Because some rounds you might have none. So then it's fucking useless. If you want to build that capitalize on an interrupt, put oh, I've forgotten the name now. Status is for Status Pro, so that will show you the base design of the build. But if you put Infinarch NB, so Infinarch Nightblade, that one, that's nuts. That covers all the shit. Bear in mind, if I interrupt once every 3 minutes, or twice, or maybe 3 times every 3 minutes, that makes it very inefficient versus something that's going to work all the time. It's only if you can guarantee that you're going to constantly need interrupts every X, Y, and Z amount of time that's going to... Wow! Did you see that? Woohoo! That was a big boom. Fucking hell. We need to check that in a minute. 400k deeps. Thank you very much. Block. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. I've got a bat on me. Fucking bat. That was a big bang. I'm building Status Pro right now. You're going to fucking love it. We use it a lot on stream, actually, to demonstrate it. It's fucking nuts. Also, bear in mind, 9 times out of 10, when I come in here with a DPS-y build, we end up in here with the Almost Immortal Warrior that is covered in interrupts anyway with fucking deep breath. It varies. It's a good time. What the fuck? What's good about the archive? I mean, it's fun. It changes every time you come in here, and it's got infinite rounds. So if you like zombies in COD, no, it's not the same. But it's the same idea where you stay as long as you can. It gets more and more and more difficult, and you just challenge yourself. Infinarch MB as a Dwemer Delve. Status Pro will be another level of Status Buff, indeed. What's good about the Infinarch? I'm new, and I saw what you can get from the store, and none of them seem attractive. That's a subjective point of view. If you don't like it, don't like it. Up to you. But that changes. It rotates all the time. There's something for everyone in this game. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But I'd encourage you to at least give it a look before you decide. It's fucking banging. So much fun. If everyone goes into content only for what they get out of it at the end, I don't think you enjoyed the journey, which is kind of part and parcel of an MMO. You're supposed to see what happens along the way, and then get rewarded at the end. If you just go for the reward, you're going to chase a lot of golden goose and not get any eggs. Not getting Working's eye. It's broken! Oh, I didn't show the combat logs of the last thingy, did I? Fucking hell. Delete. I didn't even use the thing. Did I? Nope. Extra buff. Cold blast. Yes! Whee! Fuck off! Nearly got me. 0 to Huntress, thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated bit. And Cake in the chat, you're an absolute legend. Don't tell anyone any different, because that would be a lie. And don't let them tell you any different, because they're wrong. Should I get ESO Plus? I mean, it's your life, you decide, but yes. 100%. Why would you not? If you can afford it, get it. If you intend on playing ESO for a long time, and you can afford ESO Plus, 152,000% yes. Uh-oh, that hurt. No, you don't. Love the fact that Tentacle heals you, even though you don't have a target. Mike Macon. He's in here. He's busy. He's got a tank stuff. Don't distract him. He's killed me twice already. It's a massive lie. I killed myself, but... nobody saw that. 3, 2, 1, dodge. Nice try. Plus the best $15 you ever spend a month. It's fucking insane. Again, I've mentioned this many, many times before. You get loads and loads of perks, and I'm not going to go over them all because someone's going to sit at the back and go, you missed one. I haven't missed one. I'm just saying there's lots of stuff. Even if it didn't give you all the perks and bonuses that it does, which are amazing and more value for money than any MMO subscription you will ever fucking pay for. If none of those existed and it was just a crafting bag, people would still fucking buy it. Absolute fact. Bullshit. The dragon's fucked. I didn't even realize it was dead. By a long time, Zion means longer than a week. Of course, ESO Plus is worth it for the craft bag alone. See? Told you. Best bonus in the... what the fuck did we hit that with? Here we go again. Look at that. Chilled. Fucking 85k. Poisoned, 103k. Hemorrhage, 105. Sundered, 90. I mean, again, this is a very subjective position to be in because it depends on your build and your perks at the time, but they're fucking mad. You go on in this, like, I'm doing Arc 1 tonight in the daily gear, then you get to 4 good visions and I'll leave till you realize you have to be up at 8 hours. Do you know what? I've done that. I was on Almost Immortal Warrior. Every time you go in, Zai has been trapped in here for 3 months. I have. I went onto the Almost Immortal Warrior with the Infinite Arc update. Before I released it on live, I went onto my main server and tried it in there for all its perks and bonuses that it has and tested the crap out of it in multiple different runs to see what could happen depending on the visions and buffs and bonuses you got. And I ended up in like fucking Arc 9 with 3 lives remaining. And it was 5:30 in the fucking morning. Like, I'm dying. I did dumb. When the Atro drops the ice on your head, or the shards, I know from running in there for so long, just do this. I couldn't do it. I was so fucking tired. I was like, yeah, block. Fell off. Then, I got up and went again. Guess what? Block. Oh, fuck. Couldn't fucking focus. I was so tired. So, fuck it. The dragon's dead because Mike Mega's Legend of Desire is stupidly lethal at so many levels. Thank you very much. I'll take it. What are the best drops from the archives? Lemon? Indeed. Again, it's subjective. It depends on what you're after. Are you after the class sets? Are you after overland sets? Because they drop on rotation every week in the boxes so you can fill your sticker book. Do you want money? Because you get loads of money. Or the Archival Fortunes, which allows you to buy stuff from the store, which is also a weekly that rotates as well. There's shit tons. And more to be added as well over time, obviously. Damage shield increase or more damage. It's got to be more damage in it. Like crit chance. More crits. I know I should be building defensively, but it's nearly 2 in the morning. Let's do it. Leads? Fuck tons of leads. Fuck tons of furnishings as well. How can I work lemons into my meta build though? Well, you could squeeze it really hard into the eye of the enemy and watch them complain about how it's not fair. And then you can offer them some salt to rub in it because it normally makes it better, right? That was quick, actually. Do that. Uh-oh. Water boy! He's in the room. Marauder. I'm gonna kill that archer because he's gonna be a pain in the fucking buttocks. You do not want that fucking bleed on anyone. Oh, this is broken. This boss is fucked, by the way. That 3, 2, 1 dodge. As you saw, I dodged it. Sometimes it doesn't fucking work. It goes off before you finish, so I'm going to be very careful with this one. I'm going to kill the ad by accident, dude. 3, 2, 1, dodge. I'm going to pace it. I don't want to really get in the corner with the fucking thing, because if I do, I'm at risk of staying too close when that goes off, and I want to get out. You can't see the telegraph. Fuck you. Dodge hit me before it blew up. Told you. You can't see the telegraph when there's elevated platforms. So if it's a ramp or steps, you can't see the full hit of it. But also, even if you can, even if you dodge on time, it will pop before it has reached its peak. Yes, I've reported it. Mike's going to have to slow kill it now. Mike will live because he's a tank. Do you think you will ever get the ability to see a detailed positive damage, healing, etc. on console? No, we don't even have that on PC. I mean, it's not even detailed because it's rigged. There are specific buffs, bonuses, and variables on that target versus what you could have additionally in the game. Unless you're talking about in actual content, in which case, who knows? Maybe. At the moment, I doubt it, because what's the real need for it? It doesn't warrant anything positive. All it does is gives people an excuse to make up why they exclude people. It just encourages or enhances gatekeeping. And 9 times out of 10 it's explained in such a way that it supports a certain agenda rather than actual fact. So you will see someone in your group, for example, that is doing less DPS than everyone else. And you're like, oh, well, you're getting kicked because you're doing less damage. But what they fail to realize is that that person stopped doing damage because they rezzed 4 people. So it can be manipulated. So I don't think it will be a helpful tool. Would it be fun for curiosity's sake? Yes. But would it get abused? Also a big, big yes. Mike, I wouldn't pick me up until after he's dead because I'm going to die in this big AoE. It keeps being funky with me. There are tons of function plans and blueprints. Check all the jars. Yes, you can get all sorts. It's fucking nuts. It's one of those things. We even got the trial dummy, which I was in full favour of and fully supported its release in the first place. But unfortunately, as with most things, people manipulate it. And then, while manipulating it, people that know it's manipulated deny that it's being manipulated for the sake of keeping their own face. Like, cutting off their nose to spite their face at some point, but hey, I got this. No, you didn't. You pre-buffed the fuck out of it and another dummy reset them all and dropped another ulti on it. Yeah, but that's, like, realistic if we're considering I used it on another fight first. Well, that's not the point we're trying to make, is it? People will always find a backhanded way of manipulating what something is really for. It's mainly for me to improve my rotation and see what I'm doing wrong. Then all you need to do is just get smoother with your button pressing of your rotation. The actual numbers are generally... well, they're not irrelevant, but some of them are completely irrelevant because they're taking advantage of buffs and bonuses that exist, not bringing them themselves, and then stacking them with other buffs and bonuses that their set or their build doesn't have. For example, let's just say for argument's sake that it's got Major Breach on the target, and one of your skills does that already. People will take that off and replace it with something completely different to add on top and say that that's their expectation of their actual performance. Whereas actually not, because if you're the one bringing the buff, why aren't you bringing the buff? Well, it's already on the dummy. Yes, so act like you've got 100% uptime on it. Yeah, but that's not how it works. It is how it works, because if you bring that extra skill to do more damage because it's already there, what happens in content when it's not already there? Well, I'll bring it then. Right, so you go around in fucking circles. The circular logic just fucking beats you in the head. Nothing you can do. Stunned right before the damn pop. Unlucky, dude. It's worth a shot. I agree to all points. I would love to have the logs show where the damage is coming from to help me, but it would be absolutely abused. And that's the problem. It's not the fact that it wouldn't be a helpful tool for some people. It's the fact that it would be abused by people that aren't helpful. And unfortunately, that's the world we live in. But the expectations of what you should and shouldn't have in MMOs are usually... something that created a problem here is the general expectation of something you should have there. And it's just... I don't think we should. The input on that, no worries, you're welcome. It's just... there's always going to be ways to manipulate stuff. And that's someone else's problem. But people make it your problem. You know what I mean? They've all got 150k DPS. Yeah, but you dropped the Dawnbreaker on that Skelly over there. Then reset it after your kilt was fucking launched. After you got 3 Cruxes already up. You change your skill with an add-on to drop a meteor on the target dummy from 0 timer after insta reset and everything else, and inflated your burst DPS from 150 to 200k, and then gradually stagnated at a much, much slower rate to give you a higher outcome. Yeah, well, that's how it's realistic. No, it's not. You're full of shit. You just admitted you cheated at the same time as saying it's okay. And if that's something that can be done as ignorant as fuck and accepted, imagine what would happen if we had that all built into the game. Like, you can see absolutely everything. Gatekeepers would fucking love it. And it's just, that's why we can't have nice things. Arcanist will still be strong. Arcanist is kicking ass. Look at it. Look, splat. Everything's dead. Absolutely fine. People make a mountain out of a molehill, and when they can't sell negativity anymore because they've got no content left, they then try to over-complicate things to take advantage of stupidity and ignorance and assume that that's enough to validate a point. Like, well, this and this and this and this and this. No, full well, no one's picking that up. They don't know what the fuck you just said. But you give a number and go, this is the outcome. Like, oh, really? And then they just flood forums and pages going, did you know that the Arcanist is now 3% different? Oh, no, it's not. It's not. About Duo Venom sometime in Infinite Archive. Already done it. It's fucking nuts. We need to do it again. Bang on. Understand how things are, how things get abused, and what real things really mean. Outside of just listening to fucking echo chambers. That's the problem. And again, that's why we can't have nice things. I would love for something like that to be in the game. I'd love to be able to see all that stuff outside of add-ons, because add-ons can break, and add-ons can be wrong, and add-ons can be built to be wrong. Note, I didn't say that that one is. I said that problems can happen. So in-game would be great. But at the same time, while I would like it for a particular purpose, and so would others, there would be too much abuse. And then you wouldn't be able to go back from it. It's a bit shit. I think it's in their Calicus. Pretty much. Right, let's go. I just activated a buff by accident. Who was up with the bits? Dead Jester, thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate Bit and Cake in the chat. The incomplete and often incorrect calculus. Yep. In a game as broad as this with so many fucking possibilities, like countless variables. I mean, you can add a number to the variables, but it's not comprehensible by most people. Or comprehensible even. It's really difficult for people to get their head around what just sets alone, what 68 digits of zeros looks like. Like, oh, that's a big number. I don't think you really understand the full impact of how many numbers that is. How many numbers that is you don't have enough life minutes in the next 10,000 years to say that number out loud one at a time. That's how many on a base amount of options there are just on sets alone, and that's going up by a multitude of fucking billions again with the new sets being added. It's fucking crazy. So when someone is so absolute with, well, this is best and this is not, say what you really mean and put it into a sentence rather than just blindly shouting absolutes like they're real. I understand that people don't have enough time to try everything, and that's perfectly fine. Use what you like as part and parcel of the game. Find stuff out, see if it works for you, and then explore that a bit more if you want, or stick to it. There is nothing wrong with that. But if you choose to stop, that's your stopping point. You can't complain about people that are still exploring other possibilities that you don't have the time or effort or mentality to try yourself. If you've stopped there, admit that you're done there, you're happy with it. But it doesn't mean you should stop other people. Council Showcase, sad face, no Procruity target dummy. Yeah, fucking, dude. If they introduce a Procruity target dummy, I think half the community would be happy. We'd be beating the fuck out of him, hoping the Radiant Apex mounts drop out. Every class is strong. Correct. Theory building is fun. It is, but actual physical results is more funner. Looking at all the different possibilities in the game and then trying to apply a few and seeing what happens. Because putting it on paper is never enough. You don't know what the outcome is actually going to be. You can understand that this set procs this, but seeing it in front of your face and actually putting it into practice is a totally different ballgame. Ian, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Why aren't you in fucking bed? Running Infinite Archive with a keeper. Got 2 parts of Juffy and focused efforts within the first 3 bosses. Time to rock it. Do it. Mike is getting so many fucking transformations today. Extra life. Mike, do you have time? We're on PTS. Who fucking cares? Right? I should have been gone an hour ago. There's always hidden variables. There are always hidden variables. Something could be calculated wrong. Back end. Do it. Extra life. Fuck it. Or not. Bloodline, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Just back from work. Fair. We're on a test server, dude. Showing the differences between an already pre-established build on the live server as it is on PTS. And guess what? Surprise, shit canoes are wrong. Fucking fine. Check and see if I sold out. Oh shit. Oh my god. I was gonna hit that, Mike. I mean, I'm glad you moved it because that's what you're supposed to do, but I put my dots in the wrong place. So it's all your fault. What arc? 721 at the minute. You would not believe the strength of some of the status stuff. It's fucking awesome. But again, it's chance-based, and you have to build towards it. So if you build towards status, you probably don't build towards lots of other stuff. So it's a balancing game. Stop it. He's gonna run away. Spriggans are still fucked. I can't wait to try new stuff on Sorcerer. Dude, did you see the video yesterday? Fucking nuts. I mean, it's not set in stone yet because things could change over the next 4 or 5 weeks or whatever, but so far it's pretty good, pretty fucking good. Of course, I've got a fucking Venom arrow on me. I find I can do further along the 5th arc if I had at least 8 pints of Guinness. You can't. You can't go further in arc 5, or you can. Burning is fucking insane. Look at that. Hemorrhage is 103 fucking K at the moment. 80k from disease plus the 30k splash. Yes, if you hit the target, it goes pop if it applies a status effect. As if you've got... He's had all 3 transformations. A lot, by the way. Every effect ability's increased. Nice. Yes, will it work? Need to see it all the way. Oh, dude. If it lands, it's going to be fucking insane. And that's the point. At the moment, it's all testing. And people misunderstand that. They're like, oh, this is definitely happening. This is going to happen. Blah, 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 blah. They're nerf this, they've nerfed that, etc., 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 etc. No, just understand that we're in a very privileged position for the devs to allow us access to pre-release testing. We are trying stuff out that hasn't been made officially live yet. Some do enjoy it. Some are like, oh, I'm going to try this stuff out, give some feedback, see if it's good or not, or whatever. Other people abuse it and just use it as a platform to complain. Like, if you're going to give feedback, make sure it's valid. And by that, I mean, if you don't like it, say why you don't like it. Don't just go, this is shit, everything's fucked. Here's a YouTube video of me complaining about everything being shit. No, that's abuse of privilege. You're being given the opportunity to have first-hand experience on something that's not finished yet. Don't be a shit canoe. No need. Sucks got kicked from the server. I was working on the second ad wave before. Oh my god. Kicked from the server is not fun. Oh, these things fucking hate me. Once you get to like arc 6 or so, they can delete a DPS in one shot. No fucks. 4th boss. That's what you really meant. Whoops. Gee, I'm not going nowhere near that. That was stupid. How many focused efforts you got, Mike? More Guinness, the more intake, the further I get through it. Infinite Archive. So you're better drunk? I'm like that with pool. I'm shit at pool, but if I'm pissed, I'm amazing. Used to be quite good when I was a teenager. Then I stopped playing it for years. Got shit at it. Now I can only play pool drunk. You got 2? You've only got 2? That's nuts. I was going to say mad and nuts at the same time. You got nads. Which is kind of the same thing, so that works. What's around? I keep forgetting to use my buffs, dude. My food's going to run out. Groftar, he's going to wreck me. He fucking hurts. He's not going to wreck me. We're going to kill him in the face. Check this out. Buff did it give me? Fire aura. Oh my god. Fire orb even. Bow. He's dead. Absolutely dead. 220k DPS. I'll take it. Whee! You see that 101k tick there? What the fuck was that? Pestilent Bombardment, 265,000. I didn't even fire that. Is that your fire there? Did you fire it? Fire Orb did 142k a tick. Burning 74. Hemorrhage 97. Fake Carver just wrecked the fuck out of it because it's just really fast deeps. Sundered is stupid. Poisoned is stupid. Overcharge is stupid. 100% crit. Only fired once. BB enough. That boss actually really fucking hurts. Such a cool adaptation to its regular content variant, I guess. Single target damage over time effect, duration increased. Don't need the duration increased. Same my progress, but suffered first wipe. 142, still going strong. Awesome. So what's here in his Wolfman got nads. Yes, Wolfman's got nads. That's why he keeps going, ow. True. Stop standing in stupid, it wouldn't hurt so much. Big booms. Fucking hell. Did you see that? All those pops? In progress, but oh, I read that one already. I'll let him die. I've already built up my fucking cruxes. You kill him. Fuck. Yep, totally nerfed. It's funny though, Status Pro, Infinarch, Lazy Bones, Infinarch, Almost Immortal Warrior, and Venom are all built for a purpose. It's quite funny that... Oh, I got heavy attack. Quite funny that that purpose has been heightened so far just by week 1 of PTS based on how they changed the base design of some of the mechanical stuff. Like it's almost like if you build towards the game's design, when changes come in, you're not actually at a loss. Stupid. Yeah, I got heavy attack in the back of the face. 39k. Mike, he punched me really hard. Matagon, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Dude, I'm up way late. Well, that's false. I'm not up late. Still up. I'm streaming late. Because we're doing stuff and things. If I'd have blocked, I could have lived, but I didn't realize he was on me. Fucking rip. Now Mike's got to blow up the whole room with all those globs everywhere. He's actually going to be fine. So, trick for tanks, by the way. If you end up with ferocious support and you feel like, oh, I don't have a lot of damage, but I've got this bleed. If you just heavy attack each target, they'll start dropping quite quickly. If you only focus on one, it's going to take you some time. But if you just heavy one, heavy another, etc., they start dipping. Did I miss an Arcfire reset? I saw the stream either yesterday or the day before. On this stream? Nope, that didn't happen. Just watch your video, level 1 to 50. Very helpful. Thank you very much. And also, based on the time that you were gone, sounds like you watched the whole thing. Thank you very much. You disagree? Yeah, Mike got wrecked. We're getting tired anyway. Fuck it. The purpose of testing has actually been pretty good. Whoa! Hope Mike gets back from ghost form soon, because I got up before him. Uh-oh, the bat is going to get me.
I love winning. Drinks all
Thank
around.
you for the follow. You did? I thought you did. It's really good when people watch the whole thing, because then they get the full story. The timestamps are kind of reference points in case you forgot stuff. Hopefully, Andy, that gives you a hand. I hope that helps. Because the trick is, most people that try to power level end up having to go backwards and pick up all the skill points anyway. And what they end up in is the situation where they want to do the harder content, but they haven't picked up some of their most basic passives and skills that they need to kind of help them in everyday content. And then they become, I don't want to say burden, but they become less effective, and they struggle more. So if you take just a little bit more time to kind of iron all that out in the early stages, it becomes much easier to jump straight into the harder content afterwards. Testing, what is that? It's a thing that not enough people do. I mean, some do a lot, but also depends what you test. Some limit what they test. They try one setup, first a dummy for 5 seconds, and go, oh, the whole thing is over. No. That's where you stop. Now we'll go further with that. Now start changing stuff and seeing where the stuff really is. Level Up Guide is a game changer. A nice mix of questions and dungeons. Yep, good balance of the two will unlock everything you need along the way. This is getting tricky because there's too many targets before Micus Maximus. You can do it. Fucking laser beam doesn't help. Horrible bastards. 3, 2, 1, pop. That new route is insane. For the sorcerer, that is. I'm not going to bash him. He's going to die from deeps. Haha. Someone tested my patience the other day. They were wrong. Only once. They didn't even try adding variables to it. That was silly. Get him, Matty. If you're not following Matty, by the way, you need to shout him out in the chat. Do it. 1,000 bits from Jackson. Thank you very much indeed. How have you got a fucking transformation again? You lucky bastard. Oh my dear. Oh my god, even. So let me get the facts straight. As a 680 CP normal trial runner, we met as applying buttloads of status while somehow maintaining all outgoing buffs. I'm not sure. New is applying loads of status. That's not new. You could always apply lots of status. It depends on how you built. This is PTS, by the way, so nothing's set in stone yet. This particular build that you're watching, by the way, is already live on the real servers. So I'm not quite sure if it's a statement or a question. Joseph, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Miss Brick is in as well. I didn't see Miss Brick. I thought you'd left. She sometimes goes to get food. There's no, the M word is misused massively. It means popular in ESO. It doesn't mean best. There's too many possibilities to explore to ever consider a said best. No one will ever find out absolutely everything. Just use what works for you or explore more on top of that. There's always going to be something that somebody else does that just blows people's fucking minds. You never know what else there is. Other games are very linear by that kind of term, and methods can be applied to either enhance or lessen the effectiveness of shit, but linear games have a defined best on purpose. This one does definitely not. Too many things to consider. That's why there's so many builds on the channel for the last 7 years and still going. But this is week 1 of the test server. Anything is still subject to change. They have enhanced status effects, however, on purpose, because over time they have done lots of work on combat itself. They had a roadmap for 3 years that they were applying, and now we're kind of almost at the end of it. And status is one of the final things alongside foods and potions. Because basically all damage is the same. Unless you rely on its secondary effect, which is chance-based. So you can build to enhance that, but then you end up altering your flat and all this kind of stuff. So it depends. Hazel, any recommendations for leveling the stam arc? No. Using dual wield and two-hander, mid-level, like level 30, 25 to 30. Any tips on making a level experience better? Overall, leveling experience? Yes. Put level up in the chat. There's a guide there. I mean, as it comes to the Arcanist, it doesn't make a difference. It's the same as any class. You can level them all the same. But that guide there will help you understand how to level efficiently, so you are in a better position once you get to the magical level that you want to be at. Rather than power leveling and skipping all the stuff and then being shit. Because power leveling makes bad players. The lower the champion point doesn't necessarily mean the less the skill. You will get there as far as your champion points are concerned. They're inevitable. But your skill level is what's important. So understanding how things work and applying it correctly makes a big, big difference versus how many champion points you have. This thing is getting melted. What in the fuck? I'm doing 500k DPS? Why? What the fuck was that? I must have hit the loot goblin at the same time. That added to it. Gale did lots and lots of 40ks. That was 86. Hemorrhagen was lower that time because we didn't stack multiples. Sunder was nearly 90 fucking k. 98k on poisoned. Fucking madness. So we get... No, I read that one already. Do an Attica Dolmen. Man, I get bored and quick. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Can you get XP? Yes. Can you get jewelry stuff to squash? Yes. Will you be a better player? No. You'll be disappointed because you'll be chasing a magical level that you're supposed to get to. You won't know what the fuck to do when you get there, and you'll have to backtrack to get loads of skills to make you even remotely capable in most everyday content, because those are the most important stages in the game. Like, your early stages, getting your passives unlocked, makes a big, big difference to how your character is affected by the world around it. Like, if you can have, this skill, that's great. But if you don't have the passives that go alongside of it, it's far less effective. So you will have to go backwards and get everything you did need in order to be useful in the content you want to play. If you skip everything, you're just going to end up disappointing yourself and others. Not saying you should listen to everybody else. I tell people quite the opposite. Actually, do what the fuck you want. But if you don't want to get legitimately kicked by being a carpet all the time, I don't mean someone doesn't like your build so they kick you. That's a dick move. But I mean, if you're just dead all the time, not through lack of understanding mechanics, but because your character isn't front-loaded with the basics that you should have, that's going to be frustrating for you. So always go and get your learning experience out the way in the early stages. There's nothing wrong with learning later, but you'll be in a better position once you get to 50 or 160 if you pace it and pick up skill points along the way, rather than you would if you have to keep backtracking. Because you spend twice as much time when you power level getting the other stuff you missed than you do just getting it all at once. Dons are boring to lose, a will to live. They are boring. I mean, they are very, very fun initially, but for grinding, oh my god. I'd rather put eggs in my ears. Reduction to ulti? No, damage over time. I've been doing just my daily dungeon and daily PvP and then kind of lost along the way, but I'll watch the video and I'm sure it'll fill the rest. I mean, it's not far off of that, but yeah. Basically, daily stuff or just mixing up some of the content. You'll find sky shards, you'll find dungeon finder stuff to do, you'll have PvP stuff to do, unlocking alliance levels and getting skill points. Anywhere that you can get skill points, whether it be story, dungeon, trials, arenas, or even just picking up sky shards, or doing group bosses in delves, all that kind of stuff all lines up eventually. You're going to go back and do it if you haven't already done it. So why not get out of the way straight away? I know I'm asking too many questions. You're not asking too many questions. I just didn't understand the question. But is there any reason why you are two-man in Infinite Archive rather than solo-man? Yes. One's a tank. Did it for a tank. That's it. It's a preference. You can solo or not. Who did the thing? Jackson's bits showed up at the top there. I know that sounds really weird, but it shows up like a super chat on YouTube. You can choose to go solo or duo. It's up to you. We chose to go duo. We are testing 2 builds in content that they're always in from live on PTS. So on live, we've had the combo of Venom and the Bobby build a lot. And on the PTS, with changes intact, currently, we are doing exactly the same experiment, if you like, to see the differences. And while people have been shouting about how we'll get less, it actually feels like more. Gotta run, Zai. Gotta go to work. Have a good rest of the stream. Later, ninjas. Laters, dude. Thank you for watching. A bit and cake in the chat for anyone who enters or leaves the stream. Much appreciated. Oh, big bangs. I hate those bats. They're fucking horrible. Bully boy. Ooh, spell fucking nearly got me. These are gonna go big bang. Oh, shit. Oh, careful. Beast trap ran out. Whoops. Never mind. That didn't matter. They're dead anyway. Oh, there's an archer there. Apparently not. This is Mike needs to be. Mike. Also, what? Also, Zai needs Mike so he can keep chatting to us when he dies. I mean, yeah, there is that. I misread that completely. I'm noob. Let's go, let's go. Also really fucking tired. It's 2:15 in the morning. Can you actually believe it? Absolute insanity. "23 months. Marge, thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. Bit and cake in the chat. 23 months. You must like it here. You have the Ninja Cake emotes. Use and abuse them as you see fit. Don't forget also you don't have to watch adverts anymore. So if it's a resub, you already know that. But if any new subs pop up, bear in mind, refresh your stream. No more adverts for you for a whole month. Dub Ninjas, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm proper late today. For science. This stuff happens behind the scenes all the fucking time, so you get a bit of a sneaky look for once. Much more involved testing happens behind the scene, but you get to see a basic one today. For peace of mind. Beast trap for you. That way my potions don't pop. Had to do that for the beam. For the shield even. Otherwise I'll be dead. Heavy attack boy's gonna get me. No, it isn't. He popped. Fuck it out. Spell fucking nearly killed me. No. Oh, Mike's dead. That's not good. The laser. Fucking laser's gonna get me. No, it's not. It's fine. Aha! It's stamina. Done and uppercutted. Don't worry, dude. It's fine. 500k health. Not even effort. Ridiculous. Class embodiment, yes, obviously. We haven't fell out yet. Nope. Exsanguinate, oh my god. Whatever we're up against is about to melt in its actual face. It's gonna be mad. Buffs on first. Let's go, let's go. Oh, he's dead. Bleed first. 1, 2. Oh, shit. This is stupid. It's fucking dead. Or maybe not. Might get lucky. Oh, you lucky bastard. He's immune at the moment. He's got infinite health. No, he hasn't. He's just, he can't be hurt. That would have been a much quicker fight if he hadn't been invulnerable, but never mind. That hurt him quite a bit. Hemorrhage, 100k damage a tick. Exsanguinate does 40k damage a tick, so that'll give you some idea of how fucking powerful it is. Brawl and Blitz, increase crit damage on martial base attacks. That means that... what's it called? Brain fart. Hemorrhage just got stronger. Because like here, place for the best. This place is the best place. Sweet ride, by the way. It came out freaking awesome. Thank you very much indeed. Glad you liked it. There's going to be more to show later, but no spoilers just yet. It's all fixed up now. But during the year, you'll see other additions. What is hitting me in the back of the head? Flame Shopper. I only used 2 cruxes then, that was dumb. These doggies fucking hurt. At this point in time, their bleeds are basically one-shots to a squishy. Ooh. Oh, of course we've got these interruptible fuckers again. I hate the globs. I'm not sure what I hate the most. The tentacles, the laser beam, or the globs. I think it's just fair to say I don't like any of them. I need to get that interrupted. Heavy attack dude is on my face. 3, 2, 1, dodge. No, you don't. The infuser was not interrupted, and it still doesn't matter. Dodge. That was pretty clean. Fuck the globs. 100%. Hemorrhage must have gone up on that one. There we go. 101. I mean, that didn't get the extra crit bonus out of that for some reason. Mind you, we didn't triple stack it. How the fuck, dude? How the fuck? Rigged. Fucking rigged. Magical Madness. Next round is over. Shame we didn't get out on Thoat, but whatever. Mike's going to freeze the whole room. I'm going to blow it up with Magical Madness. Wow. Nope. Those bats can fuck off. They're gonna go bang. Everything that gets killed in the ice makes Mike have a little pet come out. Little Bankins. Oh, Battle Cat! Battle Cat! I'm so glad you taunted that. That would have gone fucking hurt. In trouble. Oh, that was really unfair. Oh, I've got a res. Oi! Forgot your synergy reses me. I'll explain what happened, people. Battle Cat needs to be blocked, and he has a channeled effect that you have to kind of block when it peaks. At the same time, I had a laser beam chasing me, which I had to dodge roll to get back away from because I was moving too fucking fast. So I had two mechanics at once that either one that I avoided would have put me in face of the other one. However, the Atro synergy, once every 20 seconds from Mike's transformation, actually revives me. I say resurrects and revives at the same time. So that worked. Fuck yeah. Battle Cat's horrible. The channel effect underneath his feet, you've got to block it. It looks like a channel pop that you can dodge, but you can't. Sanguinate on Thoat. Please get the Ice Atro again. Bear in mind, I've only got 2 defense bonuses at the moment. Cold Blast and Exsanguinate. This boss is dead. What did you get? Something mega. Let's go, let's go!
I call to you. Obey.
Oh my god. Dead. Rip. Jump block, brilliant, love that. Fucking crazy. 3, 2, 1, dodge. Woof. Way too far away for that. Perfect. Fucking laser. 3, 2, 1, dodge. How much health has the fucking dragon got? Why am I dying? $7 million almost. Goes fast, deleted. Yep. That needs to be interrupted. I got it, I got it. Wrong button. Dodge. I focus face a little bit there. Little bit. What do we got? Oh, shit. More healing. Nice. Single target damage over time, increased duration. Not necessary. Although that does actually help with hemorrhage, because you've got to stack 3 of them anyway to get the most potential out of them. And if you can stack 3, that's great. If you can't, then your chances... Well, it's not so easy. Hayden. I've been bitten by something. Fuck that is. Keep the windows open. Fuck the globs. Agreed. I did read that already, but I agree again. Only made it to Arc 4, never been further, but here it hurts. It does hurt a lot. But a lot of it is luck as well, because it depends. If you get transformations along the way and you get lucky with their visions, or verses even, then it can make rounds much, much easier. Then if you get loads of defensive bonuses, obviously that can help. It depends. Nathan, how you doing? Welcome to the stream on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. I said on YouTube because I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at exactly the same time, simultaneously. Reading both chats. Go me. I know that needs interrupting, but tough. $107k that was. That had to be hemorrhage. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Something's heavy attacking me. Oi, that hurt. I can't find my fucking tentacles. What the hell was that? Heather Iron Atro, Wolf Transformation was great. They're really fucking fun, dude. Did I miss the deleted again? Yeah, we killed Thorak quite casually, strangely enough. But we're likely to die soon because, well, we've got a Marauder coming.
I'm not going to say that you
Destroyed Thorak. Yeah, we did. Just waiting for the ice one. The ice one stuns the whole room. Any ads you kill inside the ice will come out as Bankin pets for you. And also you res your group. Just like it does in the dungeon. BDV if you want to know the dungeon I'm talking about. That's Black Drake Villa.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Thank you for the follow. Gotta control my P urge. Dude, I needed to go ages ago. I just haven't. So you're welcome. Ooh, it's gonna hurt. 800k a pop then. Oi. Fire then. Did you see the new Rap Battle Delta did Law Dog? No. Been streaming, I didn't see shit. Was it funny? I remember he did one with Cypher years ago. Oh shit. Dodge. Shit. High fives for friendship. No, I didn't even see that message. Thank you. Oh shit. Law's in the chat on YouTube now. He's watching from all the way over there. I'm streaming on both platforms, by the way, YouTube and
I love
Twitch.
winning. Drinks all around.
Funniest thing I've ever seen all week. Fell out my chair listening. I'll catch it. Good night, ninjas. Falling asleep watching the stream. Is it that boring? I'm joking, dude. It's fucking 3 a.m. nearly. Good night. Thank you for watching. This is what happens when you get deep into testing and you forget what the time is. Imagine it being that shit. Oh, I used the wrong buff. Mike is the Isatro again. Archival Wildness. I got Wildness and what? Wildness and Guild. I'm not using World skills and I'm not using Guild skills. Brilliant. Fan-fucking-tastic. Let's go. Oh, actually, no. Beast Trap counts. Am I still going? I am. We've got Shadowrend. We've got Shadowrend after all that. What a precious little fucker. Oh, I disagree. I was out of that. Mike, I was out of that. You have to get out of it. He's still getting bled to shit. Thank you. His telegraph's like... Didn't even give me a chance to get up, motherfucker. Just died twice on Shadowrun. Precious. Block next time. Noob. How many people thought I was out of it? I did. That time I am. Okay, does not fuck around. No, he'll one-shot you. Precious boss, but that fucking... That tail whip. What the fuck? I was out. 10 out, Zai. Thank you for watching. Dude, thank you for watching, Dev. Much appreciated. Synergy. Synergy was amazing. Lucky bastard. I want to know how many times he's had those visions at the end. Pet damage, no. Healing, yes. Game screw you over. Definitely not your fault. I was out. The telegraph is about a foot out. Second time he jumped on my head. That was unfortunate. He does jump on your head if you're too far away. But he could have given me a chance to get up. Prick canoe. Straightforward fight though. I need more defensive bonuses. I've got resistances and shit, which are very nice, but I haven't built for many defenses at all. Been mostly taking deeps for science. Infuse it in getting interrupted. Rip. He's dead. You get more focus efforts. I got 4. Look at that. Why they bring the beam down? That's why. This is why. Steady. How many does Mike have? I think he's got 2, but he's had the Ice Atro, Juffy, and the Iron Atro like 740 times. So he doesn't need focused efforts. No, I do not want aggro. 3, 2, 1, dodge. Same shopper. Uh-oh, that's the problem. Got it. Oh, my fire didn't fire. Kill. Fuck. Wellness, no. That one, yes. He's got it again. He's got Juffy again. Look. Look. What a bastard. How? How does he get it all the time? I haven't even got one transformation yet. That's the fucked up thing. As far as RNG is concerned, with that in mind, my RNG is shit today. Focused efforts was on my side, but the rest of it's not.
I love winning. Drinks all around.
Thank you for the follow. Mike's just gonna wreck the room. It's fine. I just started playing ESO for the first time today, having a blast of it, but there's so much to do, really have no idea what I'm doing. That's fine. Well, basically everything in the game is the same level, and you scale to it until you hit level 50 and above, in which case you're then at the point where you can unlock the harder difficulty of all the content. Outside of that, all the content is available to you right away. Go nuts! Obviously, you've got to have DLCs and chapters for all the stuff, but your level doesn't make a difference. You can play with anyone of any level at any time. Oh, shit. Any class, any race, any role, do exactly what you like. So press buttons, find stuff out, find out what you like to do, what you like to play, and then extend on that. Testing his RNG to the max. Dude, it's fucking ridiculous. He's got RNG potions. They could so bring in luck into the game. RNG potions. 1 million each. New question, but what is that red lightning effect? That was a synergy from the werewolf. Gives me a buff. But it's gone now. Fire aura. Yes. Please give us something really simple. Not like the clan fear that wrecked me last time. Oof. Oh, this is going to fucking hurt. I'm going bubble. He does a charge, and if I get caught by it while he dodges forward, I'm dead. So I've got to be really careful to stay away from it when he goes forwards. You'll see. That. He got absolutely fucking deleted. 237k. Oh shit. Hemorrhage did 101k a tick. What the fuck? If it critted. 74k on burn, and fire aura was actually less than the status effect itself, so the bonus was nice, but status did much more. Where the fuck is diseased? Diseased didn't crit. Sunder didn't crit that time. Rip. Fucking mad. It's getting fucking mad. Come on. Oh, I thought that was focused efforts. Higher damage shield. Yes. That's not raw defensive bonuses, though, because I have to apply a shield in order to take advantage of it. I need some defensive stats, like less AoE and less direct, and there's no resistance bonus. That's unusual. There's crit chance bonuses. There's no weapon and spell damage bonus, but there's a stamina and mag bonus. There's direct damage and area of effect bonus, but there's no resistance. But there's a pen. Oh, we've got fucking McForearms. We're dead. No, we're not. Mike's going to absolutely nail him into the wall. He's telling us a Sun Eater over there. If it is, I'm going to leave it alive. It is. Uh-oh, Mike's dead. I'm in trouble. I'm not even going to last a second. I disagree. 1, I half dodge rolled, so it should have dodged. 2, I had a damage shield on me that would protect me for a lot. And it went straight through it. Ignored it completely. Good. I need to go to bed. I'm not going to bed. I need to get off stream. What did we get? Pump, thank you very much. I still did loads of damage to him. Oh dear, oh dear. So that was fucking mental. Basically, you're not at any point in time going to struggle with any of this. As it stands. For anyone that's worried about, oh my god, we're getting nerfed. Really fucking not. You're really not. The damage is absolutely fucking incredible. Granted, some of that is based on buffs and bonuses, but for science, that was good. That was ridiculously fun run, Zai, for science. Yes, it was. Fucking McForearms nailed us, so that's fine. You got nothing to worry about. In comparison to how Venom is on live, the raw damage of the build, plus the status bonuses, makes it all line up. And to be fair, it feels stronger, if anything. Obviously, there's a lot more in-depth testing to do with the Arcanist overall. It's not just one build, one test, that's it. But that was a pretty good gauge of what to expect. And it felt stronger. I could do with some more survival, but it felt stronger. And also, bear in mind, the heals come from the damage, and the damage was healing me a lot, based on how the setup is. I just need more resistances. So if you are in the Infinite Archive, you want to go really far, take the defensive bonuses. Don't go Glass Cannon unless you want to go until 2 in the morning and then died to fucking McForearms. So far, everything feels stronger on PTS. How did Bobby feel? I know I've tested it, but how did you feel with it? Good fun to watch. Past my bedtime. Yeah, me too. I mean, it's past my stream time. I keep everyone awake. Thank you for stream. You're welcome. Right, people. I have to go. Bobby felt awesome. Fucking, it was fun. Right, I have to go. Thank you for watching. I hugely appreciate the support. If you're not subscribing on YouTube and you're over there, hit the button. It's free. Then come over here on Twitch and follow. That's free too. If you're on Twitch already, hit follow. That's free. And then go over to YouTube and hit subscribe. That's free. What isn't free is subbing on Twitch or being a member on YouTube, Patreon, Throne, or buy me a coffee. And the other things that are free is the socials. So put socials in the chat for Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. The website's endgame.com. There is a giveaway on Twitter at the moment for 1,500 crowns and Necrom on any server. Yes, including that one. Go and follow it. Good luck. I'll do the winner tomorrow. Double pepper down. I'm now leaving, but you're also an absolute legend. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Beer and cake in the chat. People, I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
That the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super